이슈에 바람 부서있지.
자, 궁극기가 계속 돌아요. 근데 하지만 블링크가 또 없기 때문에 확실하게 붙을 만한 상황을 만들기 어렵습니다.
자, 끌어당겨서 터뜨렸어요.
먼저 잡혀요. 이러면요.
이러면 시간이
이러면 그렇죠. 김효희 진짜 세대에서 살아있고요.
자, 그럼 진호가.
진호가
진호가
빨리 잡지 않으면
데려가.
빨리 잡지 않으면
이건 연계가 잘 들어가야 될 것 같습니다.
맞습니다. 아니면 다 같이 돌격하고 나서 피스메이커 파놓고서 그 위에서 순간적으로 이 레니를 활용해야 되거든요.
자, 핸디 한번 노려보는데 핸디 한번 노려보는데
궁극기!
아, 이제 피스메이커 레니 살리고.
그리고 모두 해방이에요.
이런
FS.
잠시만요.
자, 이거 2대1 할 수 있다.
태경이.
2대1 2대1 태경.
태경.
자,
그런데
살아야 돼요.
체력 상황이 안 좋아 보이는데
안 좋긴 한데 안 좋긴 한데 그래도
더블 피해주고
한번 들어가,
블링크
태경.
있는데 로만 블링크 있거든요. 블링크로 한번.
맞습니다.
자, 한 번 더 위심 던지고
들어가는 태경.
자, 그대 붙어서 잘 붙었거든요. 들어가서
체크메이트 대전
오토함즈.
탐지가 해냈습니다.
와, 이 어려운 걸 해내는 대전 오토 암즈 세 번째 라운드 만에 FNC를 저지해냅니다.
그래도 슈이타가 등전돼 있어서 잡아냈고요.
자, 오른쪽은 부산 베스퍼 그리고 CNJ 스포츠입니다. 먼저 야니 잡혔고요.
이거 백구가.
와, 센스 너무
백구!
좋아요. 제키의 경지에 도달했습니다.
자, 그리고 이러면 근데 정신적 살인마가
자, 야 게임을
야,
돌아왔으니까 다시 한 번 더.
싱크 포인트가 근데 치바메한테 맞지 않으면서 데미지가 좀 모자랐거든요.
자, 많이 잡아냈어요.
그럼에도 불구하고 해내는데요, CNJ 스포츠?
되고요.
자, 서로 아이템을 제대로 못 쐈기 때문에 이 키오스크 탈전이 이루어지고 있는 건데, 자, 인구 선수 폭주 타이밍이 됐습니다. 리스크 쿨다운이 안 돌고 있는 것 같죠?
자, 아싸 버스터 상대고요.
자, 추가로 됐는데, 잡아냈어요.
이게 그러면 치바메끼리의 이런 싸움가
됐다.
너무나도 중요했는데.
됐다.
잠깐만요.
경기
원이고요.
전투 연구실 FS로 그리고 CNJ 스포츠.
와, 스탑무비.
이러면 잠시만요. CNJ 열에서 이득을 못 볼 수도 있겠는데요.
백수가 한번 들어가서 하면 습격으로 절대 가림만. 또 다른 당의 면역.
여기서
다시 한 번.
자, 헨리와 이합니다.
하지만 시간
들어왔어요. 결말은 똑같습니다.
네, 플레이를 보겠습니다.
자, 루미 노난 경보 모두 CNJ 스포츠를 켰고 방해하기
야니
위해 들어오는데요.
뛰어오고 자 치밤에도 뒤쪽에서 대기를 하고 있고
얀끼리의 심리전.
자, 커드라곤 사용했고요. QW 이번에는 시네마 쪽으로.
마이부터 먼저
와,
한번
후방
공략을
피했어요?
들어가려고
와,
하는데요.
컴퓨터인데.
자, 니아 게임 몰드 깔립니다만은 자, 태경이 하지만 원업 쓰면서 살아난 버버. 자, 세대대 치마메 갑니다. 치마메가 가서
와,
얀과 함께.
얀끼리 일단 너무
자,
대박이었는데
지금 점수 63점. FNC입니다.
오레이스 인턴이 뒤로 오게 되면 위치가 안 좋거든요. 근데 걸렸습니다.
아스트라버스?
아스트라버스 맛있게
자, 그리고
들어갔고요.
갑자기 그때 인천이 나타나서
뒤에서 모든
인천이
길을
나타나서
심지어 EMP로 들어갔어요.
통해버렸어요.
자, 남아있는 범의 킬은 경기 이네이트가 가져갑니다.
맞습니다. 잠시만요. 이러면 진짜로
이번
라운드에 체크포인트 찍히고 안 찍히고 사실 컸잖아요.
네.
근데 이거 헨리가 뒤로 쭉 빠졌는데 오레이스 인턴이 체코 만드는 건 절대 안 돼요.
찾고 있어요.
와,
체코는 안 된다.
여기 있네.
여기 있구나.
이러면 헨리는 마무리가 되겠죠. 8.5점으로 63점 달성하는.
라운드가 더 길어질 수 있는 거니까요.
그렇죠. 한 라운드 덜을 말할 수 있는 게 됐죠.
네. 자, 오레이즈 인천 경기 네이트.
자, 그러면 들어가서
근데 추가메가 일단 잘 흘려내긴 했거든요.
네. 자, 그쪽으로 더블 큐티 조심해야 하고요. 최근은 빠진 상태에서 에큐. 아스트라버스.
아스트라버스 내려오면서
제로십 넘어 잡아내고요.
센터 추가메가. 근데 많이 때리면
끝까지.
자, 인구까지 잡아내려니 올웨이즈 인천의 승리입니다.
많은 걸 해냈습니다. 올해 신청.
서로의 앞라인 마이, 시네마의 마이와 경패의 마이죠. 하지만
더블
시네마의
기어틴으로 인해서 또 숨길 수 있다라는 점도 조심해야 되고요.
루미너의 위치 그리고 태경 위치
자,
일단 발각이 됐습니다.
딱 걸었고.
근데 잘 피했어요. 근데
고래바람이.
자, 이러면 무담이 더 지나갔나 싶었는데.
잠시만요.
이거 맞겠는데요?
저 위에 단검이 있었나요?
그렇죠. 3대2 구도에서 질 것 같지 않습니다. 많은 그래도 일단 다 볼까요? 경기
자,
그리고
경쾌
짧게
버텨주고
들어가서
있고요.
자,
프리클.
세덴지. 점수
자, 근데-
하나 더.
자, 일단 1점
그러네, 다 왔어요.
1점만 더.
인천.
안 될 것 같은데.
이건 안 될 것
되는데요,
같죠. 이건 안 될 것 같죠.
인천이 지금 체크포인트 2개를 막나요?
막을 것 같은데요.
인천?
루미네리 쇼이시 다가가서 마지막 시네마까지 잡아낸다면요.
네, 시간. 그래서 안쪽에서 안전하게
안전하게 틈을 주지 않습니다.
1점도 주면 안 된다는
안
거 알고 있는
줍니다.
것 같아요.
네. 자, 시간이 다 들어가고 있는 시네마 이제 10초밖에 남지 않았고요.
완벽한 계산을 통해서 또 이런 거 기회를 내주지 않네요, 인천.
네. 자, 시네마만 잡아내면 이번 네 번째 라운드 올웨이즈 인천의 승리.
자, 궁극기도 돌아왔습니다. 자, 마무리는 궁극기로 하겠죠.
이거 시간이 없어가지고 이 외곽을 계속 돌고 있는 건데.
네, 체크메이트 만들어냈습니다. 올웨이즈 인천.
해냈습니다.
블링크 쇼이치 꺼내 들고 멋진 순간. 자, 막아내고 있었던 로커 선수의 카티야?
좀 더 공격적으로 잘해주고 있는 것은 로컨 선수 카트예요.
폭탄도
이제 결국
사거리가
서로 쏴.
무한하지 않고 3일차입니다. 3일차에 데스가 나옵니다.
블라스 웨이브?
그러면 굉장한 손해를 입힐 수 있다는 거예요.
마지막까지.
마지막 한 발까지 맞췄어요.
그래서 이거는 대전 5차원의 판정
승이죠.
승이죠.
네. 지금 아이스필리 좋은 상태인데 여기서 CNJ 스포츠 만나고.
이거 일부러 제루지 선수의 이동기를 빼냈거든요.
네.
그래서 블링크까지 치는 거 보고 하고
게임을 좀
듭니다.
깔렸고요.
경기는
이러면
위기인데요.
킬도 들어가면서 제키가 날뛰기
터미네이트
시작하는데요.
각이 나오고 있는 것 같은데요. 경기는 터미네이트 CNJ 스포츠가 만들어냅니다.
와, 완전.
확실히 파랑새 밸류가 있다 보니까
파란색 쓰기 어려운 거니까.
게임월드. 자, 이거 이후에
습격!
그런데 체력이 너무 많이 깎였거든요.
고대방이에요.
선수가 잘 때렸거든요.
네. 자, 그리고 서버까지 잡히고.
버버가.
아니 게임월드 아직 있다.
자, 그래도 bun거
나는
10점
원업이 빠졌어요.
분과
자, 살려냈고 이어서 먼저
자.
치면 부활시킨 쪽은 CNJ 스포츠입니다.
이거
자, 분과.
차이니 스펙트 고속 회전.
옆에서 백수
어려워요. 어렵습니다. 살리지 못하게 만들어내고.
플레이어예요. 터졌고요.
이러면 힐링 스프레이 받았습니다만 자, 서원세 선수가 살아날 때까지 시간을 벌 수 있을까요, 북과?
이거 계속 얀. 와.
잘 지켜요.
얀 빨리 와봐. 이렇게
너무
계속
잘 지켜요.
시간 벌어주고 있는 거거든요.
얼마나 때렸습니다.
일어나기 직전.
소설.
일어나는데. 기다려서. 여기서 그러면
마무리. 터미네이트를 만들어냅니다. 윙리로를 쓰면서 아르다 스틸 피해주는 디테일 굉장히 좋은 버블은
어딜
이해하는데
보고 있는 거야
근데 이거 안쪽에서 한번 약만 잘 잡아낸다면
고속 회전으로 한번
제껴
나가고
나가네요.
습격으로. 자, 철 선수가 물론 얀 잡아냈습니다. 그럼 이후에 델리스와 그리고 카티아
뭐 할지 다 알아요.
미러전이고요.
근데 포킹 자체는 오토함드가 좀 더 유리한 그런 이 특성 구조를 잡고 있거든요.
네.
하지만 지속 싸움으로 끌고 나갔을 때 FN들이 더 잡아낼 수 있습니다.
이제는 파랑새의 활용 여부와 셀린의 정말 순식간에 펼쳐지는 그런 데미지 딜링 같은 거를 잘 의식을 해야 될 것 같고
먼저
한번 들었어요.
공격도
이게 수아가 아래쪽에 붙어 있으니까 위쪽을 뚫어보려고 했었던 FN 세종인데 로컬 잘 빠져줬고요.
네, 그리고 힐링 스프레이 받으면서 회복되고 있고요.
자, 이러면은 사실 전술 스킬 소모 값을 봐야 되는데 일단 동등하게 빠졌습니다.
네, 포커를 보내보고요.
원서프 선수는 블링크가 있고 세제니 선수도 블링크가 있습니다.
첨예합니다. 똑같은 조합을 가지고 이렇게나 첨예하게 막 붙고 있는
자,
팀.
이제 로마티에서 들고보고 돌았기 때문에
그렇죠. 들어왔어요.
치고 나가는데요.
선수가 너무 잘해줬는데요.
파란색 실력.
네, 아래에서 세덴지가
자, 하지만 체력이 많이 걸렸어요.
잡았어요.
체력이 없어요.
FN 세종.
이겨낸 것 같은데요.
자, 마지막 한대 로코마저 잡아내면
자,
FN 쪽에 다시
버거지지만.
한번 승리입니다. 체크메이트 FN 세종. 와, 오늘 6번째 라운드까지 여섯 번째 라운드까지 FN 쪽의 승리가 무렸습니다.
이현지가
오.
예.
잠시만요. 근데 게임월드 위치.
아니,
좋아요.
게임월드가
너무 좋아요.
위쪽으로 로코이 살아있고 위쪽으로 로코이 살아있고요.
완전 큰일 났습니다.
Good morning, everybody, and welcome back to the Eternal Return Game channel. My name is Shuvi Senpai, and I am along here with Superior, like always, for the beginning of Season 9 Eternal Return Masters. Guys, we are back here once again. It's been about a month now, and we are now back once again for Eternal Return Masters. So glad to have you here. Superior, how are you doing today, man? What's going on?
I am doing fantastic, and it's a new season, so I'm very excited, right? There's going to be a new meta, a lot of changes in the new season, and a lot of roster changes for a lot of these teams. So very excited to, kind of jump on in here and see, what the new season has in store for us.
Absolutely. A lot of changes, not just with the game itself, but as you mentioned, also the teams on top of that. That's going to be a fun one that we can pretty much be discussing throughout the entire course of the season. A lot of new faces that we're going to be seeing around as well, just because it is the new season after all. Phase 1 is always the really interesting one where so many new teams, so many new faces we're just going to be able to see around in the Eternal Return Master scene. I want to see that, and I'm sure you guys are as well. Guys, with the new season comes so many things. Man, oh man, Season 8 was an incredible time back then, right? That last finals, the complete turnaround of what we saw for not just
Crazy.
ERM, but KEL as well. Man, I just want a repeat of that because that was one of the best, I think, ending and finale to a season that I've seen in a long, long time.
Yeah, I mean, Sagnam Rocks winning the ERL at the very end, even though they didn't make it, into day 2 for ERM, and then obviously C&J Esports taking it home. I mean, that is a team that, has shown so much struggle, but came out on top for Season 8.
Exactly, but this is a new season after all. Let's talk about the overview. The one thing that doesn't really change is what we're actually doing for ERM. It's going to be the same style what we've been doing in the previous years. Well, I say years, I should say previous seasons. Here we go. So today we're going to be here for Group Stage A and B. There's a lot of jargon up at the top left for the schedule. If you're familiar with Eternal Return Masters, then it's not too crazy for you. If you aren't, and this is going to be one of your first times watching Eternal Return Masters, first of all, welcome. And don't worry about all the words up at the top left for the schedule. We'll be right here with you to guide you along the way. Give you any reminders about the start times as well. If you've noticed, it's going to be different for all 6 days. So make sure you guys are here for the correct times. Again, we'll give you reminders. Prize pool at the bottom left, 10 million Korean won. Not too crazy over there. Same thing as usual. Point matrix up at the top right on top of that. Pretty classic, I'll say. No changes for the season specifically since we haven't done any weird stuff with the resurrections. And then overall, the road to finals at the bottom right that we always see.
Yeah, we have our Phase 1, Phase 2, our LCQ, and then our Grand Season Finals. Ooh, we do have a format for you guys for ERM for Phase 1 here. It's the usual, but if you guys aren't here, we are just going to be doing our 2 group stages on the very left here. For today, it's going to be Group A and B. Tomorrow, we'll have Group C and D, and then we're going to start going into our knockout stages. So depending on your placement for the group stages, you will be placed somewhere on this big staircase of the knockout stages, and the worse you do, the more games you'll have to play to try to climb your way back to get into that final stage.
Indeed, and we are back once again waiting for the records to be broken, isn't it super? Because last season, during Season 8, in Phase number 2, we got very close to being able to see a team make that golden run, but we weren't able to do so, unfortunately, right at the end. Right at the cusp of victory, some teams unfortunately fell down. Although they did go out in grandiose style, it does not change the fact that unfortunately they were not able to make that golden run. We'll see what ends up happening. We don't even know what the results of the group stages yet are, so as soon as those are completed, we'll know where each individual team are going to be placed within the knockout stages. The better you do, the less games you have to play, and the less kind of strategies you have to show. But if you do end up falling down early, at least during the group stages, it is not over for you just yet.
Yeah, we have our group standings for you guys. So you guys can maybe pause the video here if you guys want to take a look at all the teams and all the roster changes. FN Sejong, I think, looks like they sort of adopted Team Busan Bespel because One Circle and G-Work aren't playing together anymore.
Yeah, it is one of those times where, well, you say One Circle and G-Work, but yeah,
not G-Work. One Circle and Romatic.
Romatic, there you go.
One Circle and Romatic.
I mentioned this to a couple of friends once I saw what ended up happening to FN Sejong, but the original guardians of that team is now no more, right? We originally had the roster of Danana, One Circle as well as Romantic as the original three that came to be when FN Sejong, or I should say even Mira and Sejong first was originally the roster for that team. But now all of those three players are either gone or have now gone to coaching positions, because the one thing that did change for FN Sejong this season as well was that Danana was actually accepted as the coach for that team. So that's going to be one thing that I think a lot of people are going to be excited about. It's a new way of taking a look at FN Sejong. And as you mentioned, they did adopt a lot of players from Busan Bespa, but definitely, rightfully, really, really good players in that team. Pungwa, we don't need to talk about too much unless you're new to the scene. You'll still get a feel for him a lot. Don't you worry about that. And then we still have FN Sejong's E8 and Rosner. Those two players are also ones that we've seen for a very, very long time here in the scene.
Yeah, I mean, when was the last time you've seen Rosner, One Circle, or sorry, One Circle and Romantic not play with each other? You know, it's been almost maybe 3 or 4 years, right? It's kind of unheard of. But we do have One Circle going to Ottawa, so that is going to be a pretty scary team, because if you guys did see, I think on the roster, Fable is Sad Hands. So Sad Hands actually renamed to Fable. So they just, I think, ended up replacing Loken from that team, and One Circle did end up joining. And for Romantic joined back up with his old teammate G-Work.
Yeah, and this is going to be so fun. All of these roster changes are things that we always tend to highlight at the beginning of the season, and for rightful reasons, right? There's so many new possibilities that can come through. And the thing is, yet I'm still going to be a little bit cautious, especially when it comes to Daejeon Auto Arms. I think one of the greatest things about competitive Eternal Return, or even competitive esports in general at all, is the entire team building, deck building, right? Because you can have a lot of all-stars, you can have a lot of great cards that are available to you in your hand, but if they don't meld together, then it's not really going to be the greatest. So we don't know what the combination, we don't know what the synergy yet for these players are going to look like. So even if these roster swaps look absolutely incredible, it's blowing our minds like the one for Daejeon Auto Arms, I'm going to be a little bit cautious and just wait on what the results are actually going to look like.
Yeah, Auto Arms looks like probably the team to beat. They look really, really scary with their roster. And I mean, relatively speaking, most of their rosters are the same, right? They still have, Sad Hands, Fable. They have Taeyong and Cinema, which was their core three, and then Loken, kind of subbed in. So I wonder if One Circle is going to be on the kind of like the off role, and is he going to be the one subbing in, or is he going to be part of the main roster? We'll have to see going into the new season here.
There's so many things that we can talk about when it comes to the new season, as I've been talking about. You also bring up a really, really good point, especially with a team with way too many cards, right? Who do you actually play? How are you going to play them? What kind of compositions are we going to be expected to see, especially here in the new season? Considering the fact that a lot of teams we saw towards the end of Season 8 actually favoring a lot of triple DPS compositions, or double DPS plus a support composition. I think that's really going to be the big question for me when it comes to team compositions. How many of teams, especially this early onto the season, is willing to dive into that very risky playstyle? Or are we just going to go back to the bread and butter? It's the new season, not too many tests have been done yet by these players. Or we're just going to go back to our bread and butter, front to back style of compositions?
Yeah. That is what I like to see as well, especially as a player myself, seeing, the meta sort of take place for the new season and all these new changes that came with the new season, right? Some of these characters have gotten like a slight rework, so maybe they're a lot stronger in the new season, like Hyejin, for example. I think maybe we might see her being picked up a little bit by some of these teams. We'll have to see if some of these teams can adapt to, all these new changes and, the new meta shift that is going to come.
Yeah, let's actually talk about a couple of those changes here and there, especially some of the big ones, right? It is Season 9. Not too many massive game-changing mechanics like we've seen in some of the previous seasons. This is one of the down-low seasons when it comes to those kind of things. But let's see. Let's talk about a couple of them. Bori is one big one, for example, that lovable weasel that's going to be running around with that box inside of itself to try making sure that these objectives that stay mobile is going to allow some of these teams to have a little bit more of that RNG style gameplay. Wherever you are, if you can find Bori, that could be a box waiting for you, or maybe it's going to be one of those desperation styles because he does also carry a little bit of credits with him whenever you tag him.
Yeah, and it is a little risky as well, right? So now Bori is like an objective, so these teams are going to be maybe they're gonna try to play around it. So you could get baited by Boyd maybe leading you into another team into your deaths. So they definitely have to be a little careful about that. But relatively speaking, this season not too much has changed. I would say the game feels relatively the same compared to last season. Just Bori was like the new big change, and it's kind of random, right, when you kind of run into him. So I think the main thing is obviously the character reworks that these teams are gonna have to worry about, and the meta composition that some of these teams are going to be running. Are we going to be seeing that triple backline team comp, or are all these teams going to go back to the typical front to back?
That's the one thing we're going to have to track pretty much at the beginning of the season. We've always known a lot of these teams to be a little bit more on the safer side of things, right? There's a reason why you and I always talk about characters like Rio making a lot more showings at the beginning of the season, just because of how stable everything tends to be. No one's trying to test out anything crazy. Everyone's still getting used to what kind of compositions they want to go back onto, which is where Rio really starts to feel good. It's only until the later end of the season where we start to see more really aggressive things, I should say, and a little bit more risky things like the Nadine starting to come out, those triple DPS compositions coming out, if teams have practiced and strategized around those things. So maybe for the beginning of the season, we'll see a little bit more stability. I don't know, because this is Eternal Return Masters, and who the heck are we supposed to know with these teams? But Super, we're going to start putting into our actions, because we're going to go into game number 1, and from the looks of it, I think you were absolutely correct from what you were telling me. We are using the draft system.
Yes, I really like this new system that they added into the game. So every team is going to have to show which character they're going to be picking one by one. And this kind of prevents these last-minute team swaps from these teams to maybe try to force a ban. And I like that a lot, right? Because sometimes it's out of your control when these teams are just last-minute swapping to maybe get your character banned. But now it's going to be shown to everyone here, and it looks like we're already going to jump into a My ban here. It looks like we do see 3 My's already locked in from 3 of these teams.
Yeah, not too surprising about that whatsoever, right? It's the stability that you and I were talking about pretty much for the past couple of minutes in Eternal Return Masters at the beginning of the season. I'm not seeing anything too crazy at the moment, except for what Songnam Rocks is bringing to the table. Hyungi, oh no, I saw that right at the end. Okay.
Might be a -5.
Yeah, that could be a -5. We'll take a look at it when we go into the game. It unfortunately seems like we did get a dodge. No picks were selected for the last member of that team. But as I was talking about it, Cecilia and the Bernice. And the interesting thing is, Bernice is on Hyungi. This is not something that's been too crazy when you come to think about it in the overall scheme of things, because we have seen Hyungi play Bernice in the past, but he tends to be typically like the tank resident on that roster, so I'm not entirely sure what we're going to be seeing for our 3rd pick on that team once we go back into the draft.
My guess would probably be that my pick, but maybe to round out that comp, or maybe they tried that triple backline team that we did see, being pretty prevalent in the last season. But I think with a character like Cecilia and Bernice, I think Mai would probably fit the bill there, or maybe Estelle or something like that.
Yeah, probably could be the case. It would be a really, really good way to round out the entire comp. We actually saw another thing that I should mention towards the end of Season 8, which I don't think has really changed too much, is the real viability of adding Cecilia into almost any team composition, right? We had so many Cecilias at the end of Season 8 during the season finals. Day 1 and Day 2. I should mention as well, the consistency of that character and allowing you to get not even just good poke, but the pick potentials as well, really gives her a lot more viability in these compositions, even though you're running something standard like the front to back. So I do love the decision of the Cecilia in that composition. It's just going to be a matter of what it is to round out the entire comp.
100%. I mean, Cecilia is such a strong backline mage, right? Having that poke potential while also having that pick potential with that pull. And then just having that ultimate as well, to close out these team fights or just make that HP difference that, your team needs.
There is a possibility with Curry as our last pick for Songnam Rocks. That should be a Rio coming in if we are kind of going along with what we know these teams love to pick, especially with the individual players as well. There are some funny things by the way.
Curry is the last pick, so I don't think they're gonna play like.
There it is, yeah.
Oh yeah, it is gonna be that hard. So it is gonna be that triple backline team.
So we are going to be starting out with something fun. And the crazy thing here, by the way, is we were talking about the Hyejin rework towards the end of what we were mentioning earlier. Songnam Rocks, even though they are fielding Satin, is not picking it, and there's a really good reason why. I actually do remember hearing that Satin is one of the more avid Hyejin rework haters. Even though, in my opinion, she has become a lot more viable, especially with her charm passing. Yeah, so much better. There's so much more team fight viability instead of selecting and picking off one person. If you position your charms correctly, it could be so much more useful for your entire team. But he does not like the new Hyejin from what I've heard before, which is why I'm not surprised that we're not starting off with the Hyejin on that player.
Yeah, I think he's probably the only one that hasn't really been playing Hyejin as much, like even on the ladder as well. So very curious to see if he's practiced on the character. If they do end up wanting to swap back to their bread and butter with that Hyejin, I think Hyejin Yuki, and I think the last character was I'm actually kind of blanking on.
It's like Tsubame, whatever.
Tsubame,
they had some kind
it's just like another. Yeah, it's just another like ADC to like kind of round it out. Curry usually on like Tsubame or Rio or something. I think I'm pretty sure it's Rio.
Yeah, a lot of cool changes coming through. A lot of things that are to be expected, right? Another one that I'm really looking at right now, despite the new comp, is Overpride's roster. 03CU as well as Storm Chaser. Those two are names that we've very much seen in the Eternal Return Master scene. And both of those players are playing things that we are familiar with. The Bo Nadine for 03CU, I apologize, and the Eva coming back for Storm Chaser. Nothing too crazy from the looks of it, as you and I predicted. And here we go. Let's start with game number 1 of the new season for Season 9. Group Stage A, we got 4 games that are going to be lined up for you. And then afterwards, we go to Group B today. And then tomorrow, we'll begin with Group C and Group D. But for now, game number 1 of Group Stage A.
Yeah, very excited to see this new Hyejin perform as well. I think we have 2 teams being using the character. Surprisingly, it's not Satin, and we still have 2 Hyejins in the 2 Hyejins in the lobby. So definitely a character I think that is a lot stronger in the new season with that rework.
You gotta really be careful as an entire team when you're fighting into Hyejin now, because those charms will hurt a lot more than you might think starting from now, just because they pass through targets, right? I think that was one of the biggest changes that ended up happening for Hyejin. Makes her so much more viable for these team fights instead of having to rely on each individual charms to try picking out a character. Now you're picking out the entire team instead now. So let's see how these teams end up fighting, or even how some of these Hyejin teams decide to fight against compositions that really want to dive them.
Yeah, I think the main change as well for Hyejin is having that extra fear stack when Hyejin does end up jumping forward, right? This walk on that E just allows her to get her fear off more consistently, especially because you're also able to channel the E, you're able to use your E2, and then you're able to blink into your enemy to get that extra stack as well, because it is a soft channel now.
Yeah, exactly. Well, we're starting off game number 1 pretty aggressive, as a couple of teams are starting to look for a lot of kills. Kurenai is actually already sitting on 4 for themselves at the beginning of the game. Another pick going down in Hospital, as a couple of members are going to fall down once again. Crimson Bunflies going to lose out on their Rozzy, not that big of a deal. Classic day number 1 for Eternal Return. Killing Sparkles might end up losing out on Ping. Satin on the backside, Curry trying to join around, but with the Hyperloop, that might should be fine. A big fight up on the north side, as we're going to see our first full team fight. Here we go.
Oh my god, the Nia ultimate, the Nia's game mode just immediately deleting that Priya here. We are getting a lot of damage, and it creates W again from this Nia bubble, getting so much damage, and Aiden's going to go down as well. Now it comes down to 1v1 between our 2 mages here. Can the Nia do it into the Sicela here? A lot of damage, good point sync. That is going to go wide, but the execute there from the passive is going to be able to finish them off.
Interesting decision to actually fight inside of the Nia's game world. I know it's early game, but Nia's game world still gives Nia a lot more cooldown viability and the impact of the AoE that you get for landing on multiple hits. Interesting decision, but it did end up working out for at least the other team. 2 for 3 trade up on the northern side, and then as we start heading into night number 1, everybody's going to be looking for these animals. Hyungi is going to get taken down, I believe. Oh no, that's not Hyungi, sorry. Hiragi, I apologize. Ends up getting taken down. There is Hyungi. 2 for 1 special. There we go. In the side of Kyungnam Sparkles and Songnam Rocks. 1 for 1 trade for both of them. But yep, that is how it goes. Hotel going to be controlled by Songnam Rocks, as well as everywhere else around the map, just being fought over once again like usual. This is ERM.
Good comp from Bear, gonna get a lot of damage. Eva is getting a lot, but is gonna get taunted up by Mai here, and a great ultimate from Peng is gonna be able to lock down two members from Team Overpride. So great 2 kills going to the side of Team Sparkles there, and we do have another fight here down in Cemetery. There's a lot of damage being traded. Ultimate is gonna go come out from Sella, is gonna get a lot of damage in. It's gonna be a 1-for-1 trade so far. They are gonna try killing bodies, and here comes the blink on forward. They're trying for the Cellas. Oh, the Chloe is gonna go down though. The Sella is living on 1 HP. Chica gonna have to get themselves on out of there, as it is going to be Team Dragon Ball Z coming out on top.
Are we allowed to say that on stream? This is, are we sponsored? Are we allowed to say this brand on stream? Well, either way, it's going to be a fun one. Dragon Ball Z, as you're absolutely correct, is going to take control over, I think that was Cemetery. Yeah, they're going to be able to pick up that Tree of Life, as we're going to start looking for a fight over the Meteorite instead of Fire Station. But Toyokaya is going to get jumped on immediately. There's the 5 Omens starting to come out. Nobody's going to eat the damage from the Meteorite, but an instant KO down over onto the Theo. Beautifully caught out by the Leon. Surfs up carry straight him in. Nunu's about to fall down as well. Masuhana actually ends up picking up a kill. I think on the other side, the Razi managed to pick up a little bit, but he has a lot of things that he needs to do. Razi's pretty good at some of these fights up against these ADCs. There we go. Sudu unfortunately will get taken down, completely disrespecting the damage from the Razi this early on into the game, which means Junbongi has to leave despite the beautiful pick and the early game from Team Kurenai. The Razi is able to turn things around because she gets her one-on-ones over and over and over again.
Masuhana playing really well on this Razi here. Very, very nicely played from the side of Crimson Bonfires. Did look a little bad there. It was a huge pick coming from that Leon onto that Theodore, but it just wasn't enough there. Comes to engage coming out from the Chloe and the Hyejin there. The Chloe's getting chunked down though, but the ultimate is going to be there. Just walking on forward, getting a lot of damage in. Oh my god, this Chloe, oh, just barely not able to get that Nadine, as it looks like it is going to be Team Penguin Friends going to be on the back foot now. Chloe just Wing on forward there, almost getting one there, and I think if that Nadine went down, they could. I think Penguin Friends definitely could have looked to turn that team fight.
To be fair, Abigail was absolutely nowhere inside of that fight. I thought they were going to be buying, right? I thought the Chloe was already bought, maybe buying some time for the rest of their team to buy, but no, the credit counts on Team Penguin Friends is still looking a little bit high, which means they haven't bought in yet. And now that we're starting to crest over into like that sub-minute mark of day number 2, a lot of these consoles are going to get contested. The only one I see relatively open right now is the one in Chapel, but that's getting collapsed on now too. I don't know where Penguin Friends is going to try to call in. They're going to try it inside of school from the looks of it. There's the Peacemaker coming down. Youngie trying his best to buy time for Curry to get away. He does end up getting the kill over onto the Nina, but that's about it. The problem is Heart's already down. Does the entire team of Penguin Friends actually know about this though? That's the question. Koyo on the backside, Satan in a little bit of trouble. There's a snipe down from the Bernice. That's one. It's a 1-for-1 trade. Koyo trying his best to at least pick off something else, but Youngie is right there on the flank side. There's the jump over, but it's not going to matter. Koyo will get taken down 1-for-2 in favor of Team Songnam Rocks.
Yeah, it's a little unfortunate there. The Sella just walked a little too far away and then went into that bush as well, so just lost vision to jump on forward there. So a little unfortunate for the side of Team Penguin Friends, but it looks like they were able to get their buy-in. Still not, didn't really lose too much off that team fight. It was a 1-for-1 trade, and they were able to secure their box that they ended up calling it. Looks like St. J Esports is going to be able to grab the Bears here in Temple and make it to this rift, so it's going to be a nice tempo swing for them here. I think we do have another team. It is going to be Team Songnam Rocks on the top side here, so we'll have to see who comes out on top in this rift here. Call-in was made as well for that and Nikki, I think it was that attack skill buy-in here. There's gonna full send it here.
Oh, whoa.
They have enough damage. Follow-up isn't there from the Nia on that Peacemaker, so it looks like it's gonna be a clean fight coming out from the side of Team Songnam Rocks. There is the ultimate coming down. There's Nia's game wall, but I think it's a little too late. Yeah, looks like Sella is just going to be able to just jump forward past Nia's game world, and a great Q coming out from the Bernice to finish them off.
A bit too far from KCW, right? The Nikki just going a little bit too far. I think the Johan ended up getting taken down a little bit too early despite being inside of that ultimate of his. Faith and Wavering didn't really help out in the end. So, good fight from the other side as, we're going to have another rotation of fights happening inside of Chapel. This is Scylla once again showing her dominance as trying to pick off a member of Team Cal. But there's the turnaround. Surf's up is pretty good. Jubongi's going to be able to catch out a couple members and the third party from the backside. This is going to be a problem, but somehow Goku stays alive. Ultra instinct for that player. He stays alive throughout all of that. Aiden managed to walk away, and then instead, they are going to fall down instead. Kurenai loses 2. What the heck just happened?
Yeah, unfortunately, Kurnoai just weren't able to finish any of those members off. I think the hard all actually came down to just be bad for them, just because Dragon Ball Z was able to get on in to keep themselves alive just enough for them all to get away. So a little unfortunate for the side of Team Kurnoai. They had a huge play there, 3-man surfs up, but it did also push the Aiden in as well. I think that's what ended up catching out some of the members of Team Kurnoai.
Absolutely massive play from Dragon Ball Z. They're going to keep their lives intact. Might not have too many kill points at this point, but look at the entire lobby. Everyone is sitting on a fair amount. 2 seconds for the Leon. He just needs to leave, blink out. He stays alive for the time being. Does have the white Lily, and the Cecilia isn't there to reciprocate. Fantastic escape from Leon right after day number 3.
Yeah, looks like Dragon Ball Z got a little greedy there, wanted to get that permanent death on that Leon, but they just weren't able to get it there. A little unfortunate, but Leon able to escape just barely, so it's not going to be -200 for the side of Team Kurnoai.
Another fight potentially brewing inside a factory as we have 2 teams hanging around right where the dogs are going to spawn. There's the jump over onto wards, and CMB instantly using the exclusive to get that out, but the third party coming in from the backside. Once again, it's going to be Dragon Ball Z in the thick of everything. Down goes the Theo, down goes the Tsubame. It is an absolute feeding ground for Dragon Ball Z. There is the pick over onto the Razi, jumping on him towards the backside. Also could definitely ruin Team CB. No, they're not going to do it, as New News will just barely be able to walk up, but that's a -400. Another fight up on the northern side, as there we go, a pick over onto somebody from Team Penguin Friends. That is about all that happens. Never mind, CNJ Esports actually ends up losing about a member, as Pegsu going to go down. KCW has to go res.
Yeah, 1-for-1. It looks like both the bodies were traded there. It looks like the Johan did end up blowing up their body, so yeah, -200 for both of these teams. But yeah, that is a little unfortunate for the side of Team Crimson Bonfires. You know, the second day 3 hits, you take a team fight and you get third party, so an early -400 for that team is definitely going to cost them quite a bit.
It hurts a lot, especially for game number 1. You're still trying to scope out a lot of things for this lobby, right? You haven't seen these players in a long time. You don't remember what they do. You don't remember what it feels like to be in this kind of competitive lobby. But for you to start out behind at the beginning of day number 3, it just doesn't feel that great. We'll have to keep track of how Crimson Bumflies is going to start coming back into this game. They're not behind by any means, and when it comes to overall stats, you still do have the mind for some of those David equipment in the late game. So when it comes to their late game power spike, you still do have that. But the question is, how will they get there?
Yeah, the problem, yeah, an early -400 is pretty bad, especially for a team like Crimson Bonfires, who are running, you know, those 2 carries here. No, looks like
my God,
Boy was caught here, and no, there's a period jump card as well. And the finish, the follow-up is going to be there from Bobo there on that Neon. It looks like it is going to be a pick for the side of Team CNJ Esports. Yeah, Chloe just ended up getting caught out there by that Nia combo. Just ended up getting chunked down. Here comes Engage coming out from the side of Team Dragon Ball Z. They're getting a lot of damage, and CMB is going to get focused on by this Aiden. A huge parry there. Knock out a lot of damage, and Alto is going to be kind of stuck in the middle now. And Peg is going to be on the back foot as well. A huge team fight coming out from the side of Team Dragon Ball Z. Very nicely played to kind of split the members of the side of Team Sparkle. And the Priya sustain from that shielding is just going to be enough for the side Team Dragon Ball Z to win out that team fight.
Indeed, a beautiful team fight for Dragon Ball Z. I think Gaiden did a lot of work there, especially because he actually made it possible for the team to have that isolated 1v2 against one of the backliners of that team. So really, really massive fight. Another fight inside of Fire Station as Chica's just going to go completely into the backside here. He's trying to do what he can on this Hyejin, but nobody is lining up unless that charm. It looks pretty good, but nothing really gained. I just has to back away as Nina will fall. It's a 1-for-0 exchange in favor of Team Overpride.
Yeah, unfortunately, Abigail jumping on and just gets immediately bursted down by the side of Team Overpride. Very nicely played, and good coordination to punish Abigail for jumping on forward.
Okay, well, it has been a bloodbath so far in this game. Cal, wait, Kurnoai still having to play a little bit careful. Crimson Bumflies does see an angle on this, but jumping back, nice dodge from Hiragi. Junbongi caught out in the middle of nowhere, has to blink out of that building. Oh, the third party coming in from the backside. It's Dragon Ball Z once again. Hiragi caught out completely from the backside. He doesn't have the Sapphire Protocol down. He goes. A trade potentially coming through from the backside. backside. Suru is dead, but the problem is Nudus is completely caught out. There's another member falling down once again for Crimson Bumflies. I don't think they have a way back in. There's too many credits lost for this team. That's minus 800 at this point already.
I think it Resin is a meteor down here, so it's not the end of the world. But yeah, that's just so unfortunate for the side team Crimson Bonfires. Anytime they're looking for a team fight, there's just another team that's gonna be right there to have access for that third party, and you can't really account for that, I would say, for the side team Crimson Bonfires. Dragon Ball Z came from factory that was closing at the last second there, so it's just a little unfortunate timing for that team.
Yeah, this is a little bit rough for Crimson Bumflies. I like the fight, but it's Dragon Ball Z. Again, these guys are just constantly coming in from the backside with the third party. That's like, what, the 4th time we've seen that team being able to third party correctly? It's just reaping all the rewards. Look at that, 7 kill score so far for that team. Still looking for a lot more. Transitioned very nicely for all 3 members, even the Priya sitting on 3.
Yeah, I mean, sometimes, you know, the gods favor you and they hand you some of these kills completely for free, and Dragon Ball Z is just able to just reap all of the rewards here. And it looks like they were able to force out a decent amount of stuff here coming out from the side of Team Kurenai. So Team Kurenai is going to be on the back foot here, just trying to make their escape. Yejin does not have ultimate anymore. The blink on Heart is just about to come back up, so maybe they can look for something to return the team fight. But there's going to be a lot of teams coming in, or there's going to be team Bonfires coming in. We have another team on the top side here. There's going to be a lot of damage.
No,
a third party. This time's going to be
again.
Sparkles, and Bear's going to get caught out here on the backside. It is going to be Ike going to go down as well from the side of Team Penguin Friends, and Penguin Friends going to lose one. And look at the damage coming out from that Tsubame. It is going to be Team Sparkle's going to be able to pick up 2 kills.
Oh, this sucks. 2 members falling down for both Penguin Friends and Overpride. These 2 teams are in shambles. Storm Chaser should be able to get back in. Yep, there we go. They're inside of school now, but the amount of credits that these teams are going to require in order to res is absolutely monumental. The problem is, for Penguin Friends, look at their credits. It is absolutely zilch. Nada.
Rift, maybe? Is there? Oh, yes, they will be able to get a rift here. So they should be able to get back into the game without having to res. So very nice from them. And Team Crimson Bonfires, they were able to get that red box, and they're going to take some red timer and use the VLS actually to get themselves to safety. I like this play just because, you know, once you're in a really bad situation, right, in that third party potential, just gotta make sure you get yourself to safety.
This opens up for a clean 1 team versus 1 team fight up against Team Dragon Ball Z and Kurenai. We've seen a lot of third parties coming in from Team Dragon Ball Z, but we haven't seen this team fight in a raw 1 team to 1 team fist fight. Can they actually do it is the question. Trying to get poked out a little bit by the Xiejin. 2 marks over on towards the Cecilia, but it's going to expire in just a couple of seconds here. Suru on the top side trying to pick off a little bit more damage. Jumbongi on the side also looking for a pick. He's had some really nice surfs up so far in this game, but nobody's really going for any in. There's the root over on towards Priya. Oh, Pingu just about to get taken down, but not just yet. Look at this. The AoE is looking good. The blink on him for the backside with the Xiejin is going to start jumping on in. Heart is also going to be able to execute. There's the Peacemaker coming online. I don't think this Aiden has too much left in his arsenal. Down he goes. Celtu will be able to pick off somebody, but I don't think it's going to matter. He will have to run away and abandon his teammates. That's another minus 400 for yet another team. Penguin Friends also losing on in the Abigail. They work so hard to get the resurrection back on. Down goes the Chloe as well. Down back to 1 once again. Third party perfectly in place. O3CU needs to completely book it. The Maya also running away as soon as possible. Chica inside of the bush will try to stay alive. Is going to actually use the charm over the wall, but straight into the hands of Kingdom Sparkles. Alto's by himself, but the rest of the team starting to come back on in. Down they go. That's our first full team gone.
Oh no, Penguin Friends going out in 8th place here, but 7 kills is not too bad for them. And no, looks like Team Sparkle is going to be on the back foot now. They did using a lot of cooldown, so it's going to tank some red timer here. Do not want to fight CNG Esports. CNG Esports having a commanding position here up in Temple, and oh, there's this Cicella ult. Oh, just barely not hitting the Cicella right there, but was able to get the pull onto that Priya, and they will be able to get Pengu down here. There's the engage coming out from the Aiden ultimate. They're going to try jumping on board here. They're getting a lot of damage in exchange, but the Cicella is going to go down. It's just going to be up to Aiden to make something happen. It's not going to be enough. Sangnam Rock's coming out, and just clearing the side of Team Dragon Ball Z.
Way too many targets for just an Aiden to start taking down, right? Look at the composition for Dragon Ball Z. That is really good for a pick comp, but when all of the 3 damage dealers are deathballing it together, there's too many targets for the Cecilia and the Aiden to start picking out one by one. Really great team fight so far from Team Songnam Rocks. I love the way that they're actually piloting this, right? A lot of times, triple DPS comps will play save instead, but look at this. Peacemaker is going to come out, but the damage difference is just way too much. I think it's going to be it for Team Kurenai. They're all alive, but the Hyejin is just not going to let it have it. Down goes the Hard, down goes the Leon, down goes the Hyejin. Oh no, our second full team gone is going to be Team Kurenai.
Yeah, I mean, just face checking into a Theodore, getting hit by that double, triple spark nade is not how you want to start a team fight, and they're just gonna immediately pay the price for it, especially because they're playing 3 characters that are all relatively squishy, right? You just get bursted down by that Theodore. There's not much you could really do here. We do have Team Crimson Bonfires, though. Gonna try walking up into the side of Team Songnam Rocks. They see that they have Wick Line. They're gonna just beeline on out of here with that VLS system. Don't want to take that team fight. I mean, I don't really blame them. They're playing triple DPS with a lot of items with that Wick buff as well. Here comes the team fight here from Crimson Bonfires and Team Storm Chaser, or not Team Storm Chaser, but Team Overpride. Storm Chaser on an Eva, gonna get a lot of damage in it. So the full center here with that Theodore ultimate bear is gonna get chunked down by the back line. Members here, and looks like the Mai on the other side is
my God,
get Storm Chaser, and look at the damage coming up on the backliners here, and this Eva is just getting 1v1 by this Mai on the backside. There's really not much Eva can do. Mai's just a little too tanky for this mage, and it's just a complete 1v1 on the backside here. Crimson Bonfire is somehow on top.
3 item Mai just completely overwhelmed, and Eva sitting on 5 transitions plus Chaser. What on earth am I even looking at? Another fight that's about to start inside a police station, fire station. KCW in a whole heap of trouble, or is he? Take it down in CMB instead. Pexu will get traded out, but Bubba is still alive. Let's see if he can do anything as the ping on the backside, trying to threaten a little bit more on the res. It's not going to happen. NCMB is going to get executed, which means the health benefits are going to come through. Unfortunately, Bubba gets it taken down. The kill instead comes through as the Nikki damage is absolutely insane. Songnam Rocks comes in at the end of the party and says, hey, what happened? I wanted to join on in, but the party's already over. 2 players from each team already falling down, and now Pang's the one in trouble.
That is going to spell the doom for those 2 teams, because we are going to go to our day 6 cycle. So Lumi is going to be gone now, and that means both these teams are going to have to rat it out for some extra placement points. But yeah, it was really well played by Alto, hitting that explosive shot to push that Johan into the wall, able to dodge on these key abilities as well, but just unfortunately just not going to be enough at the very end here. It's going to be Team CNJ Sports and Sparkles just going to trade 2 for 2, and yeah, it looks like they're going to get caught out by the side of Team Songnam Rocks and Team Crimson Bonfires in the other zone here. Looks like both these solos are actually going to go to the other zone, so it's probably going to be 2 kills going to the side of Team Crimson Bonfires.
Yeah, this is really nice for Crimsons. If they can pick up some of these kills, it'd be really fantastic, as information on where all of these players are going to be. KCW has no time left for him to go into the other zone. Down he goes. 4th place for CNJ Esports, which means Pang now, as the last one alive on this team, is going to have to somehow duke it out. We know where this is going to go. You know where this is going to go. Down goes Nunu. Oh, wait, no, down goes Pang, not Nunu, sorry. Mai was standing right on top of each other. That means Crimson Bumflies and Songnam Rocks will be walking into our final zone for our first game of the season as our final 2 teams in this game. Can Team Crimson Bumflies do it against the triple DPS? They do have a composition that allows them to do something against this. Hiragi is going to pull the trigger. I think it might be a little bit too early, guys. Let's pull off. Let's reset a little bit. But no, it actually ends up forcing out the Peacemaker from Curry. And with that, it is going to call the end of the fight. Wait a second. I don't think that's what you want to do as a Rozzy. Uh-oh, on the backside, there goes the Theo as well. It looks so good for Team Crimson Bumflies, but got a little bit too complacent. That's the solos mentality that I tend to see. Songnam Rocks will take away game 1 with 22 points on their hands. GG's.
I think the Rozzy just thought they were in range to maybe get that extra kill, like blink on forward, maybe get that that vault over the Cicella, but just wasn't in range and walked on forward, and I think just channeled the ability and just ended up going down. So a little unfortunate. I feel like they were in the driver's seat there, right? They got the hard alt. They could just maybe reset, look for another angle in. But yeah, got a little too overzealous there and ended up paying the price for it.
Yeah, That's the solo queue mentality, right? It's the beginning of a new season. That's actually one of our new teams that are starting to compete in Eternal Return Masters, one of our non-Korean teams as well. We'll give them a game for it. They had a fantastic game number 1. Sometimes you get a little giddy with it, right?
Yeah, aside from that last team fight, they're looking really good.
Yeah.
They're looking really good.
Yeah, exactly. We see the potential with this team, and plus, it's a Rozzy, man. Like, you gotta try to make some clips with Rozzy. You're fighting against one of the best Rozzies in the region that's going to be playing later down the road. You want to make a name for yourself, you gotta make plays like that. Just didn't work out in the end. So yeah.
Also, I feel like their engage was a little shaky there. I feel like into that triple range team, you have to send it with the Theodore ultimate, and then the Mai can just get on in. And have that extra gap close with that movement speed. I feel like that team comp should be favored into that triple range team because Mai can get on in there, get a taunt off, force the Peacemaker, and then the Theodore is just going to be in the back, just pelting bullets there. As long as the Mai can stay, as long as the Mai can live long enough, past the Peacemaker, Rozzy and Theodore should be able to clean up that fight.
Yeah, and I think another thing that both of the teams should have been a little bit more wary about, especially Team Crimson Bumflies, is that Theo's ultimate is way less cooldown than Heart's Peacebringer, especially that late into the game, because of the fact that Theo actually builds a little bit of CDR in his kit. Heart does not. So I think it would have been really nice as soon as they saw the Peacemaker to just back away, because it's a triple DPS comp. They heavily rely on that Peacemaker to be able to fight, and you were going to have ultimate advantage by the time it came back up. So a little bit of a kind of decision making, I think, difference for Crimson Bumflies. They had the idea of that. Maybe they would have backed away as soon as they saw it, but we saw a little bit more initiation from the Rozzy instead. So the callouts have to be a little bit more definitive.
Oh, 100%. I think if they just full reset there, let the Mai look for that re-engage. That should be pretty easy for that team to kind of play out the team fight, right? Without that Peacemaker, the second the Mai lands any taunt, that player should immediately get blown up. But I think the Rozzy was just feeling himself a little bit, like just playing really, really well throughout the whole game. Had that mentality to try to just win every team fight for his team, but unfortunately just didn't work out at the very end there. But I mean, a great showing nonetheless from that team Crimson Bumflies.
Absolutely. Here's the scoreboard for post game number 1. Songnam Rocks will be in first place with 22 points on their end, and everything else just looks pretty standard. I suppose Songnam Rocks, there was a team that got the dodge at the beginning. I think it was Songnam Rocks, but they do not take the -5 for it. Maybe it was just an actual crash or something like that.
Yeah, maybe it was like a technical issue there for that team. So.
That means they're going to be sitting in first place with 22 points on their end. In second place, Gyeongnam Sparkles with 17.5. Crimson Bumflies in third place with 17. CNJ Esports for 14.5 in fourth place. Everybody else sub 10.
I mean, still pretty close, right? 5th, 6th, 7th, and 8th still relatively close. I mean, our bottom team still had 7 points, so really a great showing from every single team here. We'll have to see what these teams are going to be swapping to. We do have that Mai band coming into game number 2.
Pretty competitive lobby already from the looks of it, so it's not going to be anything non-bloodthirsty at all, right? We saw action continuously from day 1 all the way to the end of the game, so I'm not going to expect anything less from a lot of these teams. Super. But with that, we're going to start heading into game number 2. We do have the ban on the Mai, and that character was very, very, very important from the looks of it already in game number 1 of Season 9. What are some alternative compositions that you're thinking of now for these teams?
Mai, maybe we'll see some Estelles coming out. That was the alternate tank that we did see coming out from a lot of these other teams. I think Mai, obviously, or Estelle doesn't really fit exactly what Mai does, right? Doesn't have that hard engage that Mai has, but still a pretty solid tank for that front to back. Maybe we'll see, just some entirely different team comps as well coming out for some of these teams. Maybe we'll see more triple backline teams. Maybe we'll see, Cicella being picked some more from these teams to get her banned as well.
We do see a lot of new teams here as well, right? That's one of the things that I did want to mention for Group A. That might actually force these teams to start diving into secondary tanks at this point. Let's be real here. A lot of the teams that are playing here right now, they're not too familiar with these multi-pick systems, so I don't think they're going to be too comfortable with that just yet, right? Usually we kind of relate ourselves to that for some of our KEL teams. And yes, while there are a couple of them in here, the Mai ban doesn't necessarily affect them too much. So I would not be surprised if we start going into secondary tanks like you just mentioned. Maybe the Estelle is going to come out. We could potentially even start seeing
no way.
11 for
No way.
Masu, but that's not on Nunu's. Yeah, you gotta give that to Nunu's.
I feel like they should just swap the Mai with Alonso. I mean, Alonso Theodore, classic, right? Classic combo here. They could lock in that 11. I mean, they're hovering that 11 first. I think it might be locked in. Maybe that tank player is more confident feeling playing that 11 pick than that Alonso pick. We do have Team Overpride that are going to be swapping to that Alonso though instead of that Mai. I think Alonso is also just another great substitute for the Mai. Obviously, the Mai not having that hard engage, but wow, I think we are going to have that 11 coming out here. Rock's also swapping to that Alonso as well. I'm really surprised from Crimson Buttonflies aren't swapping to Alonso too, because I feel like Alonso and Theodore is just such a great combo together. But I think that 11 is going to be locked in. Yes, it is 11. A tank we never really see on the big stage here, because I mean, she has that downside of being really predictable, right? All of her abilities, her engage is just, you're just able to read it relatively easily. We'll have to see how it does end up paying out for the side of Team Crimson Butterflies.
Absolutely. It is Nunu's after all. This 11 is going to be a fan favorite pick. Let's see if it actually translates into any success for Team Crimson Butterflies. If it doesn't happen, then yeah, we're probably going back to the Mai, right? Only banned out for one game, which means we will have her back in game number 3. Probably will get banned out again in game number 4. This is going to be the real test, I think, for game number 4 pick on the side of Crimson Butterflies than anything else. Other than that, I think you're completely correct with a lot of these Alonso picks. Pretty much like the standard, I think, at this point. I think he's really solid right now in Season 9, especially with a lot of these tank items that are in the game now. He is so hard to run through. The amount of cooldown available in this game with ability haste and everything, or skill haste, my bad, wrong name. He's just so disgustingly annoying to get away from. But that's all going to depend on how these teams play, because now Game 2 is about to begin. Here we go, folks. Game number 2. With that, I wonder how it's going to go. Are we going to have that bloodfest at the beginning of the game, or is it going to be a little bit more of a slower start to this game instead of anything else?
Yeah, I mean, maybe this 11 pick works out for the side of Team Crimson Butterflies. You know, it's a pick that's not really seen much in competitive play, so maybe these teams aren't going to be as prepared for that 11. But, I mean, you know, at this level of play, right, 11 is one of those tanks that just doesn't have too strong of a showing, just because you're just able to just dodge out on the 11's ability, or you're able to cancel it relatively easily, right? All of 11's abilities are channels, so you're able to cancel out on her jump, cancel out on her taunts, or just react to it by, you know, just blinking on out.
That's the problem I think that Crimson Butterflies is going to have to. Reaction speed over in KR, especially at this level of play, is really, really fast. It's one of the reasons why a very predictable one-dimensional character like 11 isn't going to find too much success. So if you can somehow nullify that and try to find some of your own ways to play these team fights out, I don't think it's the bad pick. She's really good at being able to do what she does best, right? Initiating, if she can get it off. She's really good at just sustaining herself, being that real front line up in front. You can see an example of that right now. Look at this. Nunu's on the backside trying to force out Storm Chaser from this fight. They're trying to do what they can. They're actually doing a bit of damage over onto this Eva, surprisingly enough.
Yeah, the
but it's just not buying enough time.
Thanks for just killing the backladders here. That it looks like they were just able to get the handshake. I don't think Crimson Bloodflies got any kills, but Overpride were able to get 2, so not too bad for the side team Overpride there. But yeah, I think 11 is gonna have that surprise factor edge on the on these other teams, right? And I don't think she's relatively like the worst pick, because they do have that Theodore. The Theodore can maybe just use her ultimate, and 11 can just walk up and maybe get that taunt. But yeah, relatively speaking, I mean, 11, there's a reason why, you know, she's not picked as much on the big stage here for the KR side. We do have the, looks like Hyejin is going to get caught by the side of Team Sparkles, and Sparkles is going to be able to get that pick there. And it is going to be, it looks like we do have, I didn't realize we have the Adela pick on the side of Team Sparkles there, and a huge Surf up there coming out from the Leon here. And I think Gasu is going to go down here as well. It's going to be another pick for the side of Team Kurenai here. I think they should be able to get this kill. There's an knock-up, yes.
Yeah, good angle from Jumblingi to take that sideway. Ike joining on to the fray. Okay, there is a Peacemaker coming out, but look at the damage exchange between these two teams. It's so low for everybody on killing those Sparkles, but they do end up getting the trade over onto Koyo. Chica not joining the party despite how healthy they were. That's the one surprising factor for me.
surprised they're just not jumping on in, but they did end up using the charm already, so they're not able to actually just jump on forward. We do have a 1v1 between our two mages here. There is going to be some poke being exchanged. Sparkling is going to connect, and here comes Engage coming out. No! Great play coming out for the side of Team Kurenai there from that Leon, just able to find that pick. A great fear as well from the Hyejin, right? That's new rework, that double fear stack coming on in at the very end there. I don't think they were expecting that.
Yeah, I'm honestly surprised that Kurenai has been able to be this successful this early on in the game, right? But that's because a lot of teams are starting to split farm at this stage in the game. It's nothing too crazy when it comes to Eternal Return Masters, but Kurenai's team composition is one that really allows you to punish these scenes the moment you see it. Sometimes these teams, even if they're grouped up, doesn't really have good chasing potential, but on that team there is a Leon, there's a Hyejin. It's so easy to chase people down the moment you see them. That's why they're already sitting on 5 kills for themselves, similar to what we saw actually in game number 1. But on the top side, we're going to see another fight. There we go. AoE combination is absolutely insane over onto the flank side. I think Penguin Friends got a little bit too angsty with it. Koyo on the backside, though, is still doing quite a lot of damage. Pexu is alive. Hubba is alive, but there is just no damage on the side of this team anymore. Can they fight for anything? Yes, they can, as the return kill over onto Koyo is going to cap in. Chica, loved by their lonesome, has to run away as Dragon Ball Z is now on the chase. If they do end up getting down, it's just going to be a break because somebody fell during day number 1, but Chica, the Johan of all things, will be able to find it. KCW spawns right on top of the Johan, though. It is 2 people just for the time being. Nia is a little bit isolated away, which means KCW is going to fall. Pexu in a little bit trouble. Same thing for Bubba. Hold on a second. CNJ Esports is the one that could potentially be in trouble, but the backstab, the range is just not there.
Yeah, I really like this this combination by the side of Team CJ Esports, right? If the root comes out from Johan, Bubbles is going to be there to just follow up on that Nia, and then it's the same kind of composition that they had in the previous season with that Yan, that Nikki is going to be there for that lockdown potential for that Nia to follow up there. No, it is going to be the ultimate coming down from this Chloe. Are they able to get him? Yes! Do end up getting the Chloe before that Rossi does end up going down, so Crimson Funflies do end up picking up 2 kills for themselves. Looks like Team Penguin Friends were caught slacking there up in archery.
Surprisingly, a lot of picks, huh? There's a lot of people just incidentally isolated by themselves, even if it's day number 2. So I guess there's a weird thing where teams are already starting to focus down over on the split farming aspect of the game more so than anything else. And CMB is going to be forced to use the Queen. He is also blinking away, which means it opens up opportunities for Curry to get the chase on. And there's the last auto attack. Down goes the Adela. There's another pick as well. Look at that. It's exactly what I mentioned. So many picks happening in day 2.
Yeah, I mean, at this point in the game, relatively speaking, when you end up going down, you just look for zones that are free to try to get some extra farm because, right, it's pretty low risk. There's nothing to really fight for yet. You do want to end up getting your 4-score buy-ins, but I think most teams are just going to start to get some of these objectives. And a huge find coming out from the Leon. It's going to be 100-0 instantly for the side of Team Kurenai. Very nicely played. Huge find on the Zilla, and they should be able to secure this alpha in Temple here for themselves.
They're just fishing. It's so good. I was going to mention earlier that one of the easiest things for 11 to do is punish bad vision play, and that was right there done by a different team instead. Leon is also really good, exceptional even, at punishing bad plays like that. Vision play is just so good so far from Kurenai. That's one of the reasons why their pick composition has been so successful. The question is, can they actually succeed with it even more? Oh, the snipe away from Team Songnam Rocks, but yeah, Kyungnam Sparkles, they're not going to be able to follow through at all. Curry on the backside, Pink just needs to completely book it. I don't think inside of that, if they die quick, maybe they can teleport inside. No, it started.
No. I don't think they get res. They get res when they
I think you can. Somebody told me you can, and I'm going to bank it on it.
But it's only when you enter the zone. Because they already entered, they don't get res anymore. But it looks like we do have a fight between Team Funflies and Team Penguin Friends here. Looks like a lot of damage was exchanged. Arazi's going to be 1 HP. The taunt is going to come down from 11. But oh my god, look at the damage and the healing coming out from this Arazi here. Oh, it's not going to be enough. Can they get the kill? Oh no. The heal plan is going to be able to keep the Abigail alive here. And I think that is Team Penguin Friends going to be the one to come on top. Timers are going to be taken down. And it is going to be the 11 going down here. It was a great taunt, but it's not going to be enough. The Abigail was able to find an angle onto that Razi at the very end.
Ah, that sucks. Right at the tip of the Abigail ultimate. the Rozzy ended up stubbing their toe inside of that hitbox. That's one of the reasons why they ended up getting the reset. Just barely enough damage, right? If that didn't land, I'm pretty sure the Rozzy had that 1v1. There's another kill going in favor of Team Kelna Sparkles as they end up finding Team Penguin Friends rezzing back right on the spot. Can they get a trade? No, they cannot. 0 for 2 in favor of Team Kelna Sparkles. So Penguin Friends, Night 2 is just completely, utterly useless for this team. An entire phase of the game just disappearing in front of their eyes. Pingu cannot move. Down he goes. Finger point straight into the depths of 6 feet underground. There's yet another finger point coming in from the other side of the zone. Salu gonna fall down as well. 2 members of Dragon Ball Z. Yeah, nah, you don't get to play the game, dude.
Yeah, and that's off the back of that Erda Yamrodski. I do like the Arda with the Alonso because you could just send the Alonso in and get that point to these teams that are not really expecting it here. So very nicely played by the side of Team Sandamrox getting that picked as well. And it looks like it is going to be Sparkles going to be contesting for this tree. Unfortunately, Team Kurenai aren't in position to really contest for it, so it looks like it is going to be a free tree going to the side of Team Gangnam Sparkles.
Just a little bit late on that macro, but they are looking to fight from the looks of it. Very confident in how their early game went, so they are looking for a little bit. It is a triple DPS comp, so the Leon could be very, very crucial in this fight. But the problem is, with the triple DPS comp, there's too many targets. We're going to see a jump on in from Makotia, but way too much return damage from the Adela. Very nicely done. That means it's going to be a disengage coming through from Team Kurenai, or is it? Wait a second, Suru, you're getting a little bit angsty with this. I don't know if that pick was going to be right. Blink away, and CMB trying to do what he can. Yeah, this is all over the place. Great blinks from everybody across the board. Oh my goodness.
Great reaction here coming out from the Hyejin to blink on out of that Queen. But yeah, they don't really have the Hyejin out anymore, so I don't know if they want to take this team fight, but it looks like they still do want to posture up. They do have that item advantage. I think about 1 or 2 extra gold items. Looks like we do have a pick on the side of Team Dragon Ball Z once again. I think a little split away. It's going to be Team Overpride going to be able to pick that one up and get that meteorite for themselves. I think this is Cell maybe just walking down thinking it was a free meteorite, but unfortunately Team Overpride was there at the right time.
No. I think what ended up happening was Dragon Ball Z was calling an item inside of Hospital, but they ended up getting caught up by a different team. Celu, I think as a Cecilia could have gotten out, but they didn't want that item to go to waste.
A huge Surf
No. Next on the next episode of Oh, goodness gracious. Okay, Kurenai is actually starting to transition their early game into the mid game now. Dragon Ball Z just completely caught out in the middle of nowhere. Right after, by the way, a -400 call for that team. Oof.
Yeah, Leon is just finding these picks time and time again. It is so well played. Able to get these 2-3-man surfs up and just completely swing these team fights into their favor. So very nicely played by the side of Team Kurenai here. Dragon Ball Z unfortunately going out in 8th place. Gonna have to go back to the drawing board here going into game number 3 because only 3 points is all they're gonna have for this game here. We do have Team Overpride gonna be contesting for this alpha. Storm Chaser gonna get a lot of damage and oh my god, the Dean poke. I think they're just gonna have to just get themselves on out of here. They're gonna try looking to turn actually onto this Nadine. I think Nadine is gonna go down. There's the Peacemaker gonna get dropped here, but Storm Chaser is gonna be on the backside. Gonna have a lot of poke damage. You do end up trading 1 for 1. Storm Chaser still full HP. They do have a huge HP advantage here, and I think the res is gonna come through from this Alonso, but it should get stopped by this Adela. And the body's just going to explode. The damage coming out from this Adela and Zacella is going to be a little too much, and they're going to be forced to actually back themselves on out of there.
I think
third party's going to be here. There's a Chloe. They should be. Oh my god, Peng just gets immediately exploded by that Chloe. And here's the third party again. This time it's going to be Crimson Butterflies, but their teams aren't here. But yeah, looks like the 11 was able to get the pick onto that Chloe.
What the heck, man? Okay, so bad question mark vision play. It's not exactly the case, but it is nighttime. 11's pretty good at punishing those kind of plays like that. And all throughout this, Omega is still alive. So we're actually going to have new contenders for that objective. It's actually going to be Team Crimson Bumflies. They do end up stealing it, especially with the Energy Blast Field. Is going to be able to get themselves out. So a 4-score going to that team. Thank you very much. Another fight inside of Chapel this time around. The AoE is good enough to knock down Ike. Chica in trouble. There he goes. Koyo in trouble. The scroll is not going to land, but this is an Arda up against a melee character. You can't run away from this. It's into that. You run away permanently straight into another team. Koyo is trying to run away, but Nunu's on the backside trying to jump on it. Koyo is about to get pointed at.
Oh, and
can he get taken down? Yes, he will go down. Our first full team to fall. Never mind the third one to fall. What the heck happened? Kyungno Sparkles is dead too. Hyangyu went a little bit too far. That's going to be a free kill for Team Crimson Butterflies. What on earth is happening?
Curry ended up getting caught. Abigail just turned onto that team, and it looks like it's going to be a -400 for the side of Team Sangnam Rocks here. I think they pushed a little too far forward, but yeah, it looks like they're still okay. Just a -400, and they still have enough credits here, maybe to look for their blood buy-ins very shortly. I think that's probably what they're looking for. You can see the amount of credits that they have. It's gonna slightly set their tempo behind a little bit here, but Team Sangnam Rocks, I mean, you have to be feeling still pretty good about that. Despite the -400, they got that pick. They got the Omega Snipe as well, so that's, you know, some more stats going into the side of Team Sangnam Rocks. And it looks like they do end up finding a Bori as well.
They didn't seem to have gotten alpha though for Crimson Butterfly, so the value of that Omega kill is going to be slightly low, but it's not like it's too much, right? You still get everything that you want. Yeah, you get the defense permanently anyways as well. It's not that bad of a deal for Team Crimson Butterflies. That 11 is going to be just that much harder to kill. Here we go, KCW. Okay, not even close, baby. Overpride. Yep, that's just an Alonzo. He's going to be wadding away as long as possible, but that's not for long, especially with the people that are chasing him down. Down he goes. Execution over onto the Alonzo. -400 for Team Overpride. They just called in items too. I saw O3CU picking up a blood sample. The credits are in the dirt. Alonzo will be there for quite a bit.
Hey, we remember the Adela Nikki combo. Now it's Nia Nikki.
Oh, that is true.
Nia has so much more range than the Adela, but obviously doesn't have the same follow-up. Or not the same follow-up, but like I guess the follow-up is there because of how big the Nia's game world is, right? Because you have that extended range, but can't really get themselves on in if the Nikki is a little too deep, but has that extra range to, you know, just immediately burst down that target that you end up getting that pure uppercut on.
Yeah, this is a little bit rough now for Team Overpride because they're stuck in the middle of middle of nowhere, I would have to say. That place is pretty isolated. Nowhere really to go for that team other than up into Fire Station. Research Center is also closed now as well, so Overpride is in a little bit of trouble. CNJ Esports, yeah, it's gonna hang right around the Omega call. We'll end up using it, so Team Overpride, they see this and think that gas station is gonna be free, which it is, but everything's already been taken by CNJ Esports. I don't know how many more credits they can get off of this zone.
Look at CNJ Esports, they have that blood buy. It's gonna be that, oh wait, they got a blood box as well, looks like, so the Rosep is gonna be made already for that Nia, and I think they're gonna call in another blood here, so that Nia is going to be doing a lot of damage into these teams. If you get caught out by the Pure Uppercuts, that Rose Step, that extra amp, when they just press that Nia's game world, is just gonna immediately just one-shot anyone, even tanks.
Yeah, this is disgusting. Plus the high noon, you got so much armor penetration. Let's see what ends up happening. This is one of those Nias you see in the lobby and you say, the moment I make one mistake, there goes my entire health bar, even as a tank. At this point as well, right?
I don't even think you need to make a mistake. You know, the Pure Jumper comes out and just like the old Nikki Adela combo, but instead of Adela, it's that Nia now.
The only thing about Nia is that she doesn't really have too much mobility other than the blink. So as long as you kind of send that Nikki into Narnia, you do have the possibility of getting away. So
that's the difference, right? Is the Adela has the mobility, but the Nia has that extra range, right? So the follow-up is still there. But if you end up getting caught on that Nia, you're just going to go down instantly.
Yeah. Alright, how is the entire lobby going to deal with this? Hotel will open up. Kurenai is the only team to sit inside the zone, at least for the time being. A little bit of a slower late game from Team Crimson Butterflies, as you're going to play a little bit safe.
You can see their items. They're actually a little behind here, right? Their carries are not fully kitted out, and you can see these other teams already having the gold items here and the blood sample. So it's the reason why I think Team Crimson Butterflies is taking a back foot and just sitting in the corner here. Maybe try to play for a couple more placement points and look for that third-party potential instead of, you know, being the initiators for these zones and these team fights.
Well, Alonzo starting to push up a little bit as soon as he has the shield. There we go. Let's see if they can actually get anything. No, the shield was popped again from a charm sent out by Makutia. They're going to try to send it straight over onto the heart for some reason, even blinking on in. I don't know about this option from Team Overpride now. They're the ones stuck in the middle of nowhere. Has to fight up against Team Songnam Rocks. They're the weak team, and the Alonzo is caught out. He can't run away from this. No shield whatsoever. Down goes Bear. Yeah, I don't know about that blink in with the finger point because nobody was in position to even threaten that, and I think the Hyejin was pretty much forcing away 0-3CU and Storm Chaser. Not sure what the decision making there was from Team Overpride. It does end up costing them the Alonzo once again.
Yeah, I think a little too overzealous on that engage. They tried to look for an angle, but just nothing was there. I think maybe thinking that Nadine had the bullseye back up, but I think it was still on cooldown, so no follow-up there for that last, or for that engage. And yeah, the Alonzo didn't end up going with the stun as well, so I think if you send it on in, you just have to full commit and try to kill one of the backliners yourself, but they ended up pulling away, and then they're just in a really awkward position at that point.
Yeah, okay, well, Storm Chaser is gonna get caught out. Jumbongi with the surfs up. Oh, unfortunately, is gonna get traded out.
It's deleted.
Yeah, fantastic kill over onto Suru, but the problem is Storm Chaser is just but in Eva and a third party on the backside. There we go. It will be a knockdown from Songnam Rocks to find it, and luckily for Kurenai, they do end up getting the res and will try their best to run away. The charm is right there. Hyungi is gonna back away, and that's exactly what you do as the Alonzo, right? If your team isn't there to support, you don't take the finger point.
You see how fast the heart died there? I thought it was turnable there, right? Because the heart just instantly exploded without even using that Peacemaker. Wasn't able to get it off there. But
that's 0-3CU Freya, dude.
Yeah, just wasn't enough at the very end there. Overpride do end up going down. I mean, 11.5 points isn't too bad for themselves here. Looks like Team Crimson Bunflies is going to get caught out here. 11 is actually using the BLS system. You have to maybe look for what's in the zone and who is in the zone to really contest here. We do have the full items for the two carries now on the side of Team Crimson Bunflies, so they're not too weak. They can definitely look for a team fight here, but definitely on the back end than the rest of the lobby here, because that tank isn't really kitted out. They don't have any blood samples on their carries like the rest of the teams do here.
I'm very surprised. This is ERM as well. We're starting to go into day number 6. Nobody is level 20. Now we have one. The Arctic just ended up hitting it.
There we go. Spawning out. Rox has to be a little careful here. There's a team behind them, and I think they should recognize. Oh, wait. I think they're just out of vision from this team. I don't know if that camera actually spots them here. Here comes Engage, though. Onto this Alonzo, but the Alonzo is going to be able to use that damage reduction to actually just mitigate that full combo. And now Team G-Sports aren't going to have anything here. They are going to...
Be careful for the Leon.
Crimson Butterflies are going to fight the side of Team Kurenai here. Get a lot out from both of these teams. Engage coming out from the side of Team Crimson Butterflies. No Theater ultimate, no 11 ultimate as well. So Team Kurenai are going to try looking for something here. I think a lot of the cooldowns...
Wait, they're all in here.
Are used for the side of Team Crimson Butterflies, and you're right, I think.
I think you can't make it.
Every single team is going to be in here. And the Bloodfires are just going to have to full send it here.
Rozzy has to go in. No, she's outside the wall.
Oh, no. Yeah, you're right. She's not in.
Okay. So we're having a little bit of fun already. That's going to be Crimson Bloodfires falling down.
All 4 teams here. It looks like the game is going to end before it goes down to our final zone. Crimson Bloodfires is going to go down. It's going to be a clean 3 kills for the side Team Kurenai. I don't think Team CJ are expecting another team to be in the zone here. There's just 3 teams left. I think Team Songnam Rocks might have this, but Songnam Rocks I don't think are expecting it either.
Oh my god, Alonzo is just in the middle of nowhere.
Okay, now they know. I think they did end up sniffing it out here. There's going to be 2 fights here. This comes the full combo there, but a great hard ult to actually cancel out on the full combo there. Very nicely played. KCW is going to be able to get 1, and a huge parry coming out from KCW. Is he going to be able to get it? No, just barely not enough. It is going to be Team Kurenai coming out on top. Very nicely played. I love their team fighting here. Huge pickup from the side of Team Kurenai, and a huge hard ult to cancel out on that one-shot combo.
Yeah, but they invested so much into fighting that team underneath. Look at their cooldowns. There is nothing available for Team Kurenai. 14 seconds to go. Do they have any gadget points to buy out at least a little bit of time? And even then, their timers are starting to run low. I don't think their TTK is low enough for any of this. Here we go. The fight's going to be forced out. Curry, if he gets taken down, maybe. No, there's the pop-over onto the Gejin. The surf-up is good, but no, it's not enough. A brute force fight. Great attempt from Team Kurenai, but they do make it to the end of the game and will still outpoint Team Songnam Rocks. But the second game in a row, the exact same amount of points for Team Songnam Rocks, will double their points in this series. GG's to Team Songnam Rocks.
2 games in a row, very nicely played from them, but yeah, that is the downside, right? And that is the kind of thing you have to worry about when you are playing in these temporary final zones is if you're taking a team fight outside of the temporary zone and you know there's another team that has control, you're just gonna be on the back foot, right? You don't have any timer after you, even if you after you win a clean 3-0. I mean, they didn't end up losing that heart, but they were able to get that heart back up instantly. They're just not gonna have the cooldowns or the timer to really take that last team fight into a team that has just sat in the zone and just secured it for the whole duration of that temporary zone.
Yeah, one of the reasons why you can't do that anymore either is because of all the changes they did to gadget points towards the middle of the season, right? In Season 8, they bumped up the prices for a lot of them. Safety gadgets, you can't really do that common anymore. There's also that minute cooldown in between each of the uses, so you can't just spam them out all the time. I saw a team double use it in one of the fights as well, so that was not coordinated. There's a lot of kind of shot calling stuff that seems a little bit shoddy, but again, I'm going to give it to these teams because it is just phase number 1 and we are seeing a lot of newer ERM teams for this lobby. But those are things you have to iron out. I think if the coordination was there, if it was indeed Team Kurenai that ended up using the double safety gadgets, I think there was a chance they could have stalled out just a little bit longer, but they didn't.
100%. I think if they had that extra maybe 5 to 6 seconds there, maybe they could look for a better angle. But because of how small their timer was, they were just forced to send it in there. They're trying to look for a pick onto the back line because you can't really kill that Alonso, I think, in that short time that they did end up having, especially because the Alonso has that ultimate and that damage reduction on his W. It's just not going to be enough. So they had to look for an angle, just weren't able to find it. And the Alonso was able to get so much value, able to pull back any of the members that were trying to dive in.
Chumbungi has also been getting some really nice knockups with the duck dive as well as the surfs up as well. But again, it comes back to timer anyway, so it just unfortunately did not matter. But again, this is one of those extreme cases where there is just a lot of things happening all of a sudden. You don't usually expect to see all of the remaining teams, especially when there's 4 of them sitting inside one temporary zone at all. So again, not something that you really tend to practice for, especially in scrims or anything like that. A lot of the teams there just did what they could, and the result is exactly what we ended up getting. Kurenai, though, again, outscored Songnam Rock. So that's something. By half a point, it's not much, obviously, but it is still something. This will double the points that Songnam Rock has, but for Kurenai, because of the amount of impact they had in the early game for game number 1, I don't think they're going to be trailing by that much either.
Yeah, I think they're playing really, really well, especially with the new Hyejin as well, right? I think they're showing, how good the rework for Hyejin was or is, and they're just kind of dominating these team fights, right? I think it's mainly off of the back of the Leon. I think the Leon is just able to just find so much value, right? Able to get a 2 to 3 man serve sub, able to get these duck dives as well on these key targets. But I mean, it all starts off on the Hyejin engage. Usually, they just full send it with the ultimate to try to get any kind of pick with that fear.
They're really confident too, the Hyejins that we have. I've seen a lot of charm of the Nomads in with the 5 Omens. A lot of times teams will play a little bit safer on the Hyejin, maybe look for a stack on the 3 first and then look for an initiation. Nah, some of our Hyejins are just full sending it immediately from the get-go, and that's what I like to see, especially in phase number 1, where a lot of teams are starting to play around with how each individual teams fight. Here's the results, though. After game number 2, with Songnam Rocks in the lead, as I said, 44 points, will double the amount of points they had from game number 1. But Kurenai jumping up all the way to 2nd place from 8th Super.
Yeah, 29.5 points for themselves, and it's relatively close, I would say, going down the leaderboard here. CNG Esports with 27.5 as well, Crimson Butterflies with 26.5, Sparkles with 24, Overpride with 20.5, Penguin Friends and Dragon Ball Z with 14 and 12. And with that, that is the end of game number 2. So game number 3, we're going to have some substitutions here, and we will have that Mai going to be back on the table for these teams to use.
No other bans either, right? So I think this is going to be just going back to what we saw in game number 1. Everybody seemed pretty confident on it, and we did also see that a lot of the teams also had kills regardless of where their placement was. Yeah, I think we're just going to go back to our bread and butter. But Super, that was game number 2. We will have a break with this, so hopefully a lot of our teams are able to just kind of talk about what they are missing, maybe I think kind of freshen up on the amount of communication that each of these players are having as well, right? I don't think the macro or micro play has been really bad from anybody, but the decision making in these fights, that's the one thing I do need to see improve from these guys.
Oh, 100%. I think we could see, sort of like a split on like how some of these teams are performing, like Sandom Rocks, and I think Team Uranai are kind of just, kind of outplaying some of these teams in these team fights. But we'll have to see, right, going into the next couple of games here, how these teams are going to adapt.
Yep. For some reason, there's no replays, so we're just going to send it over to a break. So we'll see you guys back here in 10 minutes for games 3 and 4. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. Grab some water, go grab a snack, and go take a stretch. We'll see you guys back here for games 3 and 4.
Take care.
You're ready to get in the game now. The last thing you want is to wait. WD Black, performance storage, purpose-built for gaming. SSD speed that obliterates load times. Performance to transform your game. Expanded capacity to store more. Customizable RGB. WD Black. Because the game never waits. WD Black. Drive your game.
안녕하세요. 루미아 섬의 생존자 여러분. 9.2 패치노트 다이제스트 진행을 맡은 전시아입니다. 이터널 리턴이 시즌9 마츠리와 함께 새로운 모습으로 찾아왔습니다. 축제의 느낌이 물씬 나는 이번 마츠리 시즌에는 어떤 변화점들이 있었는지 지금부터 함께 알아보시죠. 복수를 위해 VF 능력자들을 탐지하고 추적하는 실험체 블레어가 루미아 섬에 합류합니다. 쌍검을 사용하는 실험체 블레어는 D스킬인 시프트 러쉬를 활용해 쌍검과 쌍날검을 오가며 싸우는 스타일리시한 근접 전사 캐릭터입니다. 강력한 돌진 능력과 추적 능력을 가진 블레어와 함께 최종 생존에 도전해보시는 건 어떨까요? 블레어는 출시 후 2주일간 9,900A 코인에 판매되며 11월 4일 화요일까지 랭크 대전에서 선택할 수 없습니다. 다음은 새롭게 추가되는 상품입니다. 주문은 얘한테, 팁은 나한테. 카티아의 새로운 스킨, 카페 알바 카티아가 추가됩니다. 귀여운 유니폼을 입은 카티아. 여러분도 카티아의 새로운 매력에 빠져보세요. 새로운 실험체 블레어의 출시를 기념하며 이모티콘 4종도 상점에 추가됩니다. 시즌9 프리미엄 베이직 토큰북이 추가됩니다. 시즌9 토큰북은 미션을 통해서 마츠리 토큰을 획득할 수 있는 프리미엄 베이직 퀘스트북으로 구성되어 있습니다. 제작수에 출시될 고스트 헌터 2세를 위해 토큰을 미리 모아보세요. 다음으로 시스템 변화점들을 소개해드리겠습니다. 할로윈 시즌을 맞이하여 루미아 섬에서 으스스한 할로윈 축제가 열립니다. 브리핑 룸과 묘지 지역이 할로윈 분위기로 새롭게 단장되는데요. 새로운 모습의 지역들에서 색다른 느낌을 받으실 수 있을 것 같네요. 전투연구실의 전멸 판정이 개선됩니다. 이제 균열 내부에 있는 모든 팀원이 빈사 상태가 되면 즉시 사망 처리됩니다. 더 이상 상대를 모두 쓰러뜨리고 빈사 상태인 적을 처리하는 데 시간을 쓸 필요가 없어질 것 같네요. 입장 팀수에 따른 보상도 차등 지급됩니다. 이제 2일차 밤에 적이 없는 전투연구실에 입장하실 경우 기존보다 조금 적은 보상을 얻게 됩니다. 안전구역이 좁은 게임 후반부에 B0R1이 겹쳐 발견되는 빈도가 줄어들고 보리의 도주 시간이 줄어들어 보다 추격이 쉬워집니다. 다음으로 게임 플레이 변화점들을 소개해드리겠습니다. 혼돈 특성의 도깨비불의 쿨다운이 35초에서 30초로 줄어듭니다. 이제 조금 더 자주 도깨비불을 날릴 수 있겠네요. 지원 특성의 치유드론 체력 회복량이 소폭 상승하고 쿨다운이 줄어듭니다. 같은 지원 특성에 속하는 위압감의 경우 받는 피해 증가가 4%에서 3.5%로 소폭 감소합니다. 전술 스킬 프로토콜 위반의 경우 받는 피해 증가가 10, 13%에서 12, 15%로 상승합니다. 다음으로 실험체 변경점들을 소개해드리겠습니다. 안정적인 대치 능력과 높은 피해량을 바탕으로 우수한 성능을 보이는 시셀라의 주력 스킬 윌슨 도와줘 스킬을 하향하여 위력을 견제합니다. 상위권 실력대에서 매우 높은 성과를 보이는 유스티나의 부스트 대시의 쿨다운을 늘리고 아스트라이너즈의 재충전 시간이 늘어나 약점이 보다 명확해집니다. 높은 피해량을 바탕으로 지속적으로 평균 이상의 지표를 보이는 이슈투반의 경우 파동 함수 붕괴 스킬의 피해량을 낮춥니다. 계속해서 높은 성과를 보이고 있는 제키의 기본 방어력을 낮춰 내구도를 견제하고 전기톱 살인마의 이동 속도 증가 효과를 감소시켜 기동 능력을 약화시킵니다. 스킬 개선 이후 전반적으로 우수한 성과를 보이고 있는 혜진의 경우 흠령부의 이동 속도 감소량을 낮춰 견제 능력을 하향합니다. 평균 이하의 성과를 보이는 데비 마를렌의 경우 이 스킬의 교대 시 이동 속도 증가량을 높이고 트윈즈 러쉬의 피해량을 증가시켜 적중 시 위력을 강화시킵니다. 루크의 경우 강박증 공격력 개수가 상향되는 만큼 공격적인 아이템 세팅을 선택했을 때 기존보다 강한 위력을 발휘할 수 있습니다. 낮은 지표를 보이고 있는 아디나의 경우 무기 숙련도 효과를 높이고 홀 디그니티의 별 컨정션 효과 체력 회복량이 증가하여 아군 지원 능력이 강해집니다. 이외에도 다양한 캐릭터 조정 사항들이 준비되어 있으니 패치노트에서 확인해주세요. 다음으로 아이템 변경점들을 소개해드리겠습니다. 전설 등급 머리 장비인 검은 베일의 고유 장착 효과인 광휘의 발동 조건이 낮아집니다. 이제 조금 더 쉽게 효과를 활용할 수 있을 것 같네요. 전설 등급 머리 장비인 검은 죽음의 고유 장착 효과인 명중의 피해량과 쿨다운이 하향 조정됩니다. 전설 등급 머리 장비인 미스릴 투구와 성기사의 투구의 레벨당 체력이 소폭 상승하며 캡틴넷의 경우 레벨당 체력이 살짝 낮아집니다. 전설 등급 8 장식 장비인 프시케의 칼날의 방어 관통과 헬릭스의 방어력이 모두 하향 조정됩니다. 초월 등급 8 장식 장비인 프로미넌스는 레벨당 체력이 상향 조정됩니다. 이외에도 다양한 아이템 변경 사항들이 준비되어 있으니 패치노트에서 확인해주세요. 마지막으로 버그 수정 및 개선입니다. 팀 전멸 후에도 자연 크레딧이 증가하는 문제가 수정됩니다. 새로 추가된 제3자 난입 어나운스가 1일차 낮에도 출력되는 문제가 수정됩니다. 이번에 변경된 부분이죠. 11 힘내자고 툴팁에서 11 세트 조합식이 실제와 다르게 출력되는 문제가 수정됩니다. 이외에도 다양한 변경점들이 적용되었으니 패치노트에서 확인해보세요. 신규 실험체 블레어와 함께 찾아온 9.2 패치. 다양한 개선점들과 새로운 콘텐츠가 여러분을 기다리고 있습니다. 여러분 모두 새로운 패치와 함께 루미아 섬의 실험을 즐겨주실 거죠? 저도 여러분을 루미아 섬에서 기다리고 있겠습니다. 곧 다시 만나요.
예기치 못한 사고는 언제나 발생할 수 있지. 통제할 수 없는 힘은 저주야. 적어도 사람인 채 죽는 게 낫지 않겠어? 내가 죽거나 네가 죽거나 존재도 흔적도 남김없이 지우겠어. 시간 끌 필요 없겠지. 이걸로 과거를 바꿀 순 없겠지만 미래라면 지겹게도 몰려드는 쓸모없긴 사활을 걸고 넌 반드시 데려가겠어. 찾았다. 얌전히 죽어. 결국 괴물 하나가 죽는 건 변하지 않겠지. 내가 괴물이 되기 전에 날 죽여줘.
쪽은 대구성 가디언즈 학교의 보급 상자가 떨어지기 때문에 현재 하이웨이랑 만난 건데요. 아델라 와야 됩니다. 와,
좀 멀기도
와
하고.
원거리 견제 구입 방식이 너무 많이 깎았지만
퀸.
자, 하지만 그 타이밍에 익스클루시브와 더불어서 피스메이커 곧
자,
끝나니까
체크메이트.
과감하게 진입하는
자, 근데 잠시만요.
하이웨이.
대구성 가디언즈 지금 패슬링도 빠졌지 않나요?
자,
이거 터미네이트 위기인데요.
자,
넘어갔어요.
패슬링.
다행히 돌아왔네요.
진짜 다행이죠.
정말
이거 얀 가야 돼요. 얀 스택이고.
하지만 PC부 시간이 그렇게까지 길진 않거든요.
저기 블랙크로 KW.
딱 맞았거든요.
자, 여기서 미아의 게임월드 깔리고 3격으로 들어가는 지올프의 아델라 체크메이트 떨어집니다.
자, 이건 아델라도 마무리가 될 수밖에 없었고요.
CJ 스포츠.
저걸 벗어나려고 했었더라면 얀을 보자마자 아스트라 버스를 눌렀어야 됐는데 그마저도 반응하지 못하게 정말 빠르고 날카롭게
아, 이거
미네시트에
마무리하기 위해서
찾는데요. 찾고 있는데요.
BNS까지.
찾고 있는데요.
일단
자,
확실히 위쪽에 있는 키오스크 쪽으로 갈 게 뻔하기 때문에 한번 날아서 내려왔는데
드론으로
자, 네,
밝혀서
얀도 타요. 얀도 타요.
없어요.
결정되면은 얀도 탑니다.
자, 이제 아래쪽에
후방사
자,
키오스크 수업 되고 있죠.
오토함지도 있어요.
이거 오토함지 시야거든요. 이거 CCTV 시야가
자,
오토함지인데요.
이거 맞았는데요.
자,
근데 오함이 봤어요.
미아가 마무리. CNG.
그래서 플레이어건 FN세진 쪽에서 챙겨갔고요.
자, CNG 스포츠 그리고 올 루이즈 인천이 균열 전투 연구실에서 만납니다. 자,
잠시만요.
둘 중 하나는 가요.
3세 밤이에요.
둘 중 하나는
이거
10등이에요.
원래 생긴 조합은
아, 근데 10세간
모여 있어야 되는 조합이
밀어내서
그래도 기적지원 너무 좋았습니다.
그런데 미아의 게임월드가 이제 펼쳐졌고
자, 아트팩트를 버팁니다.
자,
이거
안쪽에
가자,
있는
가자, 가자.
타지아는요. 못 나가는
마무리!
상황에서
자, CNJ 스포츠 3대2 구도로 만들어냈고요.
다시 한번 슈팩입니다.
결국 천천히 하면
슈팩
되고
먹고
백
카메라도
들어가서,
있기
공격으로 들어가서.
때문에 그냥 진짜 여유롭게
CNJ!
만들어냈습니다. 지금 진동을 했던
Note before we start going into our third game here, Super.
Well, we do have Mai being back on the table for some of these teams to utilize, and I think relatively speaking, it's just Team Second Rocks that is just a little ahead than the rest of the lobby here, sitting with back-to-back wins. I think sitting on about 44 points for themselves here.
Yeah, middle of the pack is pretty packed, as its name would state, so it's just going to be a fight for that second place unless Team Songnam Rocks can be dethroned from the past couple of games that they've already won. 2 games in a row for that team, which means 20 of their 44 points is already from just placements alone. Let's see if any other teams are going to be able to deal with that. We're going to start with the character selections in game number 3. Peksu back on that Johan duty once again. Songnam Rocks seems to also actually kind of like the team play style of the Arda Alonso that they were running in the previous game, seeming to interest that once again, as the Mai is going to get selected for some of the other teams. Bear, going back over onto it, I do see the prio on that heart. Will we see another one of that if Gyeongnam Sparkle decides to go for it? Nah, Ping is going to go back onto the Mai as well. There's news on the Mai instead too. There's a triple Mai, should be a ban coming in once again.
Yeah, looks like we still are going to have 3 teams on Mai. Songnam Rocks not going to be utilizing it this time. They are going to stick on to that Alonso here, and I think the Alonso Arda is a pretty solid, front to back type of team. Just able to send an Emerald's Gate on forward, and the Alonso can just point at someone here. You do have the follow-up from Curry on that Nadine, so we are going to have just that Mai being banned here. I don't think we have another ban. We do have a lot of duplicates though. I do see 2 Nadines, 2 Hearts, but I think it is going to be that Mai being banned here once again. And no, it's no surprise, right? I mean, Mai has always come back into the meta as that premier tank. I think we did see her being picked a lot near the end of Season 8. So coming into Season 9 here, it looks like she's going to be that premier tank for these teams to utilize.
Don't be too surprised by this by any means. Unless they completely change the entire way that Mai works, I don't think she's ever really going to fall out of the meta. The viability of exclusive, as well as just Quake being good, it really makes her a threat no matter what you do to her. Unless you completely kill her numbers, which they've tried already. And it did kind of shake up the tank meta for a little bit, right? We did see situations where the entire lobbies were actually made up and comprised of different tanks. That was a fun game without the Mai, so yeah, it could be a possibility, but not from the looks of it at the beginning of Season 9. Here we go, folks. Game number 3 is now underway. This is post the break. That means we got 2 more games left for these teams to determine where they're going to be placed inside of the knockout stages, at least amongst the teams in Group A for themselves.
Yeah, I mean, she's always just as it all, right? As a tank, you have that hard engage, you have that escape, you have the damage reduction to your tanky as well, and then you have the exclusive to pull your team to safety if they're ever in trouble, right? It actually does a good amount of damage too. As one of those tanks, that does run that Quake, so when you do get on in there, you do actually do a lot of damage for yourself to contribute into these team fights.
We saw the 1v1 up against the 3-item Mai versus the fully transitioned Eva late game with the Chaser, by the way, as well. You would think that the the armor penetration from Eva would be enough to stop a Mai just running her down, but absolutely not.
Yeah, I mean, the problem with Eva is she needs her CC to land, right? So all of her damage is kind of just really burst heavy when you are able to land it all onto a character. But Mai is really agile, so just able to kind of just walk away from a lot of the Eva's burst damage, and yeah, just able to just stick onto the Eva as well, right? Like, Mai is also just really sticky because she has that catwalk.
Yeah, she was isolated, right? The Eva got completely left alone by the entire team, so... Alright, double charm coming in from the backside means... sorry, not the charm, but the taunt coming in from the backside. That means it will be a little bit of an unfair fight for Team Kurenai. Jubungi joining in on the fight late. Did end up getting a really nice Surf's Up. Again, it's another double Surf's Up from... or duck dive, I should say, from the Leon. But it's just not going to be enough a little bit too late. That means Kurenai going to lose out on 2 members. Everybody else is still fighting from the looks of it. Peksu gonna get picked out once again. Dragon Ball Z is gonna be the one to pick that one up. I'm very excited to see now with Erebus inside of this team instead of our Aiden player of Goku. He actually did end up getting subbed out for that roster.
Oh, yeah, we
is
have
that
an
gonna
Alex
be
coming in.
enough? Wait a second, hold on. Does Alex's damage actually compensate for losing out on the Aiden enough?
It's definitely a lot less damage, but they have more CC, and I think that is fine because I think Priya and Priscilla should have enough damage, and Alex has some of that single target damage, you know, on that shuriken for those auto attacks. So I don't think it's it's the worst, right? They have some good engage now, I would say, with that mount.
How do you kill Alonzo with that? Do you ever have enough damage to kill Alonzo with this?
It might take some time, but I think if they have enough items, maybe. But I mean, we'll have to see here. Ooh, wow, great reaction there from 9ㅅP to dodge out on that catwalk,
Nice
but
try.
it's not going to be enough. All three members of the side of Team MOBA Pride are going to be here. So well played from 9ㅅP, though. I don't know if you saw, but yeah, just instantly jumping back to their the little wood substitution, and just was able to dodge out on that catwalk, but just wasn't enough damage in the early game here, especially when all three members of Team MOBA Pride are grouped up together.
We're already starting to see some of the micro prowess from our residential ERM players, and CMB showing us some really nice stuff. We saw KCW also doing some really funny things earlier as well. Hiragi, yeah, this is kind of what happens when you're one of the newcomers to the ERM scene. The entire squad is coming in, the support is there, healing drone is already popped, exclusive has been popped as well, but the uppercut from KCW will cut down Hiragi. 1v3 in the technical sense for KCW will end up trading it out 1-for-1.
They'll take that kill, especially on this timer as well. They could actually have more knowledge on where these other teams are, because KCW will have that satellite scan coming in very shortly here. I think they are just gonna spawn back in and contest for this meteorite up in gas station here. We do have Team Crimson Bunflies. We're gonna look for an angle on the side of Team Dragon Ball Z here. There's going to be a lot of damage being poked away. There is the taunt is going to connect onto the backside here. Priya ultimate is going to go down. Not that much was really returned though, but they do have that Alex ult to just split the enemies away to try to maybe collect this meteorite. Oh no, but there's going to be another team on the backside here. There's going to be two members on the side of Team Penguin Friends, and oh, it is going to be the Priya getting caught out by the side of Team Crimson Butterflies, and meteorite is going to be collected by Penguin Friends, and it's only two members there, so it's a huge pickup for the side of Team Penguin Friends there.
Yeah, color me surprised too, because Energy Blast Field was just up from the Theo. Here we go, another fight as the Alonzo is just going to get instantly bursted down. Kurenai has the damage to do it, definitely. Will end up knocking down the Alonzo, which means Songnam Rocks has to back away. So for now, Songnam Rocks' domination that we saw throughout the entire phases of the game has been stunted just a little bit from the side of that team. From the south side of the map, Cecilia is going to get taken down. Beautiful charm, beautiful fear, I should say. Why am I saying charm constantly? Okay, there we go. Another pick going over onto Team Penguin Friends on the side of Team Dragon Ball Z. Erebus is going to fall down too.
This is a huge for Team Penguin Friends. They got two meteorites because they were able to collect an extra one from that pond fiasco there, and they just get an extra 2 kills, and they could get their Force Revive too. So they're going to be really, really strong compared to the rest of the lobby, having an extra 2 objectives for themselves.
This is actually the one thing that I was going to mention about Team Penguin Friends as well. This team has been struggling on buying their transitions.
Oh, that Priya
I don't know about what you're...
that was close.
Okay, this is something really weird that I wanted to mention about Penguin Friends, and I think Koyo kind of threw it on that one, because Penguin Friends for the past 2 games so far has had really bad buy timers. They've always ended up buying their force cores like 30 seconds before night number 2 pops, which means they're usually not in position. Maybe about 20 seconds behind on all of these objective contests. If that team ended up buying, instead of sending Koyo down to try looking for that 1v3 and trying to farm out Factory, I think this team would be in perfect position to be contesting for an objective.
Yeah, I'm really surprised that the Abigail didn't just look to buy in the force. They all had enough credits to get their force revived relatively quickly there, but yeah, just ended up getting picked, so they will be playing down that Rossi. But a huge find from the Rossi there. They were able to get O3CU on the backside, and it is going to be Team Crimson Bunflies coming out on top. There's the engagement. Oh, wait a second. Youngie is actually going to get kidnapped from that Yejin there, because looks like the Trump Nomad was used with that finger point. Looks like there is going to be some damage being exchanged here. They do try looking for that heart. The heart is going to be able to use their fling to get themselves out to safety there. A lot of poke and a great cancel there coming out from that Hyejin can cancel out on that Altake from that Beer. But there's going to be a third party here. Looks
Dragon
like
Ball Z
it's
again?
going to be Team Kurenai going to be on the back foot. There is the ultimate coming out from Team Dragon Ball Z, but Team Dragon Ball Z isn't really going to have anything here because they are only a 2-man. And Team Kurenai are going to just say, no, thank you. We don't want to get third partied, so we'll just back on out of there and grab the farm down here in dock.
I think that's perfectly fine for that team, right? As long as they're looking for some pressure on the map. Team Dragon Ball Z, when it comes to their macro, has been exceptional this entire series, is always threatening the third party. We saw this from another team in Season 8, and we're really, really successful with it. But now we really need to start testing the prowess of Dragon Ball Z when it comes to that one team versus one team straight up dogfight, right? Couldn't see too much of that in game number 1 just because of how they got ran over a little bit in the fight that they had at the end of the game. But for a team like Dragon Ball Z, the fact that they're keeping up with the map enough to get these third-party opportunities over and over again, once is maybe luck. Second, okay, that's pretty good. They're starting from the third time onwards. It is not coincidence. The consistency of this team to get the third party, something is going on. I just want to see them actually translate that into something really good. Here we go. The initiation is going to come on in.
There's
Razi on the backside. Not really jumped on at all. Nia's game roll is going to go down, but it's kind of hard to kill a Razi as a Nia. She's going to actually cancel out her Nia's game roll, but the damage is just not going to stick because the Johan is there. But the Razi is just way a little bit too healthy. Will end up backing away as the Theo's body is going to pop. Can this Razi look for a little bit more? The root is there. Blinks back on in. Tries to get the damage out over on towards the Johan. Does not get enough. And the multi-target is there. Bubba just gets taken down. Look at the plays from the Razi. That's what you can do on this character. And they're looking for a little bit more. KCW on the run. Same thing for Peksu. A lot of movement speed from the Johan, but is that going to be enough for them to get away from the Razi? I think so with the sensor going down. KCW, oh my god, dodges out on everything. There's the gunball over. Nia's going to come up first, remember? Oh wait, no, it's not the Nia that comes up first. No! The Razi goes down, the Theo's on the backside, but that's a -200 for Team Crimson Butterflies trying to get the insta-res back on 2. But look at this, Nia's back up. Does she have the Nia's game world available? Yes, she does. This could be really bad. Lockdown over onto the Theo and the pull on in. The combo is there. Razi once again trying to go back in, but it's just way too late. -400 for Team Crimson Butterflies. -600, I apologize. Just a little bit too far reaching into the sun.
I think the Razi just missed that Q at the very end when they ended up jumping on 4. I think that ended up costing them. They're playing so well as well. Just one small mistake on a character like Razi will just end up costing you that fight. A little unfortunate for Team Crimson Butterflies, and that's going to be a -600 for the side of Team Crimson Butterflies. This early on into the game as well. That is not what you want to see, especially when you're playing a team comp like that Theodore and Razi there. It's so unfortunate, but I mean, the Razi is just they're showing. They are showing up here, and they are playing absolutely insane.
Imagine what would happen if their pacing was on point. Okay, Penguin Friends looking for a little bit. Chica on the backside, looking for a little bit more damage as well, trying to use that bush to their advantage, but with the camera placed down, it's going to have to back away. Everybody from Kurenai will run away as well, but completely split apart from one another. Suru trying his best to run down. Ike is on the chase, but that's a heart chasing a heart. Usually not going to work.
And Amrock's gonna just jump on in with that BLS. It looks like Team Kurenai want to take the re-engage here. Or no, they're just gonna wait for their heart to BLS over here. And they're actually gonna get their buy-ins in Research Center. And I think the heart should be fine, yes, to make it their way over to the team over here on Research Center. And it looks like they're gonna walk up, I think, into Fire Station. Here we have to engage here. It is going to be KCW getting a lot of damage. It's going to get calmed down. It's going to catch 2, but the damage is going to be there for the side of Team CJ Esports just yet. KCW jumping on forward, going to try looking for a stun, not going to be able to find anything. And Team Sparkles are going to be totally okay with that. A lot was invested for the side Team CJ Esports, so I think they're going to maybe look for the team fight here because Ania's game world is going to be on cooldown.
kind of surprised that the Omega has been started, and CMB on the backside is shredding this to pieces. It is a think quarter, but Nia's game mode is not there. Who ended up picking up the 4 score, I'm not entirely sure, but the fight is going to begin. KCW will be able to trade it out up against CMB, so that means 1 tank gone, 1 DPS gone. The only problem is on the other side, it is also sitting on the Justina. That is very hard to knock down. Pixu is just hanging around. They can try to go for the res now. The Alto can't stop this. There's the res back online. Great play from Team CNJ Esports, and it's going to be killing them. Sparkle's actually on the back foot. Look at that movement speed onto Bubba. White Lily should at least get them out, unless, wait a second, Dia's game mode is going to root them down, but a little bit too far away is going to be the Maya. Beautiful play from Team, what is it, CNJ Esports.
Yeah, great res there. Just recognizing that they could just stick the res and turn it into a 3v2. So Sparkles was going to be on the back way here. I think Peng might get caught. Here's the
he has a 4 score too.
There is the exclusive. Are they going to be able to get themselves on out of here?
Oh my god, she's so
tanky. Used to jump, but is able to live for so long. They do end up going down, do end up losing that 4 score, and Team CNJ Esports are going to be the one to come out on top.
Very, very high value. Ike is going a little bit too far. Peacemaker is going to be forced out, but look at this. Right behind is going to be Team Crimson Bumflies. They do get the snipe down over onto Ike. Can they find another one as Koyo's on the backside trying to get a kill over onto the Theo? Not going to happen. Down they go. Healing drone is going to be enough. Team Kurenai trying to fight for a third party, but is not going to have the time for it. Triple sped onto that Spark nade.
Down.
Will be enough. Kongno Sparkles loses yet another. The Mai did end up getting res, but there's the counter kill from Team Crimson Bumflies. It's finally starting to work out a little bit, despite the shaky start to the game. Minus 600, who cares? They're getting all the kills, they're getting all the credits.
Yeah, they are playing down so many items, but I think they're just outplaying their opponents here. Just, I think, Razi just playing so well in these games. Like, you could see the spark, I think, on that player. He's just going on in. He has no fear. I think is the best way to describe it. Versing some of these teams.
He wants to make sure
on a character like Razi, yeah, on a character like Razi, basically kind of how you want to play it, right? Looks like we do have maybe a team fight here between Team Crimson Bumflies and Team Kurenai. Here comes the full engage. There's the Theodore ultimate. They do try locking down the Hiejin, but there is the Peacemaker and a huge Surf Up. Gonna be hitting 2 on both of their back line. It's just gonna be a clean wipe coming out from the side of Team Kurenai.
Oh no, we've done our job for the season. We have completed our contractual obligation, UNI Super. The caster curse is real. We just rizzed them up. It's not going to happen. Zaten on the run. Can he get out is the question. Where's the Unleashed Power? Does he have access to it? Not just yet. No, he does not have the cooldown for it either. Zaten's going to get picked away by Team CNJ Esports. Beautiful pick there. What a shame for Team Crimson Bumflies as well, right? That's just so unlucky. You always have to be on the lookout, especially on those tight corridors, for that Leon to jump on in. Triple knock-up with the duck dive, with the triple surfs up. Jumongi just doing exactly what he's been doing this entire series so far. He is doing it and performing so well.
Yeah, this Leon is just such a menace in these lobbies. Everyone's getting caught by these knockups and these surf subs here, and it's just working out so well for the side of Team Kurenai.
Glove as well.
Unfortunately, yeah, a little down on items here, so have to be a little careful. Looks like Woodclan is going to be spawning in school. I think it is going to be Team Overpride, maybe going to be able to get it completely for free. It's going to be Team Sagnum Rock's going to try to contest them here. And looks like they were able to force them away, and I think it is going to go to the side of Team Overpride there. So Blood Sample going to be secured by that Eva and Nadine. Are going to be looking a little strong here. Dragon Ball Z going to be on the back foot here. Only 2 members on the bottom side. It looks like they do end up pooping up with that Alex, and there comes engage with that Abigail. A lot of damage is going to be used, but they're just able to burst down as Abigail is a little too far forward from the rest of their team here, and it looks like it is going to be the side of Team Dragon Ball Z going to be the one to come out on top.
Meanwhile, that was happening. Kurenai fought inside of the rift and ended up losing. It's a Night 4 rift, means any executions, your team entirely wipes. You are gone from the game. Kurenai cannot translate their early to mid game into that late game. Like we saw in game number 1, unfortunately, the My Palace is just way too good in these games for that. Kurenai out, and the Crimson Bumfly is also gone. Penguin Butterfly, Penguin Butterflies. Penguin Friends. What am I even saying anymore? Penguin Friends will also be down on credits plus their 2 members. That Hyejin's probably going to be alone for the remainder of the game.
Yeah, you could see they don't have any credits. Rifts are gone as well, so not gonna be able to get the res. And you could see them in that little corner, just gonna try to rat it out. The item difference as well for the rest of these teams on the side of Team Penguin Friends, they are a little too far behind. So probably just gonna try playing for a couple more placement points here. Do have Team Sangnam Rocks here, just trying to gatekeep the side of Team Dragon Ball Z, and did see Team Gundam Sparkle is going to be keeping down in Cemetery as well, so seems to have to be a little careful. Sparkle is looking really strong here. They do have that double buff from the Alpha Omega, and they're sitting on that blood sample on that Tsubame, so should be able to just burst down the side of Team Dragon Ball Z if they do end up taking that team fight.
If I was Gangnam Sparkles or even Dragon Ball Z though, I would still be a little bit scared on that south side of the map, on the east side of the map, because Cemetery is closing, and with every other zone other than Pawn being the only one connected to it, it's a little bit of a chokehold if I'm going to be real. But if you play Vision like this, maybe it could be a little bit good. NCMB does end up getting out. That's the benefit of the Tsubame. Everything sent out from Dragon Ball Z. Great attempt, but NCMB has the reaction speed for it.
Yeah, I think they're just gonna wait to get their HP bars back up and then look for an re-engage here. Pang is still about at a half HP. There comes the engage from the Mai, double taunts, and look at the damage coming out from the Mai by themselves. The Peacemaker is gonna be there. And wait a second, the Mai is completely isolated, but a great exclusive from the Mai, just no longer. And NCMB should be in the backside to clean that up. Very well played by Pang. Just able to find that angle in, double taunt, triple quake, and just so much damage coming out from this Mai, and it's gonna be a clean 2 kills. I don't know if they know where this Alex is. I think they should, because we do have the console. And maybe try baiting for the res.
The flower.
And end up getting that extra kill as well. So Sparkle's a huge 2 kills here, and they should be able to walk up and try to secure this pawn pile zone for themselves.
Yeah. By the way, if anybody in chat is doubting why Mai is getting banned constantly in ERM, well, there you go. Perfect definition of the reason why Mai is so good. Triple quake into triple everything up against the entire team. Yeah, she can pretty much single-handedly wipe out a team's possibility of fighting back just like that on a snap. Penguin Friends, Chica will finally get found out. Down goes that entire team. For Dragon Ball Z, we'll end up getting the res on Lumi. Where are they going to go now, though, is a question.
Probably get his own.
Yeah, we'll decide on going over to school instead.
Wait a second.
Mind. They want another bout up against that team, up against the Nikki. Oh my goodness, I'm surprised they didn't get punished by that.
Nah, I do like why CNG Esports didn't send it, is because they're sitting right on the console.
Yep.
And they know there's another team that has the console, so if they send it there, they know they're going to get third-partied. So I do like the discipline that CNG Esports has. I think a lot of teams would probably send it there, but I think recognizing that another team, an unknown team, right, has that console vision in pawn, they can't pull that trigger.
Yeah, a worthy play of our champions of Season 8, right? That's absolutely exactly the kind of play that you do need to make. It's one of the things that you taught me back then when you coached me a little bit as well. A very, very valuable lesson that I use to this day. But without the cameras, they're going to just go straight in. There's the combo. Where is the Arda? Just 6 feet in the dirt. But he's going to get the res off because CNJ Esports doesn't want to chase on a little bit further. I love this play from CNG Esports. So much discipline from this team, despite being the champions.
The problem is once they use their combo, there's really not much left in the tank there, and Curry on that from the Dean just has so much damage. They can't really force their hand there. So yeah, just gonna get the pick, let them res, they get an extra kill, and they're gonna back themselves on out. It looks like they're gonna walk down to pawn, take and test for this zone here. We're gonna have a 3-team final zone, so they're gonna have to try pulling the trigger fast before another team shows up here. And looks like Curry is gonna get poked down by the Sicela here. They gonna have, I don't think they know there's another team. They're just gonna full send it here onto the backside here. Hyungi is gonna jump on then onto that Alonso, but there's no follow-up on the backside here. They are playing that Sicela and Nadine, so it's that front to back, and it's not gonna be that engage for Team Rocks to really help with here. And I think they're gonna try maybe scouting the bottom side here. They should end up seeing another team on the bottom side, which is going to be Team Sparkles. And Team Sparkles is gonna maybe try pulling the trigger, get a lot of damage onto Curry here, and I think they're gonna have to send it. There is the engage coming out from Hyungi, or from Pang. They do end up getting caught onto Sander. A lot of damage is being exchanged. There's the Alonso to keep them up here. Hyungi is going to try to get in the point, but it is just going to go down in the travel, and it looks like it is going to be Team Sparkles getting a nice clean couple kills, but wait a second.
Coming up Sparkle's
Maybe on the
nose.
back foot now, there is that third party coming in. They do end up using that safety drone. Peng needs to get their HP back up here to maybe look for a turn, but the timers are ticking for the side of
Oh
Team
my
Sparkles. I don't know if they're
God.
going to be able to make it in back in time. Their timers are ticking.
Do they have the gadget points for this? Let's see. I
Yeah.
don't know if their TTK is long enough for this
They used
either.
one.
Does Dragon Ball
I think
Z
they're
actually
dead.
know about this? They need to at least pick up the kills. This could still be -1 territory for Killing Sparkles if everybody on
they're all
Dragon Ball
dead.
Z
I
doesn't
think
want
they're
to
all dead.
tag
They're
up.
flicking
Alto's
forward.
about to fall down. They just need to knock
Oh,
pop. There we go.
no.
Pop goes the Weasel. Killing Sparkles ran too far away from the safety of the zone. Will end up popping their heads down into the ground. Dragon Ball Z will go into our final zone alongside Team CNG Esports. It's still a long road ahead, but Dragon Ball Z is just a step closer.
I like Team Sparkle's idea because I think they knew there was two teams or potentially two teams in the zone, so they wanted to play for that third party potential, but unfortunately it just didn't really work out in their favor, right? Another team ended up coming down into them on the bottom side, and if you get contested, especially when you don't have enough gadget points to use 3 safety orbs, you're only able to use 2. You just don't have enough time to work your way back in there, especially since Dragon Ball Z were able to get 2 of those kills that Sparkles needed for that extra timer. So Dragon Ball Z just had so much extra time to really work with there.
Indeed. All right, here we go. KCW, who is your target? Who are you going to be looking for?
has
I would say
these
the
done.
Priya, but he's going to look an angle
no.
over onto the Scylla instead. The fight is a little bit finicky. The Nia's game world is down on the ground. A lot of damage is going to exchange over on towards the Priya, but look at the damage exchange over onto CNJ Esports instead. Down goes the Nia. There is just no more damage left on this team. Down goes the Johan. KCW will get taken down. Dragon Ball Z crosses the finish line to finish game number 3 with 22.5 points. All 2 teams, I should say, that have won so far has been on that 22 or 25 point range. GG's to Team Dragon Ball Z. We'll see you on the next episode. That'll happen in like
Very
2
nicely
minutes.
played. Might have signed up Team Dragon Ball Z, but yeah, I think a huge mistake there coming out from KCW. Did end up getting the parry, so had that enhanced stun, but it ended up just using it, and when you use it, you're stuck in that animation and just completely whiffed, so was just a little too far forward. Didn't end up really connecting the CC chain for that Nia, and they're just not able to really find a target there. So just really easy for Dragon Ball Z to just jump on in, block out on a lot of the damage from that Nia's game world, and we're able to get that Nia down a little early there. So very nicely played by the side of Team Dragon Ball Z, and looks like that substitution is going to be working out in their favor here.
Yep. I think they got a little bit lucky, though. I'm going to be completely honest. They didn't have to fight up against a genuine frontliner, something like a Mai, something like an Alonso. The amount of chip damage they had really worked out because there was only one real damage threat on the side of Team CNG Esports, right? All you have to do is just worry about the Nia, but once that Nia is gone, KCW, yes, is a threat, but you have so much sustain and you have so much crowd control to deny that Nikki from what she wants to do that I think the matchup was just really in favor of Dragon Ball Z in comparison to what they could have ended up fighting in that final zone. Still, it doesn't take away from the fact that they did end up winning the game. KCW was responded to excellently from Dragon Ball Z. Just excited to see if they're going to go back onto this comp once again for game number 4. They have the possibility to, since nothing got banned from their side.
I mean, yeah, I'm pretty sure we'll probably see them back on the comp, right? If you get a win on your team comp, you probably just stick with it, right? Because it's kind of working in the lobby here. And I think you are correct, though. I do think they do end up struggling into these front-to-back teams just because they probably struggle into, a consistent damage dealer like, one of those, like a Nadine or any AD carry.
Yeah.
But into a team like Team CNG Esports, they're just able to, kind of run them over, especially, when their engage just wasn't on points like they usually have for these fights here.
If you end up rerunning a comp as one of the newcomers to the scene for ERM, you really need to pinpoint exactly why you won. It's great that you won, that's awesome, you probably played well, and maybe the other team made a mistake, but you really do need to pinpoint why you ended up winning, and I think for this one, it really came down to the fact that the other team made a mistake, but you were able to stack your crowd control, and the chip damage was enough, and that's really important, because KCW's Nikki is not running Healing Drone. That's really important because the additional survivability that typical tanks will have, like the Alonso, like the Mai, with the Healing Drone is going to throw off the amount of chip damage that Team Dragon Ball Z has. So they need to start coming up still, even with the win, to remedy that. I think that has to be the number one priority for a team that really won. Even though it sounds so strange that the team that has that won needs to come up with strategies to win the next game, I think that has to be the case. No healing drone means we really couldn't test the limits of what Team Dragon Ball Z was able to do. They're going to have to do this again in game number 4. If they can't figure that out, I still don't see it. I'm going to be real.
Yeah, I mean, they kind of got handed that temporary zone to them.
That is
just
true,
because we did see Team Sparkles, right? It's kind of just not have enough timer to really play with at the very end there because of how the finals temporary zone played out. And I do think Team Sparkles was definitely in position to win that whole entire game because of their items. We saw them take Alpha Omega as well, so they just had a lot more stats than the rest of the lobby. But unfortunately, because of how the timer played out for them, they were not able to really win out on that final 3v3 or that 3v3 in that temporary zone. And yeah, Team Dragon Ball Z was just there to reap all the rewards. And despite them winning that game, they're still in 6th place here, and they're still on the back foot. You can see how close it is between 3rd, 4th, 5th, and 6th. It's a 2.5 point difference. So all these teams can be trying to eye out for or eye on a couple more placements because any placement now in the group stage means 4 less games you'll have to play if you are trying to make it to that final stage.
Even just that one extra placement, right? Another thing that I'm really looking at the moment is CNJ Esports is starting to be real close to where Songnam Rocks is standing in that first place spot. It looked really impossible to catch up to Songnam Rocks after the first 2 games, but CNJ Esports has been slowly but steadily climbing their way back up into the top of the leaderboards, only 3 points away now. And with the way that they've been playing in the past few games, I think there is just a genuine possibility they might be able to overtake Songnam Rocks unless Songnam Rocks wins yet another game to finish out the series.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, CNJ Esports is one of those teams that, I mean, they've come such a long way, right? They look so dominant, and they look like one of the top teams nowadays. And it's just great to see, right? They are playing that Nikki Nia kind of combo that is really reminiscent to that Nikki Adela combo with that Johan there as well, which I think is a character that sort of rounds out their team comp, right? If Johan ever lands that route, you have Nania follow up, and Johan and Nikki are also 2 characters that we've seen a lot in the past from a lot of our other teams, just able to keep the Nikki alive, and the Nikki has that damage and has that sustain from that Johan to kind of look for these 2v2 or these 1v1 potentials.
Something that I am worried about for CNJ Esports comp, though, is that, obviously I'm basing this off of the season that they ended up winning, but there really isn't that big of an X factor on that comp, right? The only real thing that we know about that roster so far is the fact that they have that Nikki-Nia combination. But think of what we saw during Season 8. We saw the Yan from KCW. We saw the Jackie coming from Peksu. There's a lot of X factors, or I should say there were a lot of X factors that gave them so many more different angles and being able to win a game. This one is just, in my personal opinion, too one-dimensional, although it does it really well. If it gets stopped, then we just saw that there are weaknesses to this composition where you can lose out against teams that just have a lot of crowd control, which is basically going to be every other really, really good team later down the road once you start going into knockout stage 4, 5, 6 if we get there. There needs to be something else that I need to see from CNJ Esports with this roster other than just saying, hey, Nikki, Nia combination, that's all we got. I need to see more.
And I'm sure if it comes to it, they are going to swap around, right? They're a team, especially since they are like a National League team. They need to have, other team comps that they're comfortable on. So we'll see. But I think, this is a comp, right? The Nia plus, hard CC type character like the Yan was the combo that did end up winning them the previous season. So them swapping to Nikki, I could definitely see why they're playing Nikki over the Yan, just because it's a lot more easier, I would say, to kind of just play the Nikki, right? Use that pure jumper cut into the full Nia combo instead of, Yan having to find those angles by himself.
I don't think the Jackie and the Yan was changed around that much. So if this is more just testing this composition at this phase, right? Because you're not in danger of being eliminated in group stages at all. So it's a pretty good place to start testing compositions. Then I'm completely okay with this. If they still have another X Factor style composition in the back of their deck, like the Jackie Yan, it doesn't have to be that. But if they have something like that lined up and they're just testing to see if this kind of standard composition they want to run works in group stages at the very least, I'm completely okay with this.
We got a nice chicken ad here for you guys.
Yeah, actually,
But it
on
looks-
that note, real quick about that, it is the official sponsor for ERM. That's why, hold on, maybe I'll show you after the game, just remind me. At the very top of ERM, where it's like Eternal Return Masters or like Phase 1 or something like that, it says the brand's name as well.
Ooh, damn.
Yeah,
That's
it's like
cool.
the official sponsor of Season 9 ERM. That's why we have
Well, look,
that big banner and stuff.
You see it on the billboards too here.
Yeah, exactly. Everything is there. Very common, well, not, I shouldn't say very common, but a very well-known brand that we've been pretty much exposed to constantly over for ERM, right? They've been a sponsor for seasons now. We always see that stupid chicken that we can't eat because it's only in Korea and they never give us any. But yeah, it's a brand that we've always been exposed to at this point because Nibble Neuron always gets sponsored by them. Thank goodness, because those chickens look amazing. But yeah,
Yeah, I mean,
want
Korean
some.
chicken is
Banger.
is always a treat. Yeah, like every time I go to a Korean chicken restaurant, like it's just so good. I don't know, like something about Korean chicken. If you guys haven't had any Korean chicken, like I would definitely recommend it. There is a Peacemaker coming down from the heart. There is the ultimate coming out from the Hyejin as well. It is going to be both the ADCs going to be love tapping each other. It's going to come down to our two mages here. There's going to be some damage being exchanged. They're going to try getting the ultimate. There's the ultimate coming out from the UC, but it's not going to be enough. It's going to go completely wide. But wait a second, the Rossi is coming back in here. They're going to get a lot of damage back, but it's not going to be enough. But wait a second. It looks like the 11 was able to get the trade onto that Hyejin, so it's going to be a 3-for-2 trade in total here, and yep, he's still feeling pretty good about that, right? You do lose out on some members and some tempo, but you get that extra 2 kills for that early game.
It's still day number 1 anyways. Your death timer is absolutely nothing pretty much to begin with. But can I say, Chica is back once again with the Hyejin. I'm so glad that even if Satan is not playing the Hyejin, Chica still is, because Chica's gameplay during Season 8 was also incredible to speak of. They might have not gone into any super important phases of ERM. Obviously, they couldn't make it all the way into the season finals, but Chica's gameplay was one that was always consistent on the Hyejin, so I'm really happy about this.
Yeah, it looks like Penguin Friends unfortunately are going to lose 2 members here. There is that Alonso to just lock down that Hyejin, despite Hyejin using that triple notepad. And here comes the engage though with that.
Okay.
Oh, there's a lot of damage from that Nia. They do end up trading 1-for-1. Looks like the Johan is going to go down. But Bobo's going to get a lot of damage on this Nia here. There's the hard Peacemaker on the bottom side here. The bear is going to stun that Rozzy, and they're just going to be able to kite this 11. Wait a second. Oh, it looks like the Yusin on the bottom side here is going to be able to pick up that 1 kill, but that Abigail is going to be able to lock down that 11. It's still going to come down to 1v1 once again, and it's going to be Penguin Friends coming out on top this time.
Koyo, he's got the resets. There's a jump on over onto Hiragi. It's going to be Crimson Butterflies taking the full death timer once again. Luckily, nobody died way too early, which means all of their death timers are going to be relatively mitigated, right? Nobody's going to wait out their entire death timer just to have to wait it out again. That's completely fine. But the problem is, okay, never mind. Goodbye to Pixu. He's going to get obliterated. It is night number 1, so the amount of value you lose for your entire team wiping is pretty high. Great fear over onto KCW. Down he goes. Pablo in a whole heap of trouble himself now. He's going to take the whole brunt of the timer. There's another break coming down in this game. And that's even worse in my opinion, because now you just don't have any leniency in trying to get any credits build up going for your force core now. This is a little bit awkward for CNJ Esports. They're quite a ways away from that.
Looking for the turn. They are going to get the, a great pull. Bobo can jump on over, but it's not going to be enough. The Abigail is going to be able to secure that kill, and Chica going to try getting the fear here. 11 going to try doing something, but it's just not going to be enough. Not enough damage. You see that's going to spawn back in. Maybe going to try to get some damage to kill this Abigail. Maybe get anyone here. It's not going to be enough, and a huge wipe coming out once again. Penguin Friends getting another step up on the Crimson Butterflies. I think that's 3 teamfights in a row. They're just able to just clear them out here. There's the full combo coming out on the Heart. The Heart Peacemaker is just barely able to come down in time to keep them alive. And there is the Surf up to be able to hit 2. And I think Team Kurenai should have this in the bag here. But wait a second. All the members of the side team Sparkles has not gone down. And it looks like they are going to be able to... Oh, wait a second. Huge find there coming out from the Hyejin. In Great Fear on NZMB. Where's the Leon? It looks like the Leon was able to get the kill, actually.
Nope,
yeah,
KCW still alive.
Going down.
Okay, here we go. Oh wait, that's not KCW that I need to be talking about. There we go. KCW is gonna get taken down. That is gonna mean, I think that's Songnam Rocks who was contesting for the objective. Yes, it was. A Tree of Life going towards the heart. Is it gonna be slammed by that character is the question. They haven't slammed it just yet. I think it is, because she didn't give it to the Bernice. There we go. There it is. Blaster Helmet online for Curry.
That is pretty good, so some extra damage, and it looks like they're just going to be buying in their force scores as well this early on, so should have a great tempo swing here for the side team, Songnam Rocks, but no one really in the zone to, for them to fight. We do have the heart maybe getting caught out here, and CMP going to look for an angle, but I don't think they should be able to catch them here, as they will be able to just walk themselves on out. But Leon is going to TP on forward, so I think Kieran and I might be looking to take that team fight. We do have Alonso jumping on forward for the side of Team Overpride, and the damage is going to be way too much. Abigail trying to jump on in, but gets immediately bursted down, and Willem going down here.
And again, Penguin Friends cannot call at the beginning of day number 2. We're going to have to eat the timer for the Abigail. That means they're not going to be able to buy anything until the latter half, or maybe even the latter quarter, the last quarter of day number 2 once again. Sudo trying his best to run away, but he's got that Semtex bomb on him. Down goes the heart. It's a little bit too much for Masuhana, for Suru to run away from Masuhana, I should say. Jumbongyu running away for himself as well. Last one alive on Team Kurenai. This is a little bit rough. Penguin Friends also lost Chica, means that once again their buy timers are going to be delayed. There's the travel all the way to the moon. Surfs up to cancel out everything, but Jumbongyu, he's still trying his best to run away. KCW on the chase, but the Raven blocks the punch. That means Jumbongyu gets out for free.
Yeah, very nicely played from Jungboogie. They're a little scary because he was the last member alive, but the Hyejin did end up respawning just in time, so it should be okay here. Penguin Friends, oh no, getting caught out once again. Getting pulled out of the heart Peacemaker there, and it looks like he's Dragon Ball Z.
It's so bad.
Goodbye. Chica forced to spawn in a safe spot here. They're taking some red timer, and yeah, they don't have their force binds. This is not good. They have to look for just any buy-in here to get them back up to speed. And you can see they weren't able to contest any for any objectives as well, right? Only having that force core on that heart.
This is why you always buy the moment you can for the force cores. Otherwise, you're just gonna get delayed and delayed and delayed. You're gonna fall behind. Here we go. The fight's gonna begin. News does end up landing a taunt over onto Pablo so far. Pablo hasn't been able to use the Nia's game roll yet, but as everybody starts closing in on towards the corners, they're gonna try to use it. There's a blink out from Hiragi. Masuhana is still sticking in the middle of everything. Masuhana on the backside. Can Pablo knock him down? Yes, he can. Pulls back into the piece. Down goes the Razi, but Hiragi is still pretty healthy. KCW will end up knocking down News. There's the kill over onto the not the Hisui, but the Justina. Fantastic fight from CNJ Esports. Great attempt from Masuhana, but
yeah, I think just barely getting hit by that point sync to pull him in and just gets bursted down. A little unfortunate there, because I think if they didn't end up getting hit by that, the Rossi could have actually turned it there, but looks like Dragon Ball Z is going to get caught out here by the side of Team Overpride. They do end up getting 2 members. Both Acela and the Pre are going to go down here, so Alex going to be the last one left. Going to be on the back foot, going down into dock, and maybe can look for the reopening down the warehouse here. And looks like Della is going to be caught here, and ZMB is going to be forced to use the blink to get themselves to safety. Can KCW catch up? They do have that movement speed from this Johan, so I think maybe can look for it. There is the Nia's game world, but just barely jumping out with that rook. But
really
wait a second, KCW is still on the chase here. They do have that movement speed. There's a slow. I think that is going to be it for this Adela. The points are just missing out once again. Is the ultimate coming back up? Looks like NTB will end up going down. Think was probably going to try TPing themselves on outs. Maybe could have stalled for the -200, but I think that is a little too much. So to end up just getting the kill.
And Makotia running away. No, what is it? Ultimate? Okay, there is the ultimate from the Cecilia, but it misses out over onto Makotia, which means Hyejin still stays alive. A lot invested from Team Dragon Ball Z, but they're only looking for the objective. I was inside of the zone. I could have sworn, yeah, there's a meteorite right there. Dragon Ball Z can't fight this anymore, though, because of all the utilities they sent out. Blink out from the Alex. On top of that, it just makes it worse and worse and worse. Kurenai needs to be careful. There's a team up on top. Overpride starting to make their way on down. Suru just used everything to get away from that. Erebus also doing the same thing. What is happening? The third-party kings have been third-partied in this game instead.
Yeah, Team Overpride reap all the rewards to get a nice 2 kills, and they get the credits from those bodies, so I have to be feeling pretty good about that. Dragon Ball Z, unfortunately, minus 200 this early on in the game is not what you want to see. Kirina actually lose 2 members, so it's going to be a minus 400 from them. KCW actually uses the parry there, does end up going wide, a lot of damage is going to be used, and they do end up getting the burst damage to kill. That's Nikki there. Unfortunately, the parry ended up coming out a little too late, right? All of the burst damage was already invested, and a lot of the CC was already used. The parry just going completely wide just is going to cost CNG Esports, I think, the fight and maybe even their lives here. They're going to try just running down the side team CNG Esports, and I think it's probably what you want to do if you want to try to secure yourself that first place spot, because CNG Esports, we know how close they are, and they are one of those contenders to get into that first place position, so they're just gonna try running down this Nia here. I think, even gonna use the castling over the wall here to try to look for this Nia. Good juke outs on Bobo. I think they should be safe, but no, Peng's here as well. I think that's gonna be it. CNG Esports gonna go down in 8th place here. Here's the full combo. I think that's it. CNG Esports, unfortunately, only 4 points. We're gonna have to see how far that gets them. Sparkles, their adversaries to take their place, is actually gonna be the ones that wipe them off the map.
That's the psycho behavior, but this is ERM. All is fair in the fight for that placement point. Unfortunately, CNG Esports not going to be able to overtake Team Songnam Rocks, as they are already 7 points in this lobby. That means most likely Songnam Rocks should be able to take away that first place spot. Now it's a question of, can CNG Esports hold on to that second? Beautiful fight started out from Kurenai, but nobody from Dragon Ball Z falling down just yet. A lot invested from both teams. The 5 Omens plus the echoes of the... wait a second. Okay. Fight's already over. Pingu is dead too. Goodbye, my friend. Junbong, you just turned the fight around in a snap. That is the power of Glove Beyond.
It's the raw knockup onto that Sicella. I think the Sicella just barely walking back into the surfs up there, or the knockup into the surfs up, and then just gets immediately bursted down. So a little unfortunate, but Kurenai able to get that nice pick, and Sicella's getting caught out once again, and Bill's gonna go down, and Dragon Ball Z minus 400. Look at their grid accounts here. They're gonna have to wait a full 2 cycles to get that that rift if you want to try getting back into this game, and even if you do, they're just so much bad. You're so much farther behind the rest of the lobby here, so I think that's gonna be it for Team Dragon Ball Z, unless they could look for a nice third-party angle. But yeah, Alex already kind of conceding there, just gonna sit in that bush, maybe rat out and wait until the rifts come up here. And oh
my god!
Ozzy getting caught this time around. And they should be able to get the res down here, but there is going to be another team. Team Kurenai is going to be maybe going to look for something here.
Yeah, the south side of the map has been an absolute fiesta for the past couple of minutes, so Crimson Bumfly is going to have to be a little bit careful about this. The amount of credits that the Rozzy as well as the Justina has, I'm pretty sure the Rozzy is looking for that blood buy-in anytime soon. Probably needs about another phase, or I should say another cycle, before he can do that. Look at Chumbongi on the side though. Dunus has no idea. Hiragi on the flank side. Now they know where the Leon is, but the fight has already begun on the front side. It doesn't even matter because the Justina gets obliterated, and there goes Masahana. Dunus in a whole heap of trouble. You can't run away from this no matter who you are. Down goes the 11. That's the entirety of Crimson Bumflies taken down and out for the count.
That's just so well played by the side of Team Kurenai there. The Hyejin playing on an off angle, just waiting for the perfect opportunity to catch Crimson Butterflies off guard, right? Hyejin jumping on forward, getting that instant fear onto both the Yusina and the Rozzy to just burst them down and then combo up with that Leon as well to just finish the job. Just so well played, and just a very nice team fighting from the side of Team Kurenai.
That sucks too, because they saw the Leon on the backside, but Nunu still decided to continue forward, which baited the Justina further in. A little bit unfortunate, but that's just the way that the game goes. That's going to be it for Crimson Bumflies for this series. We'll see where their placement's going to be to determine where they are on the knockout stages for Group A. Here we go. Songnam Rocks and the Team Penguin Friends going to duke it out, but the problem is Ike doesn't have anybody. A doesn't have his friends with him. There's another Peacemaker out, and that should be it, I think, for the entirety of Penguin Friends, unless... Oh no! Koyo, the ultimate, is going to whiff. Chica is just easily seen by Satan. Does he have the Charm of the Nomad to get him out? Yes, he does. The White Lily out, but that's minus 400 for this team.
Yeah, the pull just barely not connecting, and you are correct. A minus 400 is not what you want to see, but there is that red box there in school. If they could grab that, not the end of the world, but there is going to be some teams going to be contesting now. We do see Team Songnam Rocks Or sorry, Team Sparkle is coming in to school to contest for this red box here. Chica, I think actually a little safe here, not resing just yet, but is gonna go for the res now, and they should be able to get the teammates back into this game. Maybe opting or thinking about taking that rift, but I just wasn't able to really get it here. We do see Team Dragon Ball Z gonna be entering that rift, and they do end up getting all the members back up. And oh, a blood sample from the side of Team Sangnam Rocks here. Look at their credits as well. They could buy a couple more.
Oh my god, okay. Yeah, alright, here we go. The fight is going to begin. Let's see what ends up. Okay, there was no fight. Never mind. NCMB just gets obliterated. Koyo still looking for the chase. Alto trying his best to run away. The damage output is there, but Peacemaker is going to be forced down. Ike is probably going to put another one down in just in case. There we go. There's the execution over onto Alto. And the chase down over onto Ping. NCMB is going to get res back up, but immediately taken down instead. No more credits left for killing the Sparkles, and there are no rifts left, my friend.
They just died 3 times, and Ping doesn't have any timer, so they can't even get away here.
Oh boy.
Died 3 times in the span of 2 seconds, and oh, there's Penguin Friends coming to seal the deal here. Peng is gonna go down very short. Wait a second, Storm Chaser gonna try to look for the kill. Does end up getting it for the side team over Pride, and you have to be feeling pretty good about that. Unfortunately, Team Sparkles. Yeah, and CMB jumping on forward a little too far forward, used the Peacemaker or the checkmate, and just didn't really have enough damage to one-shot any of those members, and ended up getting picked off. And that just spelled doom for the side of Team Sparkles.
That does mean Team Gangnam Sparkles is not going to be able to overtake CNJ Esports, right? But the remainder of the lobby is still in here. Kura and I looking pretty solid for themselves. They're sitting at 37.5. CNJ Esports is sitting at 53 overall at the moment. That's the number you need to beat. It's the same case for Dragon Ball Z. They're still in the game, but only 6 points strong. Need to look for a little bit more than that if they want to overtake any additional placements. But it doesn't change the fact that middle of the pack is going to change up a lot with the death to both CNJ Esports and Gangnam Sparkles.
Yeah, I mean, even Team Overpride is still in the running here to maybe overtake CNJ Esports. They already have about 12.5 points. As long as they get a couple more placement points and some more kills for themselves here, they could look to maybe overtake second place. I think Team Sangnam Rocks is relatively secured in that first place position. You could see they're having a fantastic game, and they are they already have a pretty big point lead sitting in first place, so I think they should be okay here.
There's no way teams are going to be comfortable fighting Gangnam Rocks anytime soon either, especially with that Wick line buff up. I would not be surprised if they make it to temp zone at the very, very least.
Yeah, triple backline with those blood samples and Wick line buff, it's kind of impossible to really push into, so I think most teams are probably going to be avoiding them here. Very burst damage coming out from the Eva, but just not going to be enough, because all the members of Team Kurunai are relatively agile, so they're just able to get themselves on out. And team like Team Overpride, they don't really have the potential to really send it on these teams. Teams have to sort of play into them.
Okay. Well, we got 30 seconds to go until Night 5 is going to hit. That means for any of the teams that do end up losing a member, that's going to be the last cycle before Lumi is going to disappear. Although nobody seems to be interested in fighting just yet, we also do have a decent set of zones set up for our temporary plus the final. It'll be school for our final zones, fire station, and forest for our temporary. A lot of landmass to work with, so it's not like any of these teams are going to be pressured, I think, anytime soon.
I think a lot of these teams are in that same situation where they don't feel confident because of their items, right? You could see Dragon Ball Z, oh, looks like they lost versus Stella. Dragon Ball Z that has no items. Penguin Friends still not full build, so there's definitely sitting on the back foot compared to some of these teams that have blood samples. And the same thing with Team Kurunai, the Agents only sitting on 2 gold items for themselves, so all these teams are playing relatively safe here. Dragon Ball Z is going to get sent on. They're going to try to look for Lumi, but not going to be able to find it here, and I think it's going to be Team Penguin Friends going to be able to pick up both of these kills. I think that Priya should be able to get themselves to safety, but it's going to be a free kill going to the side of Team Penguin Friends here. Team Kurunai a little split away, and Team Sangnam Rocks going to try looking for this heart. Do they have the ult? They do, and it does end up connecting, and they do end up picking up the heart here. But Sangnam Rocks now caught here. I think the Sella is going to go down.
Oh, the Peacemaker
going to be used just in time here. But wait a second.
Peacemaker activated. There we go.
Oh, the CU is going to be there. Another wait, down as well. And wait a second, it is going to be Udine by themselves. They're just solo killing everyone here. They should be able to get all of the members of Team Penguin Friends. Penguin Friends going to try looking for an angle back in. And Overpride gets 3 or 4 kills in that exchange. That's so good for the side Team Overpride. They could potentially overtake Team CG Esports here.
Ike willingly walked out of his own Peacemaker. Didn't even get the heal from it, nor did he return any damage over on the O3CU instead. Nadine single-handedly just wiped out the entirety of Penguin Friends after the fight was already over. That is absolutely insane. Curry trying to find a kill
Curry
up
makes
against
some magic
somebody on
happen here.
Kurenai, but I don't think he can do anything. He is just but a lone heart. No Peacemaker. There is no peace talks tonight. Jumbongi will be able to
they'll
send
get the
out the
res.
kill,
Oh,
but
no.
they can't get the res anymore.
Wait, but
Nobody
Suduos, wait a second.
can get anything. It's a
You-
2v2 on the south side. Does
a
Dragon Ball
second.
Z even have damage to kill this? They have a Priya, but she's full support. Look at this healing factor plus the healing wind. Her items are in the dirt. I don't think they have enough damage to even remotely think about killing Kurenai.
Kurenai's items are also bad as well, but they are getting that final buy-in to get an extra item on this Leon, and I think you are correct. This Leon should be able to just burst out. Wait, did they just make it Alexander?
Oh no.
Oh, I think they made it in preparation to get the res on Heart, but I don't know if they know it's a 2-man. So they are gonna have a nice 2v2. I think they do know, and they're gonna get some damage here.
I mean, this should be fine. I genuinely don't see a way where Dragon Ball Z actually ends up winning this unless Kurenai makes a big mistake. I don't think they will, especially with how Jumbongi has been playing. Look at this. I mean, the full combo over onto the Hyejin, but she doesn't even lose half her HP. My Woman's does get sent out, but the pressure is now on the side of Team Kurenai. Surf's Up is still available, as well as the Duck Dive from Jumbongi is going to come back up in a couple of seconds. For now, Dragon Ball Z is holding the line. You're right.
sustain.
Collection is super good. The poke from the recognition signal is looking pretty solid as well. Timer for Kurenai is looking a little bit of a danger.
Losing
And the
gauge.
Duck Dive is going to end up missing. Surf's Up is
it's
also going
canceled.
to get cancelled out. But the timer, it's not looking good. Pingu needs to stay inside the zone to the best of his ability
they
to get
get
the kill. I don't know how they do it, but Dragon Ball Z ends up winning the fight. That means Kurenai cannot overtake CNJ Esports either. They would have done so if they got the 2 kills. Now it comes down to Overpride and Dragon Ball Z.
Was the fight close enough where that one item would have mattered if they put it on Leon? Because Leon could have made something for themselves or even given an item to that Hyejin, but greeted for that Alexander onto that Heart, thinking maybe they could win that team fight and make sure they're somewhat strong for that final zone, but ended up paying the price for it, I think.
This is a little bit rough now for Team Dragon Ball Z. Look at this, 3-level difference between Salu as well as O3CU. It might not look like much, but it is going to matter a lot. Storm Chaser gets pulled back in, but only half their HP is going to get pulled away.
Yeah, I think the item difference is too big.
Yeah,
for
item
this,
and level difference.
for this team here. Yeah, they are all level 18 as well. 18, 19.
Okay,
Cells level
this is-
17. The damage is going to be way too
my
much. There's one chaser coming out. Wait a second,
God.
the pull is going to be there? No, it's not going to be there. And Team Overpride come out on top. Yeah, look at the amount of items that Team Overpride have compared to Team Dragon Ball Z. Dragon Ball Z only having about 5-6 gold items. Well, you know, Overpride having the blood samples on both of their carries, it's just an easy fight for the side of Team Overpride to take there. So very nicely played, and 26.5 points. I think that should skyrocket them up. I think even overtaking CNJ Esports. CNJ Esports only had 4 points there.
Yep, I think it does as well. With that, I believe that's enough to put them at like 55.5 or something like that. I did a little bit of really quick math, so it might not be correct, but I believe you're correct. I think it should be enough to push them over CNJ Esports, which means Overpride should be able to walk out of group stages in second place. That means we'll see them next Saturday for knockout stage number 6. If that does end up being the case, which is really big, I think, for Team Overpride. Storm Chaser on the Eva as well as O3CU on the Nadine. You've already pretty much shown your hand for this entire tournament, so not having to play more games is actually really beneficial for Overpride.
Oh, 100%. But I mean, we've seen Storm Chaser on that Eva, right?
Yeah.
It's no surprise. They're playing the exact same type of team comp that we saw them play last season that end up getting them to the season finals, right? That's Amp Bo Nadine with that Eva, and then having that tank that, you know, sort of flexes depending on who's up and who's banned, right? They like that. They like playing that Mai's banned. They're gonna swap over to that Alonso.
Yeah, and even aside from Storm Chaser, O3CU has also been a very resident Nadim player. I'm so glad, by the way, that he's back on the bow. It just didn't feel like O3CU seeing him on crossbow during Season 8. Seeing him on bow, it feels right at home. He's running the accelerator, he's running the bow, he's autoing people down, those wolves are going absolutely crazy. Love, love, love to see it.
Yeah, I mean, their team comp is just really poke heavy. They're just trying to get that HP advantage before the team fight starts. You walk up into them, you have that Eva lasering you down, you have that Bo Nadine. I mean, Bo Nadine has a lot of poke and also has the burst damage if you do get a little too close because of that accelerator and the Wolf Assault.
Yep, exactly. The amount of damage that a late game Bonadine can do to people is surprisingly a lot higher than people might think. You might think that just because of the accelerator, you're only going to have to deal with one Wolf, but no, I mean, she's already building quite a lot of items. I'm pretty sure standard at this point is still going to be your classic motorcycle helmet plus the racing helmet plus the Tellurian timepiece.
Yeah.
You still
her autos. Yeah, her autos still do a lot, and I mean the Wolf Assault when you are playing full amp, it just does so much damage.
And you can see, look at that. Overpride will be able to overtake Team CNJ Esports to take their second place spot, which means we'll see them at knockout stage number 6. We'll still see CNJ Esports on the same day, but they're going to have to play an extra series to see if they can make it into the finals. Hungham Rocks, not even close. 12.5 points in the lead over Team Overpride. 68 points will be where they end up for tonight to take their spot straight into the finals from group stages alone. Kurenai in 4th place with 50.5. Dragon Ball Z in 5th place with 46.5. Kyonan Sparkles in 6th place with 44.5. Crimson Bumflies and Penguin Friends, we will see them on Sunday this week for knockout stage number 1.
Yeah, I think Sparkles will see as well on Sunday because knockout stage 2, I think, will also be taking place on Sunday as well. So we'll see these 3 teams back here for this weekend. The other teams, we'll see them next week. They will have a nice, well-deserved rest.
Yeah, I think for Crimson Bumflies and Penguin Friends, though, I don't think they need to be too dejected just yet. This was a really good series from both of those teams. It's just that they need some things to brush up, and the series in and of itself was competitive enough as it is. Look at how close the point difference is from second all the way down to 8th place. It is a very, very close series. It really could have gone any way. So for Crimson Bumflies and Penguin Friends, all they need to do is just prep a little bit better, and they should be fine.
Yeah, that is exactly what I wanted to point out is they aren't too far behind the rest of the lobby, right? So it was a really close series. I don't think they have I don't think they have to feel too bad about obviously how they played today, because I think they played pretty well. Just like you said, some stuff that they have to polish up on. Usually we see, the 7th, 8th place team have a huge difference in points, but it's relatively close, and I think they'll probably do fine in the knockout stages.
Yep. For Crimson Bumflies, I think the thing they're going to have to work on is probably going to be communication and making sure that in a competitive setting, that solo queue mindset doesn't really come to bite them in the back once again, right? We saw it multiple times with the Rozzy. I think we even saw it a couple of times with the frontliner as well. We're making a couple of plays that seems a little bit finicky that I would normally in a competitive setting never make. So you got to kind of change that mindset if you want to start playing in ERM. You're going to get punished heavily for playing like that here.
Yeah, I do also think the 11... I mean, I think it worked okay, but I feel like Alonso is just such a better tank to play in that team comp just because, you have that Theodore. But we'll have to see if they do end up maybe learning the Alonso. I think it's a relatively, easy tank to pick up, or if they do end up just sticking with that 11 going into the next knockout stage coming up on Sunday.
Yeah, it's either that or Miracles is going to have to hit up Nunu's with that damage 11 build that he's been raving on about as of late. I myself am a witness to it. It surprisingly works. Yeah, it's funny, but it works. It goes something like the squeaky hammer, and then what's that one chest plate that does the swirling AoE around, but it's not...
Spectre?
No, it's not Spectre because that's the crit. Yeah, you know what I'm talking about, though.
It has
Spectral
a Spectre
Jacket.
passive. Spectral Jacket.
Yeah. So Spectral Jacket, and then there's a couple of other damage items in there. It's funny, but it works. Funnily enough, I actually have a really good win rate with Amir when he runs that build on 11. It's a strat, I'm telling you. It is pretty funny and it works, but obviously in a situation like this, it's not going to work. Yeah, for Crimson Bumflies, nothing too big there. I think they're going to have to improve on, except the decision making. I genuinely think that the character and the player prowesses we were exposed to plenty.
Yeah. I mean, that Rozzy player looked like sad hands on the he was playing so well. Just a couple of minor mistakes that kind of cost him these team fights, but I think if he just polishes up on that, they're gonna look really, really strong. Even like, probably like a contender to make finals.
Yeah, you have to remember that they're also a first-time ERM team here as well. I don't think I've really seen too many of them, except for Nudus. Maybe they might have played in an ERM a long time ago. They're also playing ping up, right? If they're a non-Korean team, probably playing about 50 to 60 ping up anyway. So small differences are really going to make a big deal. The fact that they were able to show us this much was really good. Now, on the other side for Team Penguin Friends, I also think that they weren't bad because this is a roster that we have seen before in the past, right? Chica is a player that we've seen in the past. Same thing for Koyo on the Abigail. It's nothing too crazy that we've seen, but for this roster, I think they split up too often today. Every single time I saw that team fight, they always split up into like this 1v1v1 kind of situation. While it works for the Abigail, the other characters, they can only really buy time against some of the rosters that I saw today. It's usually not enough. You need to be able to win at least 2 of those 1v1s in order for that kind of strategy to work. I don't really think I saw that too much, so might need to play around team fights a little bit more because they have a lot of that with the updated Hyejin.
Oh, 100%. I do think they are, like you said, slightly uncoordinated, right? Sometimes we see the Abigail just jump on forward, while the 2 members of Team Penguin Friends, are just not there, and they just get bursted down. And then there's not really anything else for Team Penguin Friends that they could really do, right? Like the Hyejin and the Heart are playing a 2v3. They just have to back themselves on out of there. I think the Abigail, I can't fit in the team comp, but it's gonna be up to like the Hyejin to kind of make space to burst them down as well. And land these fears to full combo them. So we'll have to see how it does end up working out for Penguin Fins. They look pretty good though, right? Still, despite them going down in 7th place. We'll have to see, what they end up changing, if they do end up changing anything going into knockout stage 1.
Yeah, in my personal opinion, something like a Henry just completely counters the way that Penguin Friends has been playing, because the moment that Abigail or the Hyejin jumps in, all you have to do is just pop the Chrono Field as the Henry. The other 2 can't do anything pretty much except walk in or leave their other friend to die. It's one of the things that, if you really think about it, it does end up harming the playstyle of Team Penguin Friends. So if they can brush up on that a little bit, I think they're also going to have a very solid chance at doing well in the knockout stages, which is not something that we would normally say off of just the first set of group stages. But again, those 2 teams still played really well, so I'm very, very excited about it. But super, that was game number 4 for Group A, which means that group is now done. We know where all of these teams are going to be placed. So what we have left now for the remainder of today is Group B, which is going to be coming up right after the break. So grab some water, go grab a snack, and go take a stretch. We'll see you guys back here for games 1 and 2 of Group B.
Take care.
사망할 예정입니다.
You're ready to get in the game now. The last thing you want is to wait. WD Black, performance storage, purpose-built for gaming. SSD speed that obliterates load times. Performance to transform your game. Expanded capacity to store more. Customizable RGB. WD Black. Because the game never waits. WD Black. Drive your game.
안녕하세요. 루미아 섬의 생존자 여러분. 9.2 패치노트 다이제스트 진행을 맡은 천시아입니다. 이터널 리턴이 시즌9 마츠리와 함께 새로운 모습으로 찾아왔습니다. 축제의 느낌이 물씬 나는 이번 마츠리 시즌에는 어떤 변화점들이 있었는지 지금부터 함께 알아보시죠. 복수를 위해 VF 능력자들을 탐지하고 추적하는 실험체 블레어가 루미아 섬에 합류합니다. 쌍검을 사용하는 실험체 블레어는 D스킬인 시프트 러쉬를 활용해 쌍검과 쌍날검을 오가며 싸우는 스타일리시한 근접 전사 캐릭터입니다. 강력한 돌진 능력과 추적 능력을 가진 블레어와 함께 최종 생존에 도전해보시는 건 어떨까요? 블레어는 출시 후 2주일간 9,900A 코인에 판매되며 11월 4일 화요일까지 랭크 대전에서 선택할 수 없습니다. 다음은 새롭게 추가되는 상품입니다. 주문은 얘한테, 팁은 나한테. 카티아의 새로운 스킨, 카페 알바 카티아가 추가됩니다. 귀여운 유니폼을 입은 카티아. 여러분도 카티아의 새로운 매력에 빠져보세요. 새로운 실험체 블레어의 출시를 기념하며 이모티콘 4종도 상점에 추가됩니다. 시즌9 프리미엄 베이직 토큰북이 추가됩니다. 시즌9 토큰북은 미션을 통해서 마츠리 토큰을 획득할 수 있는 프리미엄 베이직 퀘스트북으로 구성되어 있습니다. 제작수에 출시될 고스트 헌터 2세를 위해 토큰을 미리 모아보세요. 다음으로 시스템 변화점들을 소개해드리겠습니다. 할로윈 시즌을 맞이하여 루미아 섬에서 으스스한 할로윈 축제가 열립니다. 브리핑룸과 묘지 지역이 할로윈 분위기로 새롭게 단장되는데요. 새로운 모습의 지역들에서 색다른 느낌을 받으실 수 있을 것 같네요. 전투연구실의 전멸 판정이 개선됩니다. 이제 균열 내부에 있는 모든 팀원이 빈사 상태가 되면 즉시 사망 처리됩니다. 더 이상 상대를 모두 쓰러뜨리고 빈사 상태인 적을 처리하는 데 시간을 쓸 필요가 없어질 것 같네요. 입장 팀수에 따른 보상도 차등 지급됩니다. 이제 2일차 밤에 적이 없는 전투연구실에 입장하실 경우 기존보다 조금 적은 보상을 얻게 됩니다. 안전구역이 좁은 게임 후반부에 B0 R1이 겹쳐 발견되는 빈도가 줄어들고 보리의 도주 시간이 줄어들어 보다 추격이 쉬워집니다. 다음으로 게임 플레이 변화점들을 소개해드리겠습니다. 혼돈 특성의 도깨비불의 쿨다운이 35초에서 30초로 줄어듭니다. 이제 조금 더 자주 도깨비불을 날릴 수 있겠네요. 지원 특성의 치유드론 체력 회복량이 소폭 상승하고 쿨다운이 줄어듭니다. 같은 지원 특성에 속하는 위압감의 경우 받는 피해 증가가 4%에서 3.5%로 소폭 감소합니다. 전술 스킬 프로토콜 위반의 경우 받는 피해 증가가 13%에서 15%로 상승합니다. 다음으로 실험체 변경점들을 소개해드리겠습니다. 안정적인 대치 능력과 높은 피해량을 바탕으로 우수한 성능을 보이는 시셀라의 주력 스킬 윌슨 도와줘 스킬을 하향하여 위력을 견제합니다. 상위권 실력대에서 매우 높은 성과를 보이는 유스티나의 부스트 대시 쿨다운을 늘리고 아스트라 에너지의 재충전 시간이 늘어나 약점이 보다 명확해집니다. 높은 피해량을 바탕으로 지속적으로 평균 이상의 지표를 보이는 이슈토반의 경우 파동 함수 붕괴 스킬의 피해량을 낮춥니다. 계속해서 높은 성과를 보이고 있는 제키의 기본 방어력을 낮춰 내구도를 견제하고 전기톱 살인마의 이동 속도 증가 효과를 감소시켜 기동 능력을 약화시킵니다. 스킬 개선 이후 전반적으로 우수한 성과를 보이고 있는 혜진의 경우 흠령부의 이동 속도 감소량을 낮춰 견제 능력을 하향합니다. 평균 이하의 성과를 보이는 데비 마를렌의 경우 이 스킬의 교대 시 이동 속도 증가량을 높이고 트윈즈 러쉬의 피해량을 증가시켜 적중 시 위력을 강화시킵니다. 루크의 경우 강박증 공격력 개수가 상향되는 만큼 공격적인 아이템 세팅을 선택했을 때 기존보다 강한 위력을 발휘할 수 있습니다. 낮은 지표를 보이고 있는 아디나의 경우 무기 숙련도 효과를 높이고 폴 디그니티의 별 컨정션 효과 체력 회복량이 증가하여 아군 지원 능력이 강해집니다. 이외에도 다양한 캐릭터 조정 사항들이 준비되어 있으니 패치노트에서 확인해주세요. 다음으로 아이템 변경점들을 소개해드리겠습니다. 전설 등급 머리 장비인 검은 베일의
Welcome back from the break, everybody. We are now getting ready for games 1 and 2 of Group B. We are done with Group A. We got through all the 4 games. Now we are getting ready for the 4 games that we have to do for Group B. Group A was awesome, but obviously with Group B, we're going to have 8 whole new teams, which means new experience for both you and I. Super, how are you feeling so far, my friend?
I am feeling excited and curious, obviously, on what characters that this lobby is going to be picking. Are we going to see, a meta take place for Season 9 already in these group stages? I mean, we did see the Mai getting banned out, so we'll have to see if we'll see maybe another character being banned as well.
Yep. And on the topic of potential bans, let's actually take a look at some of the teams that are going to be playing for Group B. You can take a look at it right here on this screenshot, or I should say this asset, maybe this graphic. There we go. That's the word that I wanted to use for it. For Group B, we have FN Sejong, Gyeonggi Innate, New Rise Gangwon, Esperanza, Milky Way, Freya, Gwangju Slasher, and Princess Barbara. Interesting team name there. But we do have 4 KEL teams in this lobby, which means it's going to be pretty stacked.
Yeah, but there's a little change up, I would say, for one of these teams. FN Sejong, not their usual team. That's that we've known them for, right? So it is going to be Bum, E8, and Rosner and Bonghwa. So the old team of Team Busan Bespa now taking the place of Team FN Sejong.
Yep, indeed. And a couple of change-ups in the rest of the KL teams that are inside of this lobby as well. I think Gyeonggi Innate ended up losing one of their members, and now Tazu is in, unless I'm remembering that completely differently. Urice Kangwon is also hanging around here. Similar team composition as last season, but Logan did end up joining this entire roster, which means it's actually kind of funny. Insane is just about the only person on this team that can play the front line. So I think at this point it's Riori with the main lineup and then swap between Loken and Phoenix Park. But that's actually not that big of a deal because Phoenix Park didn't play too much for New Rise Gangwon in Season 8 either. So I think Loken might be the starter for this roster now, which is going to be huge.
I mean, Insane also was playing like ADCs for the team. So I'm very curious to see if Loken or Insane is going to start or going to be on the backline carry, or Phoenix Park is going to come and play the tank as well. Maybe they're going to swap Loken and Insane. We'll have to see. There's a lot of kind of mix and matches that Team Rise Gangwon can sort of play around, I would say.
Absolutely. It's a bit interesting. Are they just locking into the entire idea of running triple DPS the entire season, or are we going to see somebody divert? Are we going to put somebody funny on tank business instead if whatever we're doing doesn't work out? This is a very interesting lineup at the very least, right? You and I can agree on that. If anyone else has been familiar
100%.
with these players in general, you will definitely think that as well. You take a look at this, just like, what is their game plan? Well, we'll be exposed to it as soon as the game starts. So we'll see how New Rise Gangwon wants to pilot this kind of roster with a team composition that could potentially come into fray.
Yeah, and I'm excited as well for tomorrow. I don't know if you saw the teams coming in for tomorrow for Group C, but we do have obviously Team Auto Arms and Team Busan Vespa with G-Work and Romantic together.
Yeah, that's going to be an interesting one. Well, that's going to be all said and done for tomorrow, but for now, let's get started on game number 1 for Group Stage B. Let's see what ends up getting picked. Nizuka on the Yan, his signature pick that we've seen so many times in previous seasons. I'm glad that it's making a comeback. X-Boy on his signature Bianca. Sign me up, please. I'm already loving the draft pick so far. If he does lock that in and goes for it, that will be the first time I've seen Bianca for X-Boy in quite a while as well.
Yeah, it's been a long time since we did end up seeing it, and it is going to be locked in. So the Bianca coming back onto the big stage here, and we do see a lot of Mai's being locked in. 2 Mai's and Alonso's being hovered here for the side of Team Freya and Princess Barbara here. It looks like they are going to have...
Actually.
Oh, Barbara. Alright. And yeah, they are going to have the Barbara here. That is going to be locked in. 2 Yans being picked, so... I think it's just going to be that Mai being banned. Oh, no, it's going to be that Justina being banned as well. And it's going to be 3 teams playing that Mai Justina here.
Not surprised at all, right? And they're all going to be the teams in KEL. Why, I wonder this roster is picked. 2 teams actually running the exact same team compositions as well, right? It's a mirror matchup between Gyeonggi Innate and Uri's Kangwon, with the Tsubami being locked in for both sides. The only flip side is going to be E8 over onto the Razi. Now, something interesting about this is with FN Sejong's new roster, Bum is now not on tank duty, which is one thing that I wanted to see for such a long time. Bum is a fantastic player all around. He has played a lot of the frontliners for a majority of his career just because he's always been like the Ekion aficionado ever since his kind of debut in the streaming scene, his entire kind of career as a whole. But as soon as he started going into FN Sejong's roster, he's always just been that frontliner. I've wanted to see him play the backline, so I love the fact that we're seeing him on this. Got a little taste of that during Season 8 when they were playing the triple DPS comp for FN Sejong, but now that he's playing the front to back, I wonder how it's going to feel like for Season 8, for Season 9, sorry.
Yeah, it looks like all these teams are picking that Mai for that front line though, so not that triple backline team that we did end up seeing take, I would say, most of the meta share in the last season. We are gonna go back to our typical front to back team. I think Mai, I mean, such a great pick right now, and she did end up getting buffed up quite a bit throughout the season of Season 8.
Yep, another very common face as well we saw just now at the beginning of the game, but NXA for Team Esperanza back onto the Debbie and Marlene, right? This is not something that you and I are confused about whatsoever. It is a very commonplace pick for that player. Let's see what they've cooked up for the new season. I know as we get further and further on into the season, NXA builds typically are the only ones that I ever see being played in solo queue for ER. So let's see what NXA have cooked up for us this entire season. From the looks of it, at the moment, it is going to be the Vampiric as well as the Blink, which is not something I've seen in a long time for the Debbie and Marlene, but NXA will be running it for game number 1. Let's see how that goes.
Yeah, Blink is usually not the augment that we see, but I think with the I'm not sure actually if Dema got hit with the challenge change with the Blink, but there's gonna be a lot of damage being exchanged. Bomb is gonna get a lot of damage, is gonna end up going down by this Esteban here. And the damage from this Nadine, it is that Bo Nadine. It's not gonna be enough damage in the early game just yet. So it is gonna be a 2-for-1 trade going to the side of Team FN Sejong.
Yep, there's a laser down for the Barbara, and then we'll be able to knock down the Justina of Gyeonggi, and down they go. Going to be a trade over on the other sides of the map as NRG and Team Freya looking to fight it out between each other. Insane trying to pressure Yana to the best of their abilities. Ryori is starting to come back in, and he does have full charge bar. Damage output from the Kadia is looking really solid though. Unfortunately, the third person that joins in onto the fight is going to be Logan. Uri's Kangwon should be able to pick up a kill onto Jumo, but he's buying as much time as possible so that Kadia can at least get some farm before we start heading into night number 1.
I didn't even realize Yona went to the side of Team Freya, so I think Team Insider, maybe they've disbanded.
Oh, that's gonna suck, huh? You really love that team too.
Yeah, but it looks like, oh, a huge burst damage coming out onto this Dema. Dema ulting on forward, not gonna be able to hit anyone, but and the Tsubami is able to kite out on this Darko as well. And it is gonna be a nice, clean 2 kills for the side of Team Gyeonggi. They're gonna try chasing down this Johan, but Johan does have that movement speed to get themselves to safety here. Horrific in the 1v1 here onto this Yana. Great Tomfa skill coming out to block out on the ultimate. And oh, they hit into the boards, and the boards are going to do a lot of damage, but the turn around here, coming out from Gun, Horrific is going to be able to get themselves to safety. Blink on forward there with that to read the Vampire Queen, and it will be able to secure that kill.
Yan just healed his entire health bar from hitting 4 targets with a bob and weave and knee kick combination. I have never seen that much healing on the Yan before, but oh, there you go. You've seen it for the first time. Ingu trying his best to stay alive. He will as the Justina lands the explosion shot straight over onto E8. The Roz is not going to be able to pick up a trade, unfortunately. Rosner trying to chase down Chino as well as Bum, but I don't know if they have the distance forward. Ingu on the follow-up on the backside. Rosner being tagged a little bit more means they're just gonna have to back away despite the Ghost Light tagging over onto Gino. Actually, he wants a little bit more of a piece of the pie instead. The lasers are being dodged. Bombs not landing a couple of these important ones. No healing drone available for Rosner. This is the first full team fight that we're seeing of the game. Rosner's gonna get taken down, traded out for Gino instead. The lasers are shining true, but that's already a kill over onto E8. Bum has nowhere that he can go anymore. This should be a kill as the lasers land. Down it is. Break over onto Team F and Sejong from Gyeonggi.
Yeah, very nicely played from Gyeonggi in it there. Zubame actually able to get the gap closer, blinking on forward and using that ultimate to get themselves on in, and then the teammates of Gyeonggi Innates were there to follow up at the very end, despite the Subame jumping in a little forward there. You have Team Freya gonna look forward to contest for this Tree of Life as Team Esperanza is going to jump on forward. They do get the damage onto the Haze, but the Haze is going to be able to just kite themselves on back. Yona getting a lot of damage on this Kadia here. Is able to get so much auto attack damage, and the Darko is trying to walk on forward, but is just going to get bursted down. Darko is going to be able to escape just barely here. NXA going to be able to get themselves on out as well. NXA trying to use the ultimate to jump on forward, not going to be able to connect. And the tree is just going to go to the side of Team Freya.
Yeah, just a little bit angsty with it. FN Sejong now looking to fight against Kwangju Slashers. X-Boy is going to end up sending the Reign of the Vampire Queen. Does not end up getting a very valuable one at that either. So FN Sejong is the one that has the advantage, but damage output over onto the Mai is looking a little too good, and E8 is just going to get completely ripped to shreds on the backside. Does get tagged up, and Bomb's going to get taken down too. That's a complete terminate. For FN Sejong, the new roster not being able to hold a candle up against 2 of our other KEL teams. Gyeonggi Innate gets the break. Oh wait, sorry, New Rise Kangwon gets the break. Gyeonggi Innate gets the wipe. The exact same composition, by the way, the ones that were able to get that inside of Team FN Sejong's game plan for game number 1.
Yeah, very nicely played by the side of Team Slasher there. Despite the ultimate not having that much value, they hit a great Sanguine Javelin X-Boy right onto that priority target, onto the Mai. They're able to get that burst damage down. And yeah, great follow on forward from the Nadine to finish off that Rozzy. And it just lights out there for the side of Team FN Sejong. A little unfortunate as they do end up going down in 8th place with only 3 points for themselves. So not a great start on the new roster for the brand.
Yep, I will say for Kwangju Slasher though, that Nadine gameplay style is a little bit different than what we saw from 03CU earlier. 03CU from earlier is Ghost Light, but the fight is going to begin down in Warehouse. Let's see how it goes. Down goes the Ispa, down goes a Darko instantly. Can NXA somehow turn this? I don't really think so. I've seen NXA do some crazy things in the past, but that's a Theo on the backside. Yeah, it's just going to be a complete disengage from NXA. He will run away.
I see the idea, you know, the Darko ulting on forward, NXA just using the ultimate as a gap close so they could try to burst out these backliners, but yeah, Alonso is just there to just lock them up, right? The ultimate coming down, just taking so much burst damage and AoE damage from the Skeeto, just able to just get free auto attacks on the backside there. A little unfortunate for Team Esperanza, but yeah, do end up losing a member. It's still day 2, so not too bad for them. Oh god, and does end up getting bursted down there. Great parry coming out from the Yan, but it's not going to be enough. As it is going to be Team Milky Way going to be the one to come out on top here. Actually, they end up trading 1 though. Bexboy does end up getting the deed on the backside. He's just going to jump on forward there as well, but is just going to go down. Whoa, wait a second. I think they're going to wipe. Oh, great blink away from gun.
Oh, that was scary for a second. Okay. Well, X-Boy getting a little bit angsty with it. Same thing for the Isfan. At least he was able to cancel out the circulation. Or, sorry, not the circulation, but the Coffin with the Dark Stab, right? He was able to get that in. Shadow Stab to cancel that. Bianca means he does end up getting the trade on it. A Mithril picked up for Zero Jin. That's pretty massive. Pretty nice for that. Yeah. Izuka completely caught out on his own. Can the Yan do it? No, he can't, because that is a Tsubame. No. Too much mobility. Wait a second.
Queen trying to get the Tsubame here. No. Jino is able to just dodge out on all
he
of
does
it.
get
He does get it though with
Sanguine Javelin.
Yeah, the Sanguine Javelin at the very end.
Oh my god, okay, well, this is a little bit funny. Gyeonggi Slasher loses out on 2. Subami will get taken down, but obviously it's going to be a res back onto that. Gyeonggi Innate has full control over the north side, which means the Mutant Bears also going in their favor.
They're looking pretty good here. You can see their credit counts as well. They could get their next couple of buy-ins, and they get all of the farm up here on the top side. Uh-oh, looks like Gun does end up getting caught here by the side of Rachan, and they do end up going down. So nice kill going to the side of Team Milky Way.
Yep. Rachan is not Izuka, has not really missed that many combos on his end, right? Very, very standard Yan player within the ERM scene. Same thing, here we go. Round 2 between these two teams. It's yet another intimidation tactic straight onto the fight, but this is going to be a complete split.
Nice.
This is a fight that Team Esperanza has wanted ever since that fight up on the northern side. This is what they wanted to see. That's what the fight they're exactly going to get is. Keon completely stuck. Might be able to find a trade onto Isana, but the turret is targeting the Darko. Unfortunately, no trade there. 2 for 0 in favor of Esperanza. Perfect fight between these players.
Yeah, it looks like Miner was able to get a great ultimate, actually hitting, I think, all 3 members, was able to pull the member in, and then Izuka getting that, or sorry, not Izuka, but NXA getting the isolated 1v1 onto the Theodore. As soon as the Theodore goes down, I think Princess team just doesn't have enough damage here, and Alonso is just barely on about, it's going to be on like 1 second a timer, is going to be able to TP to school to get themselves to safety, but yeah, Princess team is going to be on the back foot here. They do have enough credits to get their next couple of buy-ins, but definitely going to be in a little bit of trouble.
Pacing for a lot of the teams that are in KEL are already looking very solid. You can see the transition for both New Rise Gangwon and Gyeonggi Innate. It is a little bit ahead for New Rise Gangwon. They are rotating between the prio. New Rise Gangwon seems to prioritize their Subami a little bit more. Gyeonggi Innate over onto the Justina. It's actually quite interesting. This is a bit of an interesting take for New Rise Gangwon. A lot of teams tend to prioritize the Justina first before anything else, but look at that combination straight over on towards the Justina. But the problem is Astra Burst is just way too good. Zero Jin is just completely countering everything that Milky Way wants to do. Great combo, but it's just not going to be enough. 2 members down for Milky Way. Rachan has to completely book it. Minus 400 credits for this team.
I think they thought they had an angle, but a huge exclusive coming out from Ing9 to block out on that damage from the Istvan. Istvan just used the ultimate onto the Justina, just completely mitigated everything there, and it was just a great team fight coming out from the side of Team Gyeonggi. They were able to, or I think Subban was able to get the isolated 1v1, and Zero Jin and Ing9 were able to win that 2v2. So very nicely played by the side of the Ing9, and they will, or Gyeonggi, and they will be contesting for this Omega as well, but I think they end up seeing that team New Rise Gangwon is in the zone, and they're just gonna slowly back themselves on out.
Both of our Mai, Justina, and Subami compositions are both trying to look for this Omega just because of how important of an item that Force Core is on a hyperscaling composition like these two. But for now, Gyeonggi Innate is actually going to back away after they see the item transition difference between those. I like the idea from New Rise Gangwon to put a bit more on the Subami because that's more consistent damage, but that does open up opportunities for Gyeonggi Innate to have a bit more of that burst potential before the fight's starting to get a little bit more even, with these two teams starting to get items against each other. So like where that's going. Team Freya not looking to go for the rift. They actually want to go for the kills against Team Milky Way instead. We're going to use the jump pad. Can they get the VLS? No, they can't. Look at the timer for the Isfan. He needs to walk back in and save the Rajam, but this has to be the death ball in. The problem is Isfan just goes completely wide and they're putting their targets on an Alonso of all things. Taewon is going to get taken down. It is the ballistic advantage to kill him. There goes the entirety of Team Milky Way. Our second team to wipe will be that team. Great kills from Team Freya. Great attempt from Milky Way to get the VLS out, but I think the team hesitated a little bit, which is understandable against Alonso.
I think maybe if they stuck it, they could have got away, but I think the Alonso ultimate did end up pulling one of them back anyway, so it was a little tough. I think maybe they just had to look for the TP instead. But I don't know if they have enough time.
Not enough.
Yeah, so just a really tough situation for the side Team Milky Way, and then they were forced in, but the Alonso was kind of there to lock up the dive. So a little unfortunate for the side team Milky Ways. They do end up going down in 7th place. Very fine though for the side team Freya, as they do end up picking a lot of kills. And look at the credit counts. I think they're just gonna wait probably for the next rotation to get their blood buy-ins, and they should be looking pretty strong. I do like this play. I think they know how strong team New Rise is because they just got the Omega. So they're gonna wait until the zone swaps, probably jump pad over and go into Chapel that's reopening.
I wonder what the blood buy-ins for Team Freya is going to go in towards though, because we have 5 items on the Kadia. It shouldn't be that big of a surprise that we will most likely see the Widowmaker on her though, right? It's not that big of a difference between, well, I should say it's a massive difference, sorry.
We'll see that because depending on their build, they could have the crit weapon, so you can't really run.
If they're going the intervention build, it could be the case. But if they are running something like the Andromeda here instead, then that could be an option. Otherwise, it's going to be double blood for the Haze, because I do see that she's missing her boots.
Yeah, it could also just be the Blood Ripper, because the Blood Ripper is a really big upgrade, I think, for that build, which is what we usually see, I think, coming out. When they do have that extra blood, you
can even run the Burgundy as well. I've seen that being pretty popular. Yep, there it is, Blood Ripper. Yep, you're correct. And what is the Haze going to get? Is it gonna be the boots? It's probably something like red shoes. You could run something like.
There's that new shoes that they added. That's just Oh, nope, it's gonna be right.
Yep, there's a solar system miniature built up for the Alonzo. Yeah, now Team Freya is super turbocharged at this point. It's going to be the boots missing for the Haze, but realistically speaking, you're only really looking for like glacial shoes or maybe even like legs of steel, which is not that important for a Haze. It's one of the more last minute things that you could have. It's quality of life, but not that big of a difference. So effectively speaking, Freya is full build at this point.
Yeah, and they are floating those extra 2 gold items that you can sell off Lumi to get that extra buy-in at the very end. But Lumi, up here in school, looks like Team New Rise Gangwon is completely locking down the school zone to try to secure this quick line for themselves.
Gonna be spawning inside the school, New Rise Gangwon trying to duke it out up against Kwangju Slashers. X-Boy does have a little bit of space that he can work with, but there's a lot of mobility on the side of Team New Rise Gangwon. Loken can get out of the... wait a second.
Whoa! Nadine was caught on the backside here.
Okay.
Yeah, gone a little split away from their team. Then just gets caught out by the side of Team New Rise there. A huge explosion shot coming out from Riori. Gonna be able to lock them down. And we do have another team though, gonna be contesting for this wick now. This is gonna be the side of Team Gyeonggye. That wick, that blood sample was used on that whip there, and there is a great parry there coming out from NXA. They're trying to look for an angle onto the backline there, but it's not going to be enough damage. They're going to be forced to get themselves on out, as the DPS from the side of Team Princess is a little too much for the side of Team Esperanza. They do end up getting the res, and who's going to get this quick line is going to be, I think, a complete flip here on who is going to be able to pick it up. There is going to come to engage on Ing9. The UCs are going to trade damage. It's going to go to the side of Team Riori. A lot of damage is being traded back in. Gyeonggye are going to be on the back foot here. They're trying to look for something here. Is going to go down, and the wick line is secured as well from the side of Team New Rise. And Team New Rise completely outplay the side of Team Gyeonggye, and I think that is going to be it. Zerojin should go down here as well. Insane is going to try chasing.
Okay.
Should have the catwalk, maybe with the camera. Should be able to just jump forward here.
Can he get the
damage?
Oh, he can!
That's so bad for the side of Team New Rise.
Oh, and now they're isolated too. Look at this. Loken's going to get taken down. That's a ton of credits going away from that team as well. 3 seconds left. Oh, the Justinas, she can get back in, but it's still not going to be good for both of the Justinas who are now left by their lonesome.
By the side of Team New Rise there. I think they overchased a little too far forward. Wait a second, they are going to be able to get the res here. I think they should have. Yes, the safety orb. They should
my god, but the team's waiting! The team is waiting! And that jump pad isn't going to activate for a few extra seconds. Down goes to Justina. Oh no!
That's such a big throw. Now they have to wait for Lumi. Wait a second, do they have enough gadget points? I think they do, and they get the res.
Okay, hey, lucky for them. Look at that. New Rise Gangwon is fully back up. Gyeonggye Innate is going to be in a little bit of trouble for the next few minutes. They do end up getting the res back over onto the Tsubame, but now we have about 3 minutes before Lumi is going to disappear. This team needs to farm about 80 plus credits onto the Tsubame in order to get that back up, but it's not going to be made any easy because Team Princess Babara is looking for the kills. They know exactly where this team is. Great call on Zerojin to cancel out that White Lily, but it doesn't change the fact that this team is still on the the chase. Gyeonggi Innate is just not going to have any way out of this, especially with Chino running the wrong way around. He's going to get his pointed at him. No, it's going to get canceled out. Jumping back over. They're looking for the fights instead. Look at this. The kill over onto the Barbara. Maybe? No, they're going to back away. Keon. Oh my goodness. 2v3 could have been it, but Zero gets found down, and that's it. No. No.
Great attempt there to try to turn it, but it's not going to be enough, and Jinho's going to get caught again as well. So maybe was going to try to look for the Lumi res, not having enough credits anyways. I think that is going to be it for the side of Team Gyeonggi Innate. There is the members. Oh my god, that is a lot of damage from Nadine here, and I think Jinho's got caught. There's the ultimate. Both ultimates from the backliners, and they will be able to secure that kill.
What happened to the Alonso's timer that he's sitting on single digits at this point? Gonna look for a TP out here instead. They will have enough, but that is 2 safety drones used in a place where I don't think they really had to. But it will keep themselves safe on the south side of the map. A little bit of a bad TP, but Anger should be fine, right? He's got 20 seconds to walk up into Forest.
I think the TP was correct just because they used 2 of their ultimates, so they don't want to be taking a fight in that corridor, right? So they don't have that Barber ult, they don't have the Theodore ult, and they knew there was another team there, so I think it's okay, but
he can't walk back anymore.
Spot now for the side of Team Princess here. They have to look for it. They just send the ultimate in here. There's the ultimate on the Barber as well. They're going to try looking for anything on the backline. Not going to find anything with that Barber ult, and the Alonso's is getting bursted down from the body on the backside. There is a Theodore getting pushed down to 1 HP, but it looks like the members of the side of Team Princess were able to get out just barely here. Team Esperanza is looking for a fight on the side of Team NewRise, but NewRise is really strong as well. It's really hard for these teams to push into the zone. There's going to be 4 teams here. Will any team back away? I feel like Team NewRise are probably going to go to the side of Team Slasher, but we'll have to see. Team Slasher already secured that fire station zone as well.
Keon! Oh no! The Barber eats the root. There's the blink away, but the twins rushes there and the push into the wall. Oh no, you always have to check. Recon drone save lives. This time it's not going to be a factor for Princess Babara.
Wait a second.
Back into the red. Down they go. Team Freya is trying to look for a chase down onto Esperanza, but they're safe. Great fight. Great catch out from Esperanza. Nice attempt on the blink from the Barbara, but once you use a blink as a Barbara, you got no mobility left. Great call out from Esperanza to find that pick.
Yeah, you have to check those bushes, especially this late into the game. You don't know if there's going to be a team in there. I feel like they have like the tools to check, right? The Barbara can maybe throw a nade in there. Obviously, the recon drones you can always use. Alonso can walk in there first. Unfortunately, the Barbara did end up getting caught, so will be Team Princess gonna go down there in 5th place. 6.5 points, not too bad, but definitely probably not the game they're looking for.
Yeah, color me surprised. That's one of the bushes that people always check if you're sitting inside that big bush inside a forest. Surprisingly, it wasn't caught out. Okay, Nizuka stacking up a couple of those. Yep, the stacks over. Oh, unfortunately, it does end up getting taken down. So Nizuka's not going to be able to build up those unyielding stacks anymore. It will completely reset. Great call from Insane to get the reset on that, and now looking for a little bit as soon as those unyielding stacks are gone. But now that it is not a factor anymore, Nizuka's going to have a little bit of a tough time actually building those stacks back up. He's got 1 just from hitting the plant, but that's about it. The only other way he's going to get stacks instantly is if he jumps using in that Tetragon. He's going to do it now. Great fight started out by Team Kwangju Slashers. Ryori is just completely caught in the middle of nowhere. Used the Astra Burst too early on into the fight, but the damage output from Loken. Look at him go. Auto attacks one after another. Nizuka is already dead. They're going to get the kill credit over onto that as well, so the Executioner bonus is going to heal Insane so much. All they have to do is just not get poked out by Gun. The problem is Exploit's already in on the fight. Safety drone is on the backside, but Loken has his numbers in his card. That's it. Gun and Exploit will get taken down. Loken just single-handedly wipes out the entirety of Kwangju Slasher with auto attacks one after another. This is why Loken is such a prized possession in so many teams that he goes over to for ER.
Yeah, I mean, Tsubame is such a strong character to, you know, look for those chaotic situations and just able to find those picks as well. Just very nicely played from the side of Team NewRise Gangwon there. Loken is playing out of his mind. Unfortunately, I think, yeah, the Nadine ult, once the Nadine ult is down for the side team Slasher. Just not enough damage, especially since it is just that Bianca going to be left here. Loken having a flank angle. Maybe going to try looking for something here. Yona sitting on 2 blood samples with that haze. And yeah, they're just going to try full sending it with that soul seal to get themselves to safety. They're a little split off here. Yona actually going to be able to get themselves over the wall. They're just going to full send it onto Riori here. I like this because they know that the Subame is a little too far forward there. And now we're going to go back to our front to back. Very nicely played by the side of Team Freya to respect the kind of off angle and the flank angle for the side of Team New Rise, because I do think Team Freya, if they just play this fight full front to back, they should be able to win it out.
Yep. Really good positioning from Team New Rise Kangwon. Actually ends up forcing out a couple of gadget points from Team Freya as well, but the timer is going to start to tick. 15 seconds to go for Mojom, and now he has the Ghost Light procced on them as well. This is not going to look good. Chronofield actually is helping a lot for Team Freya. Chronosphere is going to start moving down, but it will close right now. Mojom sitting on about 10 seconds of his timer. The Haze has no more rockets remaining. Will jump over and save with Insane jumping on in on the backside. Damage output over onto Loken is really good. Look at these rockets are insane. There is just no way Loken can get away from this. The finger point is there, the exclusive is there too, but down goes the Mai. Beautiful plays from Team Freya to be able to lock everybody down. That's the kill over on... Oh, never mind. Wait a second. Yona actually ends up getting taken down. The trade is there. Riori gets taken down, but the timer is just not going to buy enough time for Loken to win. Freya takes away game number 1. Another game with 22 points.
Yeah, just playing the front to back perfectly there. I love their positioning, and I love the recognition that we should just push into this Yusina who's by themselves, use a soul sealer to make sure they get back into that front to back position so they're able to just take the win there. Alonso, such a great character to play into Mai, because you just lock the Mai down when they're trying to look for that engage.
Yeah, and I think Alonso is also really, really good at fighting in these very chaotic situations as well, right? We talked about the Subame earlier, but the problem with Alonso is that late game, his cooldowns are very, very low. So once you start fighting and you're kind of trying to push your way through the Alonso to get damage onto the backline, he will eventually get the finger point straight over onto you, and that locks you down instead. So there's a lot of things you have to worry about when you're fighting against Alonso. That happened to Loken. Just a great fight taken from Team Freya. And as I said, another game where the first place team is sitting on 22 points. That might just be the number of the tournament at this point.
Yeah, I mean, I think Alonso is sort of like a counter to Mai, because if Mai tries to engage, you just finger point at Mai, and then they're kind of stuck in there. You CC them as well. And it's just a really bad spot, for Mai. So Mai can never really pull the trigger first. If you're not really pulling the trigger, you're kind of just getting bursted down by like the 2 backliners, especially from the side of Team Freya. They had such a big item advantage as well. They had 3 blood samples, I think, over the side of Team New Rise. 2 blood samples on Yona, so just so much damage in that front to back for the side of Team Freya. So yeah, I think they played that basically almost perfect in that final zone.
Yep, we're getting the value out of the 2 tanks that you were talking about, the Mai and the Alonso from Series 1 that we saw for Group Stage A. Not too surprised about it. I think both of the tanks did exactly what each other are supposed to do. It's just the Alonso was providing a solid wall for that haze to just go through multiple iterations of those rocket launchers. That's where the value really came in. Right, we saw Mojom landing multiple splash damage with the rocket launchers over onto both Loken as well as Riori on the backside. That's where it really, really hurts. You can't do anything against that if you're double backliners. They ate, like 3 splashes with each other? That's just game over. You can't deal that anymore with the timer that you have left.
Yeah, when you're playing the front to back, Alonso is just so much more tanky and has so much more sustain than the Mai. So, yeah, just sitting in there, use the ultimate, and it's just really easy for Yona to just auto them down.
So much more consistent healing, so much more consistent sustain. Well, the healing is sustained. So much more consistent crowd control, so much more consistent damage resistance as well, with that wall coming up every 6-7 seconds late game. So it's a little bit annoying to deal with, and that's exactly what's going to happen, because Team Freya, as I mentioned again, first place has 22 points after game number 1. Cool. New Rise Kangwon in second place with 17. That's also a very similar number to what we saw second place in Series 1. Also have, I think it was 17.5, and third place was 17. But yeah, regardless, Gwangju Slasher and Gyeonggi Innate. So we have quite a fair set of teams that are in the KEL sitting in that top 4 spots. The exception to that is going to be FN Sejong, so they're going to have to step it up again in game number 2 to see if this new roster is going to make the difference or not in how they are able to execute their game plan with the Nana.
It's a new roster, but it's an old roster, but it's just rebranded. So
I think it might be just like the new leadership under the Nana's coaching that might shape things up a little bit because
100%, yeah.
E8 is playing Rozzy, which is something he has brought out in ERM in the past, but obviously it's not something he's going to be completely comfortable running, right? So it could be a little bit more of a limit test in game number 1. And realistically speaking, I think FN Sejong got a little bit unlucky in game 1 because they had to fight 2 to 3 teams back to back. And funnily enough, let me know if this has been an issue for you. Food has been an absolute pain in the early game because of the new system they implemented where you have the dine and dash effect from like previous seasons automatically, right? You just burn through your food over and over again. It is so hard if you fight it early to get that food back.
Yeah, but I mean, you could turn it off, right? You don't have to have it on. And I think most of these teams are probably... I don't know if they have it on or if they have it off. I personally have still have it. I think I have it on, but it's like adjusted. So like obviously,
you'll probably proc it first manually.
I'll probably
before.
proc it first. Exactly. Yeah, I'll probably be eating the food first. It's only I think if it goes down to like maybe 70% HP or 60% is when it'll just start procking by itself. But I think if you're playing at this level of play, obviously these teams most likely will be eating food correctly. So I do think the reason why a lot of people don't have food in the early game is because they're complacent with the free food that you get now at the start of the match, where you get the 3 candy apples.
Yeah.
So you don't really make food for yourself sometimes, and that can definitely be a detriment for the early game team fighting.
Yeah, you have to at least have steak on you at the very least, right? Unless you're running dine and dash, you can have raw meat in your inventory, but if you're running DPSs, you're never going to be under the fortitude tree. So yeah, you have to figure out that food situation yourself. I don't know if that was one of the reasons why FN Sejong ended up falling down, but if it was, then all the bigger question as to why they actually took the fighting gas station, right? If you don't have food on your DPSs, you should never be taking a fight at that point in the game.
Yeah, I don't think it was probably a food issue, because I think at this level of play, people would know that you have to obviously have food for team fighting. So even if you didn't have any team fights, they would call in some chicken. I think they just had a bad team fight and they kind of just lost, 3v3. We'll have to see if it changes in the upcoming game, because we are going to have 2 bans coming in. We do have that Yusina and MI going to be banned out for game 2 here. I think we're going to be jumping straight into it very, very shortly here.
Yeah, there we go. All right, let's start looking at what the character selection is going to look like. With the draft system as well, we can't really change up anything, and there it is. FN Sejong is going to immediately start swapping things around. Rosner going to be going back onto one of his bread and butters as well, right? The Sua for him is going to look like it's going to get locked in about 5 seconds. You guys count one, swapping over onto the Kadia. Not too surprised about this either, because the Subame with the Justina is not exactly going to be an option anymore. Pairing it with the Cecilia is exactly what you want to see. E8 on the Hyejin. Okay, this is something that I'm up for, because E8 has been an avid mage player, right? We originally know him as that IREM from a long time ago, although he's kind of had to divert away from that with the recent roster changes as well as the composition change-ups. But I do like this. Bum on the Fiora, this kind of works because of the Sua. Remember how JCP has played the solo Fiora frontline in the past? That doesn't work, but if you pair it with something like a Sua, I could see this working. This is a great team comp.
I mean, this is a team comp I'm familiar with. Sua, Hyejin, and then usually we pair it with the Sylvia because
that is true, because of Frankie. Yep.
But I think Fiora is also a pretty solid pick here. It's just kind of to round out the comp for that dive, so they are going to be playing and looking for these off angles here. Do we see any bans? I think we do see one ban. It's going to be that Nadine ban coming in, going into game number 3. I think we see on the Milky Way, Gyeonggi and team. I think that's Team Slasher.
Gyeonggi Innate, actually.
Gyeonggi Slasher and Milky Way. Yeah.
They both start with G. I looked at Gyeonggi Innate, I was like, yeah, that's Gyeonggi Innate, that's Gyeonggi Slasher.
Is that a Magnus? Is that a Magnus on Team Korea?
Okay, you're right. You know, actually, funnily enough, with the My Gone, I don't think that's a bad idea. Magnus is actually not half bad right now. I think he's still very, very tanky. And if you pair it with something like the Hyejin and the Tsumami in the back, you can create a lot of space for those two characters, surprisingly enough.
Yeah, I mean, I think it will probably be fine just because, especially in a lobby like this, we don't have too much hard CC lockdown from these tanks, right? It's really only the Alonso that you maybe have to worry about a little bit, but the Magnus can just get on in, make some space for their team, and try to do as much damage as possible before going down.
Yeah, he's still annoying, right? Like, let's think about some of the characters that exist here. If you're up against the Bianca as a Magnus, you're never really going to kill the Bianca, but you can be annoying. You can cancel out a couple of the circulations if you time your smashes correctly. You can even cancel out the Coffin a couple of times as well. And let's be real here, on some other characters like the Istvan, even the Yan as well, like we just saw on our screen, even the Fiora, you start misplacing them with, or I should say displacing them with the smashes, you even slow them a little bit here and there. Their combos get thrown off really, really fast, and for combo such of characters like those that I just mentioned, if you're displaced from the original placement that you're trying to throw things on, it can throw you off real bad.
Yeah, 100%. We have NXA looking for E8 here, but the members of the side of Team Anthony are grouped up, so I think this is going to be it for this
No way.
Dema. It looks like they were able to get one kill back, though. The Darko was able to get E8 on the backside here. Double knocked up. There's the ultimate as well, trying to finish off Rosner. A lot of damage. It does it, like actually getting the kill. And it looks like the respawns are going to be coming back in as well, so Miner able to actually pick up that kill. There's the instant fear from that new Trevor the Nomad, the double proc on that, the two stacks on the fear, just able to just instantly get the fear down, and Evan Sejong is going to be the one to come out on top.
I know it's a lot of cooldowns to your characters in the early portions of the game, but the fact that it was that close of a fight up against Esperanza is a little bit scary, because Esperanza's team comp is not meant to burst people down, so you would theoretically think that characters relying on cooldown will be able to deal with them a little bit better, but it is not the case. Okay, there's a one kill over on towards the Barbara. Unfortunately, the Yan's gonna get traded out as Niziga will go down. Exploit just ends up running away, thanking so much for the one additional kill they were able to pick up. Nothing else too crazy.
Yeah, it looks like Team FN Sejong are going to be grouped up on the bottom side here. NXA is going to be able to find Zero Jin, but Zero Jin on the Scylla. Oh, I think actually hits the ultimate as well.
Changes.
There's the bubble. It's going to be a little too late. And it is going to be a nice pick from the side of Team NXA, able to get the one up onto Zero Jin there.
Thing is, I don't think the bubble would have mattered at all because the color changes doesn't get affected by it, but this does open up an opportunity for Gino to come in on the flank side. Will end up getting a kill instead. So a nice trade, 1-for-1 overall up on the northern side. This does also allow the Nadine to actually get the farm up there as well with the mutant wars and everything. Izuka in a little bit of trouble himself. We've seen this mirror matchup time and time again. Unfortunately, Izuka will get taken down as the... I think that was the Istvan supporting the Yan, right? Yeah, from Team Milky Way. 1-for-2, 1v2. Not going to work out in the favor of Team Gwangju Slasher.
Uh-oh, looks like they're trying to get some farm done. Isn't his ultimate? The Wolf Assault isn't getting a lot of damage in. There's the ultimate coming down from the Rainbow Vampire Queen. Is going to be able to secure that Darko. And it will come going down. There's a Slasher. Is going to be able to pick up a nice kill. And maybe play for this meteorite coming down in Fire Station very shortly.
Is that Bear Mask or Wolf Mask on Gun? I can't see it.
I don't know, actually. I didn't really see as well.
I mean, okay. Because... So Gun is playing... I think Gun's playing... I think that's the Accelerator build. I think it has to be Wolf Mask if that's the case. Well, let's see how this goes. Keon in a bit of trouble. Will have to blink over the wall. These guys holding his own up against two members of Team Princess Babara, but the third party is Zerojin coming in from the other side. 20 seconds to go until the meteorite is going to fall down.
Is going to connect.
I mean, the Vampire Queen goes down indeed. We'll see if the Theo goes down. Yes, he does. And now Keon is in trouble once again. Nizuka is on the chase. I don't think the Barber is going to be able to run away from this. Question is the damage going to be there to at least go for the trade? I don't think so. There's the down over onto Keon. Let's see where the fight continues to go. Another trade. It's going to be Loken versus NXA on the southern side of the map near Beach. The Hotel Tree of Life going to go in favor of Team New Rise Kangwon. FN Sejong. Oh wait, no, not FN Sejong. Sorry. What? Which start again? Was it Esperanza?
It was Team Esperanza, yeah.
Okay.
Can look for some damage, but not going to be able to find anything. Freya on the bottom side here. Looks like they were able to get the tree from the cemetery, so not too bad of a pickup from them. Ing9 on that Estelle. So it looks like they did end up swapping over to that Estelle front to back instead of that Mai here. We do have the Nadine a little far out here. Is going to use the Wiffle Cell to get some damage back in. Raccoon going to look for an angle as well. But the last member, this one is not here for the side of Team Milky Way. There's the random Rhyme. They are going to be able to use it and lock up this Yan, but it is going to go a little wide. Not going to be able to connect onto anyone. Rachin is going to get locked down though by that Sanguine Javelin, and they should have going down here, but is able to get a lot of sustain. Oh! Yeah, looks like that last dash on board from Barbara or Bianca was just enough here, and it looks like Nadine are having a nice trade battle. And oh, the bullseye is going to connect.
I personally would have died just like upright because I feel like the extra few seconds that Taewon ended up wasting was in vain. You know the other team, you know the rest of the team is coming from the other side. I would have just taken the death and died early instead to save some time. Regardless, the fight is going to happen inside of Hotel. There's 2 members down from US Kangwon already. FN Sejong is already showing their prowess with this mage-centric composition, but Bum's a little bit too far away and he is on the rapier. He doesn't have the parry. There he goes, can't do anything about it. Looked a little bit too close to the sun and got taken down immediately. Kill going in favor of Princess Barbara.
It is a lockdown from this team. If you get hit by the points, it's coming with a Barbara nade, it's coming with a Spark nade from Dio. You're just gonna go 100 to 0 so fast versus that team, so have to be a little careful. A little unfortunate, they ended up getting caught on the overchase there, but it's not the end of the world. It is just a day 2 death, but it might be a little hard for FN Sejong to contest for the next objective now. Nizuka having full stacks on this Yan. He's gonna try looking for an angle in here, and I think Team Gyeonggyenae know this, and they're fully respecting this Yan.
The contest is going to be over the alpha. The bear is still there if Nizuka wants to get some of those stacks reset up for himself. The unyielding great blink away from Jino. That means Nizuka is just completely stuck out in the middle of nowhere. Quick spin is there too, but the trade is already there as Zerojin ended up getting taken down. Ingu on the chase over onto the Nadine. He should be able to get it, except the execution bonus allows the Nadine to stay alive just for an extra second. Ingu just doesn't have the damage. There's a shield bash in. There's a great electric shift from Gun to get himself out. X-Boy supports. That means the fight probably going to go in favor of Gwangju Slasher instead when it comes to positioning. The problem is the res timers are pretty similar against each other, so the fight could happen once again. But let's take a look at what's happening inside of the Rift. Unfortunately, Bun's going to get taken down first. Isfan's still alive. Horrific is going to get taken down as well. But Rachin was already eliminated, which means Taewon is the last one alive on that team. E8 not going to be looking for a fight back on in. There's the kill from Rosner. He should be able to find the Nadine. Bullseye is not that bad, but E8 is already in position. I don't think Taewon's going to be able to win out on this Rift for himself unless he lands yet another great bullseye, but that one misses. I think that's the calling card for it.
Defense Sejong should have this in the bag here, and it looks like on the other side it was Gyeonggyenae able to secure that alpha for themselves at the very end. So FN Sejong winning that zone and Gyeonggyenae winning that alpha for themselves. Horrific is going to get caught out here. He's going to get some HP back from his passive, but it's not going to be enough, as it looks like Milky Way is going to be on the back foot now. Nadine going to be respawning back in. I don't know where they ended up respawning, but probably just somewhere to try to get some extra farm in.
Not that bad of an idea at all for these teams. FN Sejong holding the lead when it comes to overall points at the moment. 6.5 for this team, supplemented a little bit more by the Rift as well. 1.5 extra going for that team on top of what we were seeing throughout the course of the game already. Pretty on pace, I would have to say, for a pretty... Where the heck is that Magnus bike coming from? What is the plan here? Subami a little bit too far away. Jumo. What was the original plan for that? That came from nowhere.
Maybe thought it was an isolated target, but yeah, the members of Team Milky Way are there. Oh, looks like the knockup is going to go wide from the Yan, and that is going to be it. It's going to be early minus 200, maybe even a minus 400 here. I think Nadine. Oh, looks like. Oh no! Wasn't getting caught here. I think the Hyejin. Oh no, they actually can't finish off the Nadine here. I think. Yeah, not hitting that Q on that Magnus is pretty costly there. It did end up actually costing him that kill.
Unfortunately, Gwangju Slasher also losing out on 2 different members. They will supplement it with the meteorite picked up by Gun, but still going to be a minus 200 overall for this team. A little bit unfortunate at this point in the game too. This team does need transitions. Look at how behind they are on that front. 1 for each, and this is a KL team. This is like one of the slowest paces I've seen in a long time.
Yeah, they just weren't able to get the first 2 objectives, and now a minus 400 is just not what they're looking for here. You have Team Esperanza able to get the Lumi on the bottom side, so great Great pickup from them. They're able to get a lot of credits, maybe look to buy in their 4 scores and a couple more items for themselves. FN Sejong is gonna come into the blind spot here of Hotel to avoid some of their cams, but no one's gonna be here, so it's not really gonna matter too much.
Pretty good call, but obviously from us knowing everything around the map, right, it looks a little bit confusing. They don't know that. They don't know that Hotel is completely clear. It's a little bit of timer invested. It's only day 3 after all, right? You have plenty of time to make that back up. Timer is only a resource until it's too late.
Yeah, a lot of people probably wouldn't have caught that, but yeah, going into these blind spots to avoid cameras is really important, especially at this level of play, because you could just catch a team off by surprise, because usually teams will just sit in the zone and they'll have console and full vision and they'll think they're safe, right? Because you don't see any teams coming in. You think most of the zone is free just because you don't see any pings, you don't see any teams walking onto your cams, and then there's just a random team that just catches you by surprise because they avoided all of those cameras.
Yeah, I think it's a great play if you are out of vision resources, which kind of makes me a little bit worried about how FN Sejong is distributing the vision utilities they have. Making a play like that is great if you don't have things like recon drones to safely check for vision. This team is not really good at checking information outside of the SUA either, right? So you don't want to just turtle your way forward. You want to kind of see what their inventory looks like, that the call was made to do that. Well, the Rift is going to get taken by Team Esperanza. I don't think there was a fight in there either. Free objective going for them. It's going to be the Legendary box going in their favor, a 4 score at the very most. But are they going to go with it, a Hermes for NXA?
FN Sejong looks like they're looking for a team fight here. I think they definitely want to look, because look at their items. They have Rosner already sitting on 4 golds, Bomb on 5, and Hyejin on 3 as well. Esperanza gonna be spawning in to Hotel here. Safe TP after getting out of that free battle zone, able to maybe look for some extra farm, maybe get some more buy-ins, and they're probably going to look to maybe posture up into school. That is going to be reopening very shortly here. Very slow game, but 8 teams still alive going into day 4 very shortly here.
FN Sejong sees the calls inside of the research center. They're trying to position, but obviously for Princess Barbara knows a little bit too much about that. Sees the animal kills inside of Forest and says, nah, we don't want any part of that whatsoever. We walk into Cemetery to see that there was a team right around the CCTV console. Rachan is hanging right around. It's going to be Milky Way versus Team Princess Barbara if either of these two teams want to go for it. Gwangju Slasher is also hanging around with about 20 seconds in Factory. So we should have 3 teams inside a Cemetery in a few seconds. So if Milky Way wants to fight this, I think they've got to really start pulling the trigger right now. They're going to try to look for it, White Lily over, but no good positioning for anybody on Milky Way to look for that fight. Here we go. That's going to be the ultimate from the Isfan. Energy Blast Field also invested. Theo is safe though on the backside. Taiwan on the backside snipes down the Theo, and there's the kick over onto Keel as well. Down he goes. Horrific is going to somehow get away from the fight, and now it's a 1v2, but look on the backside. Somehow Gwangju Slasher finds everything, and now Taiwan is the one in trouble. There's the blink away, monkey wire away as well. Everything just being sent from Gwangju Slasher to get the kill over onto the team. Down they go. Milky Way down 2, Princess Barbara down 1. It's going to be more in just a second, as look at this. The Theo trying his desperately as best to run away, but it's the Alonzo. That's the sacrificial lamb. 2 members down for both teams fighting inside of Cemetery. You gotta send it fast.
Fight here. FN Sejong gonna look for something here, but Rosner actually gonna get bursted down. Jumping in on a little too far forward. They're not gonna be able to actually finish off Miner there. I think FN Sejong is gonna be out for the count. Gonna lose out on 2 members. Yejin gonna try getting the res. Oh, actually they do getting reses. I didn't even realize it's still only day 4 here. So it's going to be a minus 400 for the side team. FN Sejong. Rosner unfortunately just not able to connect those Don Quixotes at the very end. But yeah, it's so unfortunate for the side of Team Freya earlier, because you can't really account for a team, BLSing right on top of you the second you finish your team fight, and they just had full console or full knowledge of what was happening because of the recon you get when you are BLSing in. And also, sorry, not Team Freya. I think it was Team... Actually, was it Team Freya that was fighting there?
No, I think it was Milky Way, right? Or
yeah,
you mean...
Milky Way.
Milky Way. There we go. Yeah, you're absolutely correct. Another thing that I wanted to point out, just a little bit of a pet peeve. Great fight from Team Esperanza, but you should know that there is a kiosk there. You should probably have sent the Darko and the the Dema to prevent the easy resurrections that Team FN Sejong was able to get. Right? You know the resurrections are gonna happen. You saw the ping for at least what happened. I'm surprised they killed the body instead of just leaving the Johan.
Oh,
with
gonna
it.
get in?
Oh
No, he gets pulled down.
Keep going, keep going. No.
That's so unfortunate. He got stunned, and then he got pulled off first, and then stunned by the Estelle, and then knocked by the Estelle. He tried to get back in, I think 3 times, but every time there is that.
I respect the grind.
Yeah. 25 seconds of channeling that you kind of need to do to get yourself on in. Unfortunately, not going to be enough.
Really unfortunate. Also, I will mention that New Rise Kangwon has played both of the compositions that you and I were thinking about. Triple backline this game, and we did see the front to back in the previous game. Yep, I mean, it's what you would normally expect, right? We talked about it earlier, but looking at the roster itself, you would have to expect that this is going to happen at least once. The players alone just really gives it away. This is going to be a possibility. And if they decide to stick with this, with what we saw in Season 8 towards the end of it, if it is still similar in how it functions, I think they're not really going to get punished for it that hard. I mean, look at this. We're playing Kadia hard and Cecilia into late game. They're still playing really safe into this. But this is where the Magnus really starts to shine. They can't kill this thing. Even with triple DPS, the defense is so good.
Yeah, I mean, Magnus is able to get so much value here. Able to just spin on in, but wait a second. They should have actually going down here with the... Yeah, the Kadia and the Cella is just a lot of damage and just waiting to get the res, but I don't think they're finishing. The body took a little too long to be killed, and now Team Freya is in the exact same position they just had a couple moments ago. It looks like Temple is going to be reopening though, so they should be able to get themselves to safety. But yeah, I mean, Loken, I think jumping a little too far forward, ended up having to use the Peacemaker a little too early there, just ended up going down. Magnus was able to sort of salvage the fight, but a little too far forward and did end up costing them the turnaround there. So we'll have to see how Team Freya does end up utilizing that Magnus and Hyejin coming into the next team fight.
Yeah, you can see how valuable the Magnus can be though, right? Even against triple DPS, he is able to hold his own during the duration of Diamond Shard. All he had to do was just back up, but got greedy for it a little bit. So Team Freya is going to have to reconsider their game plans a little bit more. At least they have the possibility and the opportunity to actually do that, right? With the Magnus still alive, the entire team was called back. We're still in day number 5 after all. There's still a little bit more remaining in game number 2 as Gyeonggi 8 and New Rise Kangwon starting to position themselves against each other. But positioning wise, it is definitely in favor of New Rise Kangwon. Poke potential is in the favor of Gyeonggi 8 just because they have the team, but Zerojin is down to half HP and it's just looking bad. Sniped out before anything can even happen. Loken is going to instantly pop the Peacemaker as well. Down goes the Nadim. What the heck just happened to Gyeonggi 8? They just disintegrated.
Yeah, I mean, Team New Rise is just completely outplaying the side of Team Gyeonggi there, since this is Cella 1v1 is going to the side of Team New Rise.
You got res now.
Freya
even with the Terminate bonus, you don't go for
kills. No, you can't, because you're gonna be stuck in that corner, right? So it's kind of impossible for Team Freya to kind of get out of this situation. But wait a second.
No way.
They can go back into res and red and res their teammates here.
No way. The Magnus is self-resing himself as well. I don't know when he started it, but they're gonna actually come back. The only problem is it's gonna be FN Sejong that this team is gonna have to work with. That camera shouldn't see that little corner. There is a oh wait, no, there's another one standing right here. Team Freya is still in a little bit of trouble. Do they know about this? And can they get out? But this is still a weak team.
Definitely look for the fight, but yeah, here comes the engage coming out from bomb. They're just gonna look for an angle in. They do end up getting a lot of damage, but they get the burst stack back.
Yo, look at the counter damage!
Look at the AoE! It's so much, but E8 is gonna be there with bomb. Wait a second. Oh no, Magnus isn't gonna be able to get enough value there. That's really good. EOR just able to rotate her skills perfectly, and Team Milky Way on him back, but there's the ultimate coming down from the Cell, able to secure one. There's the ultimate from Loken to deny any finishes back onto that heart, and it is going to be Team New Rise just completely wiping the floor into the side of Team Milky Way.
I believe for a second there for Team Freya.
Slasher. Are they going to find? So Slasher's in that corner. Maybe he can find a pick there.
No, he's stuck in the corner. He's not hedging. He can't jump that pond. There he goes.
Perfect.
there were
Gonna go
three.
down. And we got 3 teams left. It's gonna be Team FN Sejong, New Rise Gangwon, and the side of Team Slasher here. Great poke there coming out from Riori. Riori on this Sicilla has been putting in work. Just so much damage and so much poke damage to start off these team fights.
This is the value of Sicilla. We saw it towards the end of Season 8. We talked about it earlier today as well. Poke potential, pick potential. She's really got it when it comes to that mid-range dominance. Gun is on bow though, so there is possibility that this team can turn around the poke when it comes down to it. When each of the hits for Sicilla is definitely a good opener. I think the Nadine is really good at creating space, so let's see who ends up taking the advantage.
I think they see, X-Boy is up here, so
This is awkward.
flank angle. Ooh, good pull there. Come out from Riori, already chunking down this Bianca, and they're forced in now. They're stuck in this position, and here's the ultimate. Oh, Loki just completely obliterates the Bianca.
Oh, this is triple teams
Not
in
even-
temp zone again.
Not even getting them any opportunity, and yeah, you are correct. It is going to be FN Sejong coming, and I think maybe opting to have the coin flip instead of actually taking the team fight into Team New Rise. Maybe they thought, a fair 3v3, we probably aren't going to beat this triple backline team.
Okay, FN Sejong is banking a lot on this. 20 seconds to go. Their TTK is actually not that bad with this kind of composition, but Uri's Conwin is not going to give them an easy way on in. Sicilla's going to get stunned out a little bit before the fight even begins. Look at the damage output. It's not that bad. The Peacemaker comes out, and now the entirety of FN Sejong is in a little bit of trouble. Loken does end up getting taken down, but E8 also gets taken down too, and now this might be a free win for Team Chunky Slash. What is their timer? What is their timer? What are we doing? No! No! What are we doing?
There was a body in the temporary zone, so the timers were still ticking.
Oh no. Well, that's gonna do it. We do have Team Uri's Conwin taking away game number 2 in one of the craziest, strangest fashions for Phase 1 Game 2 of the group stages for Group B. Why? I'm just glad that it's like 7 in the morning now, because if I started screaming that loud, I'm pretty sure I would have woken up the neighborhood.
Yeah, I mean, it was really nice to play from FN Sejong. I think Rosner hit a huge bat skill on the heart to knock them out of the Peacemaker. So they're able to get that pick, and it came down to a 1v1. I don't think Rosner was going to be able to win that 1v1 into Loken there. I mean, they basically just lost. And then, yeah, we had the rotation coming back from the duo of... I think that was Team Slasher.
Yeah.
But because there's a body in the temporary zone, their timers were ticking, so they were just looking to get a kill. I feel like maybe if they killed the body and stayed in the temporary zone, I think they still lose. Because they were able to get the res. Team New Rise Gangwon, they were able to get the res, and they still had like a lot of timer left.
Man, oh man. And Loken probably would have been able to at least buy some time inside of the temporary zone, even if it was by himself. That hurt to watch a little bit, but this does allow Team New Rise Conwin to take it away. The triple DPS comp that we were hoping to see from New Rise Conwin's new roster does end up coming to fruition. It works beautifully. Loken playing incredibly well. That fight towards the end, Insane did get caught out, right? Pushed out of his own Peacemaker to get taken down. But the damage support from everybody else on that team was perfectly in line. That's what you need to see from triple DPS anyways. The classic Heart Sicilla combination. We've seen it time and time before. We see how successfully it is now.
I don't think it's a -1, right? Because it went down to 2 teams left.
Oh, actually, you might be right. Yeah, because it was final 2 teams.
Because of how the ruling works for that, right? For tournaments, if it goes down to 2 teams and they blow up, I think it goes to the team that ended up being last, right? I'm pretty sure. So.
Yeah, I actually... that's actually really good that you caught that, because I was actually going to bring it up and say that it was -1s and make fun of them a little bit, but you're right. It was the second place team. So the ruling does state that if a second place team ends up head popping, it should go over onto first place. And this was a rule made a long time ago to prevent denying that first place team or even the first place player, right? This was even back in solos when this existed. Yeah,
and it sort of makes sense, right? Because you could Because if it's the final 3v3, you could kind of play timer as well. So you basically still like outplay your opponent type of thing. So I think I'm pretty sure. Yeah, I should go over it to them.
Yeah.
So.
Yep. It should go over to them, which means that's going to be an extra point going in favor of Team New Rise Gangwon. I actually didn't see how many points they had at the end of that, but I swear if it's 22 again.
It's about like 24 or something.
Okay.
It's 24.5. So with that extra kill, it should be 25.5, I think.
Okay, at least it wasn't 22 again, because I've seen that number way too many times for our first place teams tonight. I talked about it earlier, but coincidences aren't exactly going to happen when it's more than 3 times. I don't believe in it, so yeah, I hope we don't see 22, because then that's going to be our lucky number for this entire phase, probably.
I wonder what the leaderboard is going to look like now with Team New Rise taking the win. I mean, I think Team New Rise are already in a pretty good spot as well, so I think it should have a pretty dominant lead over the rest of the lobby here.
Wouldn't be surprising about that whatsoever. Our KO teams have been doing pretty fine for themselves, and I don't think Freya was able to get an insane game off of this one either, which means their first place position should be bumped down a little bit. Let's take a look at the leaderboards now. Yeah, just a tad bit. I mean, it's not that bad. A bit of a heavier concentration towards the top 3, though, in comparison to what we saw during Group A, yeah?
Yeah, in Group A, it was really close, but there is definitely a top cut here, I would say, for this lobby, right? So New Rise Gangwon, Freya, and Slasher, definitely a little wells away ahead of, our 8th place team, for example, like Princess, that is only 9.5 points here.
It's going to be a rough ride ahead because we got 2 more games remaining for Princess Barbara. I like the way that they've been playing, but it's so locked down tight into a very small, effective fighting distance, I think, for this team, just because they have a Barbara, right? You can't really move out too far away from where you want to originally fight. You're really basing your damage around the Barbara in and of herself. So we'll see what ends up happening. But regardless, that was game number 2. We'll see if any of these teams want to bring up any new plans, maybe substitute out any players. That'll all happen by the end of the break. So we'll see you guys back after the break for games 3 and 4. But until then, grab some water, go grab a snack, and go take a stretch. It'll be the last time you can do it for today.
Thank you.
생존자가 사망했습니다. 터미네이트.
You're ready to get in the game now. The last thing you want is to wait. WD Black, performance storage, purpose-built for gaming. SSD speed that obliterates load times. Performance to transform your game. Expanded capacity to store more. Customizable RGB. WD Black. Because the game never waits. WD Black. Drive your game.
안녕하세요. 루미아 섬의 생존자 여러분. 9.2 패치노트 다이제스트 진행을 맡은 천시아입니다. 이터널 리턴이 시즌9 마츠리와 함께 새로운 모습으로 찾아왔습니다. 축제의 느낌이 물씬 나는 이번 마츠리 시즌에는 어떤 변화점들이 있었는지 지금부터 함께 알아보시죠. 복수를 위해 VF 능력자들을 탐지하고 추적하는 실험체 블레어가 루미아 섬에 합류합니다. 쌍검을 사용하는 실험체 블레어는 D스킬인 시프트 러쉬를 활용해 쌍검과 쌍날검을 오가며 싸우는 스타일리시한 근접 전사 캐릭터입니다. 강력한 돌진 능력과 추적 능력을 가진 블레어와 함께 최종 생존에 도전해보시는 건 어떨까요? 블레어는 출시 후 2주일간 9,900A 코인에 판매되며 11월 4일 화요일까지 랭크 대전에서 선택할 수 없습니다. 다음은 새롭게 추가되는 상품입니다. 주문은 얘한테, 팁은 나한테. 카티아의 새로운 스킨, 카페 알바 카티아가 추가됩니다. 귀여운 유니폼을 입은 카티아. 여러분도 카티아의 새로운 매력에 빠져보세요. 새로운 실험체 블레어의 출시를 기념하며 이모티콘 4종도 상점에 추가됩니다. 시즌9 프리미엄 베이직 토큰북이 추가됩니다. 시즌9 토큰북은 미션을 통해서 마츠리 토큰을 획득할 수 있는 프리미엄 베이직 퀘스트북으로 구성되어 있습니다. 제작수에 출시될 고스트 헌터 2세를 위해 토큰을 미리 모아보세요. 다음으로 시스템 변화점들을 소개해드리겠습니다. 할로윈 시즌을 맞이하여 루미아 섬에서 으스스한 할로윈 축제가 열립니다. 브리핑룸과 묘지 지역이 할로윈 분위기로 새롭게 단장되는데요. 새로운 모습의 지역들에서 색다른 느낌을 받으실 수 있을 것 같네요. 전투연구실의 전멸 판정이 개선됩니다. 이제 균열 내부에 있는 모든 팀원이 빈사 상태가 되면 즉시 사망 처리됩니다. 더 이상 상대를 모두 쓰러뜨리고 빈사 상태인 적을 처리하는 데 시간을 쓸 필요가 없어질 것 같네요. 입장 팀 수에 따른 보상도 차등 지급됩니다. 이제 2일차 밤에 적이 없는 전투연구실에 입장하실 경우 기존보다 조금 적은 보상을 얻게 됩니다. 안전구역이 좁은 게임 후반부에 B0R1이 겹쳐 발견되는 빈도가 줄어들고 보리의 도주 시간이 줄어들어 보다 추격이 쉬워집니다. 다음으로 게임 플레이 변화점들을 소개해드리겠습니다. 혼돈 특성의 도깨비불의 쿨다운이 35초에서 30초로 줄어듭니다. 이제 조금 더 자주 도깨비불을 날릴 수 있겠네요. 지원 특성의 치유드론 체력 회복량이 소폭 상승하고 쿨다운이 줄어듭니다. 같은 지원 특성에 속하는 위압감의 경우 받는 피해 증가가 4%에서 3.5%로 소폭 감소합니다. 전술 스킬 프로토콜 위반의 경우 받는 피해 증가가 10, 13%에서 12, 15%로 상승합니다. 다음으로 실험체 변경점들을 소개해드리겠습니다. 안정적인 대치 능력과 높은 피해량을 바탕으로 우수한 성능을 보이는 시셀라의 주력 스킬 윌슨 도와줘 스킬을 하향하여 위력을 견제합니다. 상위권 실력대에서 매우 높은 성과를 보이는 유스티나의 부스트 대시 쿨다운을 늘리고 아스트라 에너지의 재충전 시간이 늘어나 약점이 보다 명확해집니다. 높은 피해량을 바탕으로 지속적으로 평균 이상의 지표를 보이는 이슈투반의 경우 파동 함수 붕괴 스킬의 피해량을 낮춥니다. 계속해서 높은 성과를 보이고 있는 제키의 기본 방어력을 낮춰 내구도를 견제하고 전기톱 살인마의 이동 속도 증가 효과를 감소시켜 기동 능력을 약화시킵니다. 스킬 개선 이후 전반적으로 우수한 성과를 보이고 있는 혜진의 경우 흠령부의 이동 속도 감소량을 낮춰 견제 능력을 하향합니다. 평균 이하의 성과를 보이는 데비 마를렌의 경우 이 스킬의 교대 시 이동 속도 증가량을 높이고 트윈즈 러쉬의 피해량을 증가시켜 적중 시 위력을 강화시킵니다. 루크의 경우 강박증 공격력 개수가 상향되는 만큼 공격적인 아이템 세팅을 선택했을 때 기존보다 강한 위력을 발휘할 수 있습니다. 낮은 지표를 보이고 있는 아디나의 경우 무기 숙련도 효과를 높이고 폴 디그니티의 별 컨정션 효과 체력 회복량이 증가하여 아군 지원 능력이 강해집니다. 이외에도 다양한 캐릭터 조정 사항들이 준비되어 있으니 패치노트에서 확인해주세요. 다음으로 아이템 변경점들을 소개해드리겠습니다. 전설 등급 머리 장비인 검은
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back from the break. We just finished games 1 and 2 of Group B. Yeah, Group B, there we go. I don't know why I blinked on that for a second, but we just finished games 1 and 2 for Group B, which means we are now getting ready for games 3 and 4, our final two games of the day. for Eternal Return Masters Phase number 1 for Season 9, the first set of games that we are going to have for this great season of Season 9. Super, Games 1 and 2, give me your thoughts on it and what you expect to see more in the next couple of games.
I think we sort of see, the meta taking place in Season 9. I think after those first 2 games, right, we saw more of the typical front-to-back for a lot of these teams, and I think the front-to-back is looking pretty strong, but also the triple backline is also looking pretty good still too, right? We did see Team New Rise Gangwon ended up winning that the previous game on that Heart, Kadia, and Cicella, so we'll have to see which is going to take more of a presence. I think with the Mai on the table, I think the front-to-back will always be played over the triple back line when a character like Mai is going to be there.
We saw the popularity of it between all of the KL teams that are playing in this lobby already. Wouldn't be surprised to see it once again, although I think for FN Sejong, they found a little bit more comfortable. They found themselves maybe a little bit more comfortable running that composition. It's not something that I really anticipated coming out all of a sudden, but they look pretty nice on it, and putting Bum back onto the Justina just because of it's available might not exactly be the most optimal choice, but we'll have to see what they are going to go for. The options are up there, right? No bans going into our next game, if I remember correctly. Let's see what is up. Never mind, the Nadine ban is there. You're absolutely correct. Rosner selecting the Mai. I guess we know where this is going then.
Yeah, and we do see the Yusina being locked in as well. It looks like Young Yene is going to be hovering the Heart this time, though, so maybe a slight swap up from them.
It kind of horrific. And Hyunwoo for Taewon, are we seeing what we saw on Daejeon Auto Arms? Is Rachan going to pick Lenny?
I think it has to be a support for the last member of Team Milky Way, so I think you are correct. We are going to have a couple of the same team comps coming out. So it looks like Team New Rise is going to be playing the same thing, and Team FN Sejong as well.
Oh my god. We are seeing it all. Rachan on Lenny.
Yeah, and Youngie Ine are going to be sticking to that triple backline team. So it looks like we are going to have a triple backline team versus that typical front to back this time around.
Yeah, look at this as well. It's going to be Kwangju Slasher picking the composition that we actually ended up seeing FN Sejong run during Season 8, right? It's going to be the Henry plus the double other backliners. I really like this idea from Kwangju Slasher. There's so much initiation tool available in this, and a lot of people who have max HP built into their kit that Henry can be very effective in this. I love the way that this is going to set up. Let's see if it's going to be successful. 2 triple DPS compositions. We have a double bruiser plus a Lenny composition. This game has it all.
We actually have 2 double bruiser support combinations, right? Because we have Team Esperanza also playing it. It's gonna be minor. Gonna be swapping to the Yan. I do think Yan is probably better, just because I think Yan has a lot more flexibility in his kit than a character like Darko. But it's gonna be up to the Yan to make his kit kind of work, right? Because of how hard that character can be. And we do have Princess Babara going to be swapping to Lennox. Now, Lennox is one of those tanks that we haven't really seen much in competitive play lately, just because I think, all the other tanks have a lot more kind of going for them, right? Lennox has that potential with that pole, but the problem with Lennox is she's an immobile tank. So if she gets caught out, it's really hard for Lennox to get themselves to safety.
Yeah, and in comparison to something like an Alonzo, who is also very immobile, her initiations or even crowd control is never guaranteed, right?
Yeah.
Her snake bite is going to be an A. Well, it's not an AoE. Sorry, that's going to be a skill shot. Her flays are also going to be AoE, but it's very, very close range in comparison to something like an Alonzo that has initiation from far away. If you're running Blink, most likely it's going to be guaranteed, and also there's a lot of follow-up even with the magnetic field. Yes, you do have the Blue Viper on Lennox, but it's not as big of a ultimate when it comes to displacing the enemy team compared to magnetic field.
And the big difference as well is all these other tanks also have a lot of damage reduction to make sure they could stay in there and live through all like the DPS from the backliners, and makes it so your DPS can trade, right? Lennox only has her healed from her passive, right? She doesn't have any damage reduction in her kit, so the second she's kind of caught a little too far forward, she could just get instantly bursted down.
She is also running Blink, which means we're not going to have any additional sustainability from the force field. Healing drone is there, but it's like okay, I guess. Every other tank in this game is probably running healing drone anyway, so your survivability isn't going to be increased that much in comparison to that. I am worried a little bit for Team Princess Barbara, but all the Lennox has to do is just be a wall, right? You got a Theo behind you, you got a Barbara behind you. If the Barbara doesn't go too crazy, you can just be that wall.
And you do have that pick potential with that snake bite, right? If you get that snake bite, they should instantly get bursted down with that Theodore and that Barbara. And can also maybe follow up on a Sparkling as well, right? Sparkling connects, you can maybe get that snake bite for free, and you can pull them on forward. They do have a lot of burst potential. The second anyone gets caught into the side of Team Princess Babar, they should just get 100-0 instantly.
Beautiful plays from Horrific so far. Is able to 1v1 NXA, but he's going to get found out by two members of Kwangju Slasher. X-Boy right on the side will be able to help and pick that kill up alongside Gun. Horrific goes down, 2 melees down inside of archery range, but all the animals are already gone, which means archery range has 0 value in night number 1.
I love how the ultimate was used by the Johan to try to secure some of those chickens, because that is a lot of value, but I think the Haze actually ended up picking up some of those with those rockets on the bottom side there. It is going to be Heaven's Decision going to be able to pick up another kill here. Jan, unfortunately, being left by their lonesome, as the Johan is going to just get themselves on out of there. We do have Dasu going to look for some damage onto this Mai, but it is a Mai versus an ADC. I know the auto reduction is gone, but it's still a little hard for a character like Heart to deal enough meaningful damage to that tank.
Color me surprised that Team Esperanza is not, doing the split farming strategy with Johan, because funnily enough, Johan is really good at split farming during night 1 because he has a lot of AoE and multi-pronged hits, right? Like his Radiant Brilliance, like, look at that. He just stole the Crow. He actually does damage against animals this early into the game, so you could actually send him on his own merry way to split farm. Gets credits really well. We've actually had a team in ERM run that before. There's the Chrono Field coming down. E8 getting caught out just a little bit. Beautiful exclusive to cancel out the the free at last. Down goes yet another. Gun's gonna get taken down. Nizika trying his best to run away. I think he might have it. Yeah, because all he has to do is just put his W field down behind him. There we go. Kwangju Slasher is down 2, but it's a 2-for-0 exchange, all in favor of a team. I can't find the Rozzy. It's gonna be Evan Sedgwick. There we go.
Huge exclusive there coming out from the Mai there, and oh no, looks like Team Freya is gonna be on the back foot here. Great ultimate from that Alonso to lock down the members of Team Nirez, but obviously it's not gonna be enough as DPS are already gone. Jumo just gonna slowly wait it out here. I think Team Nirez are actually gonna let the maybe night swap for day 2, so they get that extra full point there for themselves.
Okay, Gino just pumping auto attacks. There we go. Kill over on towards the Debbie and Marlene. Insane's probably going to get taken down in a few seconds here as well, but that's only going to be a break. Kyungi and 8 will be able to pick up the Tree of Life for themselves. Really nice fight from, I think, Gino on the right. Even if NXA was right on top of him, he was not scared. Kadia is really good at just doing consistent damage now in comparison to 2 seasons ago when she was only really good at taking down squishy targets, right? With the Ashen Reaper. Yeah, you just pump auto attacks. It gets more annoying as the game goes on. I've dealt with it plenty of times myself. You cannot underestimate Kadia's consistent DPS anymore. With the sharpshooter, she gets so much attack speed even this early on into the game.
That is a lot of damage, and Horrific is going to jump on forward as well. Going to try looking forward. This is Sella, but the Heart is going to be there, and they will be able to pick up a kill from Milky Way. This is going to be Youngie and 8 picking up yet another kill. They have to be feeling pretty good about that. So far. 4.5 tournament points already. Loken gonna jump on forward there. Oh, and the round kick does end up going wide, but the healing and sustain coming out from the Johan is gonna be able to keep the line. Whoa, but Loken comes out forward and he ended up trading 1-for-1. Yeah, I think Miner didn't have to walk back up, but did end up walking straight into the range of that Tsubame and did end up going down. So a team, I mean, you have to be feeling pretty good about getting that kill on that 1v2 there. So yeah, Loken gonna be able to get that one up. Not gonna be able to get their buy-in though. You can see their credit count sitting on 400. So your eyes gonna be on the back foot for a little bit.
That's not spurring any confidence from me and Miners. if Miners can't play at all. If he landed any of those, he would have had something going for him. E8 on the backside will be able to blink away from the energy blast field, but this does create a lot of space for the rest of the member of the Princess Babar. Look at this. I mean, the wall of the Lennox is still there, but isn't tanky enough just yet. One transition on their side, Ghost Pride's Dress. That doesn't give you any real sustainability on the side of your on the side of your frontliner. I guess the damage output from the backside is just not enough. He does have the level 2 on the energy blast field, but there goes a Theo as well. Good chase down from Bum and the follow through from E8.
Yeah, see, this is the problem I was talking about with that that Lennox. And looks like Barbara was able to get a nice pick onto the Justina here. Bum
Beautiful.
TPing on in a little late and does end up getting caught on the TP. So very nicely played by Princess Barbara. But yeah, that is the one problem I was talking about with the Lennox is you're a little too far forward than the rest of your team, and you're just not tanky enough to live to, you know, sort of fall back into your team here. We do have the engage coming straight from the Hyunwoo. There's the protocol is gonna go down, and the sustain isn't gonna be enough from this Lenny. The damage is just way too much. Wait a second, the Johan is alive, just barely here. I do end up going down from the Yan. It's just a slap fest between these two teams. It is double bruiser and supports from both sides, and it looks like they were able to get this here onto the, I think that was the Hyunwoo first. So Rachan, the last member alive of Team Milky Way, is just going to go down here, as there's going to be a nice clean 3 kills for the side team Esperanza.
That's really brutal because for a team that has so much crowd control stacking, they got crowd control stacked instead. That was, by the way, both of our double bruiser support compositions, right? Both Esperanza and Milky Way fighting it out. Johan is definitely better when it comes to sustaining.
Where's that voice score from?
Did they pick up a box? Or no, they just killed somebody. Did somebody have a 4-score in their inventory? Just chilling there?
It would have been Bum, but Bum I think went down. Maybe he dropped it, but I think it was just maybe bot and then they just never picked it up. Would be my guess.
Miner, please land something. Quick spin is there. There's a double twins rush from NXA. Can they find anything from this? Peacemaker is going to come out as well. Miner is kind of out of this fight. He can't join back in on this. There's a Chrono Field back up, but it's not going to save Gun at all. There's the Tomahawk Roundhouse landing straight over on towards Nizuka. There is the kills that we wanted to see from Team Esperanza. Miner will be able to lock down the Henry long enough to get the kill. 2 members down from Taewon, and well, I should say 2 members down from Milky Way. Taewon and Rachan's going to fall down, but that was right before Night 2 is going to end, so everybody is going to come back for free in a few moments.
Not too bad for the side Team Milky Way, but they are going to get set farther and farther behind this game. Team New Rise Gangwon are getting a meteor down here in Warehouse, so Loki's going to tank some timer, but it's always worth it to tank for your timer for some objectives, especially in the early game where you just want to get as much combat power as possible and try to you know, out-snowball your opponent, because timer you will be able to get back when you get these kills.
Not that bad of a decision. We saw F and Sejong do that earlier in the series as well, right? I think it was in game 2. It opted to take a little bit of timer from school to walk in from archery range into hotel, dodging a little cameras here and there. Good information dodging, good information denial as well. Eternal Return is pretty macro intensive in comparison to a few other battle royales that do exist out there. Love to see whenever plays like that are being made. Team Princess Barbara looking to fight it out, potentially up against Esperanza, but yeah, we'll have to back away as their entire team is not exactly prepped up and ready to fight a team composition like Esperanza's without full build Theo, maybe even the Barbara.
Yeah, the one problem is it's really hard for, I would say, the backline to kind of live into a team that just full dives in like Team Esperanza. They could just look for an angle onto Theo, and once Theo goes down, or once Barbara goes down, it's not going to be enough damage for the side of Team Princess Barbara to really deal with that team.
Yep. Okay, well, 40 seconds to go until night number 3 is going to begin. We do have the Omega spawning on the western side of the map. Not exactly sure if that's archery range or if that's alley. I think it's gas station, yeah. Be the positioning from the looks of it. A lot of teams on the southern side though, right? There's not that many teams up on the northern side looking to contest this. Even on the eastern side, there's a ton of teams there. Is that Omega free right now? Is anybody even on it?
Yeah, I think it's gonna be given to one. I think there was a team over there in gas station. We'll have to see which team gets it for free, but there should be one team I think up there.
Right? I see a lot of. Okay, there we go.
But it's going to be contested by the side.
Yeah.
Team Slasher, but no, there's another team behind them. It's Fizz versus Barbara.
This is a pretty good place for Theo to fight.
Lanox is a little too far forward now. I think they can just burst them down. And there's the Peacemaker actually coming down a little too early. Lanox didn't actually fall yet, and it looks like it's going to go to the side of Team Princess Barbara.
I mean, you're fighting in thin corridors. You're fighting in very tough corners to turn around with not that much mobility on your side. That Theo is going to have a field day. I'm surprised Energy Blast didn't come out any earlier. A little bit rough for Team Gwangju Slashers. They're going to lose out on a member that's minus 200. And I think that Rift was actually already taken. That's probably why they didn't go inside.
No, I think it just wasn't enough time, so they couldn't get both their members in, right? So, but yeah, I think the hard ult came out a little too early. If the Lennox went down, I think the hard ult would have been able to actually swing the fight back into their favor. But because the Lennox was able to live, it was just a 3v2, and they weren't able to finish the Lennox down in time there. So a little unfortunate for the side Team Slasher. Slight misplay there, but I think maybe the Heart needed it to keep himself alive.
It's all good though. The Resurrection is going to come back. We're still 8 teams strong by the time we hit middle of night number 3, although that can change very, very fast. Miner's going to jump on in, but he gets caught out by himself completely. And the explosion shot is just way too good. And NXT's trying to save this to the best of his abilities, but the parry straight back on it, that's not going to help him at all. Isana has to completely book it. Esperanza Alpha back of another failed initiation by Miner is going to lose out on 2 members. Same thing up on the northern side. It's a trade, 1-for-1 between these 2 teams once again. Gun's going to get taken down first, and I don't think Izaka can walk up to the Theo. You're absolutely correct. It's a 1-for-0 essentially with the trade. Freya up against Team Milky Way trying to duke it out up on the southern side. Horrific for now is going to stay alive, but the SMG burst is there. The trade though comes through. Taewon is able to just punch their way to victory for now, but unfortunately, no! No! Rachan is dead. That's going to be the entire team of Milky Way gone.
Yeah, it's just not enough damage from that Hyunwoo not having the sustain and the extra, stats from that Lenny, because the Lenny was just in the backside there getting zoned off. And it's going to be Milky Way going out in 8th place, a disaster for them. As you can see, they're already in 7th place, so they're not going to be able to get much points this game.
It's a little bit interesting because Milky Way is not a team that usually struggled like this, especially in previous seasons, but for now, it's just not looking like a lobby where they can have anything of themselves. Rosner jumping on in over towards Nizuka. He's going to get caught out. That's the Peacemaker being activated, but unfortunately with the Ghost Light on, Nizuka can't stand there any longer. It's going to be a complete disengage from Gwangju Slashers. This team has been on the back foot for a majority of the series, and with a triple DPS comp, with their credits like this and their items like this, you know exactly why they're losing fights.
And FSR Jung, they're looking pretty good here. They're looking to set up for this wick line. It looks like they just found the Bori as well. You can see their items. Rosner almost having that blood sample as well to get that blood pistol 4. I think E8 on that Rozzy, so they're in a pretty good spot here.
I'm surprised that we're not unfortunately seeing the Bloody Ninetales focus on some of our Mai's, where we saw that in Season 8 for a very good reason. She's been doing quite a lot of damage. We saw that earlier today as well. I want to see the Bloody Ninetales, but it's probably not going to happen.
I'm sure we'll see it if they get the wick line as well. Because usually blood sample for your carry first, especially if they don't have a weapon.
Ultimate Valakite, and then the blood. What is it? The
Half Moon.
Yeah, Blood Half Moon instead. Okay, you see, this is what I mean from what I said earlier. Justina focus is much more of a priority for a lot of these teams. We know why too. Her bursts are actually insane.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's also just because they're probably just putting it on their best player, right? I think.
Yep. Loken on the flank. Oh my god. Okay.
Wow. Yeah. Insane. Just able to get. Wait a second. Can Jumbo get out? No. It does end up getting hit with that taunt, and that's
I did not just stick it again.
Oh, no way. Jumo, maybe look forward. Oh, he just no. Down. I saw the angle, tried to look for the res there in the beach, but wasn't able to find it. They're a little unfortunate, but yeah, Loken finding that angle onto Yona there and just instantly bursting down. That's the backline ADC, and there's really not much Team Freya can do at that point. So unfortunately, Team Freya going down in 7th place, and looks like Slack do end up getting the res here. A lot of poke damage being exchanged. I don't think they have the ultimate from the Theodore, so they can't really pull the trigger here into the triple backline team just yet.
They're still looking for a little bit of an angle though. The
Oh,
Barbara
look at
has
the
her
Barbara.
ultimate though. The AoE slow is just so insane. Can't run away from it. Dizika's gonna go down. A perfect lob from Keo. Fantastic Barbara play. Man, oh man, oh man. That slow was immaculate from the Barbara. That's what you want to see from them.
Yeah, Slash just put in a really awkward situation. You could see their HP bars, they're on the back foot, and then they just get cornered there by that Barbara. Very nice spark nade or grenade from that Barbara, and they can look to get their buy-ins here. I think they should just walk over to school to finish up their items if they can here. Looks like New Rise do end up finding Team Youngie in A10. Loken does end up finishing off Zerujin on the backside, but wait a second, the damage from Jino is going to be way too much, and it's going to be Youngie in going to be the one to come out on top this time.
It looks so good, but Loken was already low. I think the fight was going on longer than we saw it on screen. Really unfortunate for Team Uri's Gongwon. It looked really nice with Loken getting his snipe down over onto the Scylla, but the fight was already over at that point, right? The Scylla was able to full channel her ultimate. That's way too much damage over onto the composition of New Rise Gongwon at this point.
Isolated. Bum is trying to look for this extra kill, but oh, Princess Babara actually doesn't end up finding it, and yeah, it looks like the heart is gonna be able to get themselves to safety, but look at their credits.
Whoa, whoa, they're about to drop down onto another team too.
Yeah, I think they are okay.
Oh, nope. Nope. Where do you go with the hearts?
Oh no, straight. Oh, good blink away. NXA just gonna use their ultimate to get themselves on forward with that gap closed, and they're just gonna hunt for a gun here, but there's gonna be another team. FS still having that wick line. You have to respect that team that it's in the zone, and Gun gonna be able to find their corner on the bottom side, try to rat it out for some placements. They won't be able to get any reses. As you can see, they got no money left.
It's all over the place. This is really, really rough for everybody on Team Princess Babara. Same thing for Gwangju Slashes as well, obviously with the heart just by themselves, but Princess Babara is kind of stuck in a spot where they can't really do anything. And you have to remember too, Lennox without any tank items is very, very squishy late game. She still only got the Ghost Prize dress, nothing else. The credit count on this team is looking not that bad, but I'm pretty sure this Barbara is saving up for a blood sample, which is fine, I guess, at this point, but leaving that Lennox out to dry when she needs to be that wall up in front, that I'm a little bit worried about.
Yeah, it looks like we do have Team Esperanza. A lot of teams here down in this beach side here, and teams just hovering the entrances of beach, so it's going to be a little hard for these teams to walk in to these final zones. Gun sitting on that white lily is that last member of that team left, and oh, does end up getting hit over the wall. Wait a second, here comes CKH from Roger. Does say will actually hit a two-man taunt, but it looks like all the members of the side team Esperanza should be able to get themselves to safety here.
Yep, not that bad. This actually opens up a little bit of space for Team Princess Babara. Never mind, as there's another team inside of Uptown. These guys need to call. These guys need to call now. We can get the High Noon available for the Barbara, but do they have enough kiosk calls? Do they have enough gadget points for the kiosk at this point?
Yeah, I feel like they should just drop a kiosk here to get this blood sample, but maybe knowing that there's another team under them, I don't want to give away their position. But they're playing down so many items here. Here comes Engage coming out from the side of Esperanza. They get the double twins rush onto the backside here. They're going to try finishing this Theodore. I think Theodore well enough going down. Wait a second, the Giannis is going down, you're right. But I think NXA can maybe get a two-man here. Is going to get a lot of damage onto this Lennox. The HP damage is just going to be there. Look at the damage coming out from
is too good.
This demo, they're getting so much value here. There's a great carry as well, but the third party is going to be here, and FN Sejong are going to be able to get all of these kills. I think they ended up getting NXA, and Princess Babara is going to be the last member alive. I think going for the escape here. There is the key card, and they're going to get themselves on out.
Wow. Really unfortunate for Team Princess Babara, because the credits they had, if the High Noon was available, if the racing helmet was available.
Yeah, if they just bought, I think they would have just won that team fight, right? Because they're sitting on about 1,200 credits almost, which is quite a bit of items, right? It's maybe a blood sample and 2 gold items that if they had, you kind of have to wonder if the team fight would have went into their favor.
Yeah, I mean, they've all hit their benchmarks on what credits they need in order to get their next items, right? The Theo wants to buy a racing helmet. That's from Mithril. He has enough for that. The Barbara wants High Noon. She has enough for a blood sample. Even the Lennox could have gone for something like the Centipede's Pauldron, which is just from a meteorite or even a tree item for that matter. They all had credits to get their next transitions, but didn't use it.
Maybe just no gadget points, or they just didn't want to give away their positioning here. Jino getting a lot of damage here on the backside. Bomb already getting chunked down to about 1 HP. 10% HP left. There is the Ghost Light as well, but they should be able to just full reset here to get themselves to safety. And it's gonna be a tough though, because they just gave full zone control to a triple backline team.
Yeah. The only one saving grace is that they do have Bum on the Justina. Justina is really good at poking out these triple backliners. One single laser with this kind of build on the Justina will just completely shred the health bars on this triple backline. So Gyeonggi still does need to be a little bit careful about this, especially considering the fact that it is an open area that they're playing around with, right? There's a lot of ways that FN Sejong can walk in. It's not going to be really easy for Cecilia to poke out very tight corridors. We'll see how it ends up working out. Take a look at Rosner, see how he ends up fighting.
Mai too, yeah. You have this Mai for the full engage as well, so they have to be a little careful. Looks like they are going to be able to just get some zone control on the bottom side here, and the Chronosphere is actually going to move to the side of FN Sejong, so this is pretty good for them. As the triple backline team is going to be forced to walk into this fight. The damage coming out from Bomb. There's the ultimate coming down, but look at the HP bar different, and here comes the ultimate. They have to use the Mile to lock out on the Cecilia damage, and Roger's going to go jump on forward. Does end up getting the taunt. That's the engage as well from EA. There is the Peacemaker who's going to top it off.
What are we doing?
They all stack up into that Wilson, and it just kills them all.
No, they fell for the oldest trick in the book, the Wilson stack inside of the Peacemaker. I see why you want to go inside of it, but you have no business being in there, especially for Bum. That's going to call it. That's going to be it for Team Uri's going to take away yet another game for themselves. Man, oh man, oh man. Very interesting, huh?
Yeah, I mean, they all just died at the same time, which is kind of funny.
Yeah. Interesting. Also, for some reason, I have a strange feeling that they may have restarted the clean feed, because you were having some frame issues there as well, right? For a little bit during that game. Yeah, I think they restarted the stream. I don't know if I have to delay it again. I think I do. Yeah, I'm going to do that right now, so give me a moment. I'm going to have to buy myself a little bit of time, because should not be seeing this right now. Then it means we'd be actually ahead of schedule. But Super, give us a little bit of an overview of what actually ended up happening this game, because it was definitely something that I don't think we anticipated for not just Team Princess Babara, but even for FN Sejong as well, right? That fight was awkward at the very least. So give me a little bit of a rundown on what happened there.
Yeah, I mean, it kind of swung back and forth, right? The Chronosphere went back into the side of Team FN Sejong, and then a great engage coming out from Rosner forces out the Peacemaker, but then they just all stacked up at the very end and just all blew up at the exact same time. You kind of have to time your damage out of Peacemaker, and I mean, Team Gyeonggi in it just did it perfectly.
You're absolutely right. He did it perfectly, and everybody from FN Sejong just grouping up at the same time up against a Cecilia late game, no less. Yeah, you might have a couple of tanks on your side, but you also have a couple of damage dealers. They're going to get instantly blown up to pieces the moment that Peacemaker heals you. Heals nice from Peacemaker, but because of how low your HP threshold is to begin with when you're sitting inside the Peacemaker, the heal's not going to be enough for especially squishy characters to live against the Wilson damage that late into the game.
It's one of the reasons why the triple backline team always runs the heart, right? The heart is so good into these triple backline teams because it keeps all of your triple backline alive when they try getting, jumped on and they get bursted down. But because you're playing 3 DPS characters, you're able to instantly target and burst down whoever comes out of the Peacemaker and just one-shot them. So, yeah, I mean, I think Team Gyeonggi are playing the team comp, phenomenally.
Absolutely. Triple DPS compositions are very finicky to play. You're correct. They're playing it perfectly. For FN Sejong, though, I don't think it was bad. I can't really give them any leeway either, because as you mentioned before, this is a team that has played with each other quite often in the past. Although I guess with the addition of Bomb, right? They're not playing Pungo right now with this roster at the moment, so maybe getting a little bit acclimated with playing alongside Bomb, that's the thing that we need to give them a little bit of time with, because they've never played with him before.
No, they have played with him before. Bum was their old member.
Was it with E8
Yeah.
and
Yeah. Bum was
you're talking about
not insane, but
way
with
back in the
Rosner.
days, right? Oh wait,
Yeah,
yeah,
second
with roster.
season.
I'm sorry, yeah.
Yeah. He used to play like Ekion for them.
Okay, yeah. Well, sure. If that's the case, I'm not going to give any leeway to them. Maybe I'll be a little bit evil tonight. That's all good and dandy. FN Sejong is definitely doing a little bit of oopsies here today. If that's the case, then we'll need to give them a little bit of time to kind of get back into how they were playing in the old roster. But for now, let's take a look at the scores after game number 3. Urice Kangwon in first place very comfortably, by the way. It's going to be ahead by 19.5 points for that team. Should theoretically be pretty comfortable in first place now. I think they should be punching their ticket into finals unless something massive happens that they get obliterated early on into the game. But they've been pretty consistent with this triple DPS comp. I think it'll be fine. Kyunggi in second place, 38 points. Freya in third with 36. 34 tied for FN Sejong and Gwangju Slasher. Esperanza in sixth place with 30. So the middle of the pack, again, not looking
close,
that bad.
Pretty close, but I think the top team and the bottom team are pretty far away from each other, right?
Yeah.
Team New Rise, 57.5 points, about a 19-point difference between first and second. So I think they have to be feeling pretty good, and I think they're relatively locked in first place. As long as they don't have an oopsie, early 8th place exit going into game 4.
On average, we've been having about 23 points for first place teams across the board today. So as long as Team Urice Kangwon is able to get about maybe 4 or something points, statistically speaking, they should be completely fine. Other than that, it's just going to be the dash for that middle of the pack. 1 extra placement point, 2 extra placement points, even 3, 4 are definitely going to be possible for the teams in the middle. So we'll have to be keeping track of which teams are actually going to be able to do that, and maybe which teams are going to get taken down first.
Yeah, 100%. I'm sort of excited to see, how these teams do end up maybe swapping for game 4, if these teams do end up swapping their entire team comp, because obviously if you're a team like Team Milky Way who's in that 8th place position, you might have to change up your strategy here. And then we do have, I think, that Mai being banned once again going into game 8. I'm pretty sure Mai is banned going to game 4.
I think so as well, which means Alonso focus again for a couple of these teams looked really good in game number 2. Other than that, Estelle could be making a comeback. Triple DPS compositions probably once again for a few of our players. There we go. I don't think there's any DPSs that were banned out that would limit this. Was the Justina banned after game 3? I remember 2.
Don't think so.
Or 3rd.
Because the third team that was playing Lucina was on the triple backline team, which was
Urice
Team
Kangwon.
Kyunggi or New Rise Kangwon.
Yeah, they swapped over onto the triple DPS, and you don't really run Justina in those. So yeah, I think you're right. We should be fine with the bans on when it comes to DPS options. It should just be the Mai gone, which does open up again for the triple DPS. Maybe we'll have 3 this time instead of 2. That's the only thing I can think about. Other than that, it's just going back to the Alonso bread and butter, I think. Nothing really crazy.
Yeah, I think Alonso is a great substitute right now. So I think we'll probably see these teams maybe swapping back to that.
I guess the other thing that I want to see is what is Team Princess Barbara going to do, right? I think the Lennox worked okay in game number 3, but for what they want to achieve with the Lennox, there's definitely something out there that is going to be better, even if it's not the Alonso, right? I think like even Elena for some reason could work with this team composition if they want to try playing a little bit more aggressive, but if they're fishing for picks, you could definitely go with Alonso, right? Not that difference of a character, and quite frankly, it is one of those characters that even if you don't play often, is very hard to mess up. The skill ceiling for that character in pro play is high, but when it comes to genuinely just playing the character and making it work for your team, even if you're pretty new to that character, it should still be fine. So I think Alonso might be a better pick to be that wall, as well as an initiator for Team Princess Barbara than the Lennox.
Yeah, and we do have our final game for you guys here. You guys can start to see what picks are coming through. And Mai wasn't banned, but we are going to have the Estelle pick coming out for Team Esperanza. And we have seen NXA paired with this Estelle. Let's see if they can utilize these 2 characters once again, because we saw how strong this combo can be.
Does that mean Miner is going to be put on a support as well? Because I have seen the Estelle and the NXA solo carry. That means he's going to be on the Falso. Not too surprised about this. But what is Miner going to be on? Fiora.
I should bring more of this dive-esque team comp and try to look for these burst one-shots, which I think is fine paired with the Estelle and Dema, but
I think
they are going to struggle into the front-to-back teams, I think.
Yeah, and I think this is way too, like, the polar opposites of what these two want to do, because Miner on the Fiora, especially with the Rapier, is going to be more prioritized upon trying to burst people down completely before his cooldowns are exhausted. NXA is a little bit more built around doing the complete opposite, right? It's the extended damage, sustained damage for this player, especially without the false ult as well. That's going to lock it down even further. Yes. Quake Healing Drone is something that I did see as of late. I think actually, funnily enough, the Z-Spring was somebody that I was playing with that did end up playing this, seeing that it was a build. Now it's the complete polar opposite, right? Because in comparison to the False Oath Debbie and Marlene, which does have a little bit more added burst onto it. Oh, actually, you know what? Oh no, the clean feed is still struggling a little bit. All right, if you guys see a loading thing on your screen, don't you worry. That is not it's the stream. It's the clean feed itself. So it's gonna reset. Oh no, it went ahead in time again. Okay, you're gonna have to here. Let me fix this a little bit. Let me fix it up a little bit because that should not be where that is right now. I'm gonna rewind it just a little bit so that we should be where we are. The clean feed, it seems to be struggling a little bit from the looks of it today. So we'll bring it back here. I did see Isana on the Estelle, but a little bit more on the damage focus side, right? I saw Safe and Maelstrom as well as the Bladed Truth. So that might be where the damage actually kind of lies for this team, funnily enough.
Yeah, I mean, I think Estelle does a decent amount of damage. Same thing with Fiora too, so I think they should be okay. NXA just gonna be on the more tankier side, and they're gonna try playing for that sustained DPS throughout a team. But I think they are definitely gonna struggle into the front to back teams if you don't have an angle onto the backline. So your bomb is gonna get the trade onto the Fiora on the bottom side here. Rosner is really grouped up as well, so he should be able to get this free kill on this Estelle on the bottom side here. There's a knockup and there's a follow-up. E8's gonna be here as well.
Yeah. Once again, guys, I do still notice the frames slowly dropping on the stream. It's not us, I promise. The clean feed is just struggling a little bit, so maybe they're having connection issues over on the most neuron side of things. I can't really fix it, but we do hope that you guys are being patient with us. Nizuka is about to get taken down again as well. Exploit trying to follow up on a kill potentially onto Miner, but killing somebody as a Bianca this early into the game is not going to be something you could do easily. Great dodge on the Fenty means that Exploit will be able to get away. No extended death timers for Team Kwangju Slasher.
Yeah, Slasher is going to be able to get themselves to safety, and Team New Rise Gangwon were able to pick up a kill on the bottom side here. Lokin is going to be on their lonesome, so they will just back themselves on out of there. NXA looking to kill Anger on the other side, as looks like the Vito is going to be there to be grouped up and to try to get this demo here. But wait a second, there is the Fiora to try to look for this one shot on this Theodore. It's not going to be enough.
Okay.
They are actually going to be able to trade 1-for-1 though, as now it's going to come down to our Lennox and our Fiora, but the Barba's going to be there to finish the job.
Yep. Really unfortunate for NXA because he got the tag on the double blue Viper on himself, meaning that the parry as well as his E, right, the switch out from the twins is going to probably get him killed, which it exactly did. I think it was a bleed damage that actually ended up killing him more so than anything else. Another 2v2 inside of Cemetery. Insane is about to get taken down. Ooh, exclusive timing is actually perfect right on top of the mine. Can he actually get the kill is the question. Zero, no, he cannot.
Wow.
Insane is still alive. What an insane play from Insane. Question is, can they get any more? Gino up on the backside with the Kadia trying to do a little bit more damage. Executioner bonus is there, but Insane
trying to do
still
so much,
alive. No, okay, they get a kill again. Insane, no. Yurai's Gangwon is gonna get broken by I think another team as well, because I didn't see the Tsubame anywhere around. 2 members inside Cemetery will take the fall. Everybody on Yurai's Gangwon gone.
I mean, a nice 2 kills going to the side of Team New Rise Gangwon, so still have to be feeling pretty good about that. They got a lot of the chickens as well on the bottom side there. There's a bad skill from Rosner, but it's not going to be enough. The great spell shield actually to cancel out on the point for that rune, and looks like Team FN Sejong are actually going to be able to get themselves to safety there.
Look at how good of a wall Alonso is. Look at that. He was so low, but then he stayed alive in the end. X-Boy about to get taken down. There's the pull from Zerojin to get the kill. Nicely secured by Team Gyeonggi Innate. It's just going to be a split farm round that's going to be easily punished by Gyeonggi Innate.
Oh, Yona's getting caught by the side team from Sejong. I think they can just kill the Kadia, and once the Kadia goes down, that's a lot of your damage gone. So it looks like Team Korea are going to be on the back foot here. They're going to try regrouping to fight for this Tree of Life here in Hotel. I think the Haze is probably going to TP up, and they're just going to wait for Yona to respawn and maybe look to contest for this.
Do they want to do a round 2 though? A lot of cooldowns that are important for Team Freya is still down. I think the magnetic field is down right now as well. No blink available for the Haze. A lot of cooldowns available for missing from Team F and Sejong, but it should be up in a few extra seconds. Let's see how these team fights go. The objective contest is going to be one in favor of a team. What is that? Princess Babara so far, halfway picked up for Keon. I think he should have just stuck the meteorite, but the damage output from both of the teams are looking not that bad. Milky Way will end up getting the 1-for-2 trade in their favor. Horrific is going to be on that Laura, one of his favorite picks from back in the days. To get that trade, Loken on the south side is going to be able to pick up his meteorite and get Star of the Wilds for himself as well.
A great pick up there for Milky Way. They get the item as well, and they're able to get the pick, I would say, onto the Lennox. The Lennox was a little too far forward. We're able to get that. Uh-oh, wait a second. They have to respawn back in. Oh, no! Princess Babara out in 8th place, and that's going to lock their spot in 7th or 8th. So that's so unfortunate for the side team. Princess Babara weren't able to get the res off in time, and then do end up going down. On the other side, though, it looks like Dean pushing it a little too far forward to try to get some more value, but Milky Way were able to pick up at least 1 kill for themselves. So you do have Dion having the full stacks, were able to jump on board there, and I think they should be able to get this Adela. The Adela is going to blink themselves over the wall, but Rachin is going to be there. Maybe going to try looking to finish off the Adela here. Gun having the Queen. I think they should be able to get them. Oh, blinking actually over that, but oh, not able to finish. But Horrific keeping on in from school, able to get that kill. And uh-oh, wait a second, they're actually able to trade back. It's a huge win from Vampire Queen to get that Beyond, and now we're just trading some kills back and forth.
These two just kind of trading kills for each other. Perfect. Still trying to chase down X-Boy. He did just use circulation, so maybe this could be a kill going in favor of this team. There is the Sanctuary. I think. Okay, well, I just outplayed himself. Here's Niska. Let's see when the reses actually start coming in, because there's the Adela. Yan should be coming up in a split second as well, but the Flame Crusher locks down Horrific. I think he's gonna die. There is the lag again, and it skips forward again as well. No, we should not be here. It stayed over 3 all of a sudden. Oh, no. Okay, you know what, here. Do I even want to bother bringing it back? Yeah, I probably should. All right, here we go, because I shouldn't be bringing. What is going on with the clean feed today, man? Oh no, I apologize once again, chat. Here, I'm gonna bring it back over to where we should be right now. There we go. Miner about to get taken down too. Dude, what is actually happening?
Yeah, looks like we do have Team FN's Sejong, I think, versus Team Slasher in the zone here, and I think, yeah, a great pick from. Oh no, the Reverend Vampire is gonna come down, and they're even getting a lot of damage, but don't think it's going to be enough here, as it is going to be Team Slasher going to be able to get the 1-up, and oh, Rosner getting completely locked down with that Queen into the Flame Crusher. Very nicely played by Team Slasher there. Very well coordinated, and it is going to be Team Slasher getting a nice clean 3-0 in this temporary, or in this rift here.
Pretty clean fight from Gwangju Slashers. X-Boy with the Reign of the Vampire Queen was effectively able to split off the members of FN Sejong, which completely isolated away bomb, right? That Fiora, especially when she's sitting on the rapier, can't really sustain herself. The only utility she has available to do that is going to be the Ironclad. That thing runs out, right? No parry available for the Fiora whatsoever. She is very, very squishy once you can just keep her away from all the other threats of the other lobby. Plenty of crowd control to go around for Gwangju Slashers as well. Just a perfect fight inside the Dimensional Rift.
Yeah, and the game is going to start to slow down a little bit here. We are already down to 7 teams a little early on, so the map is a little more open. We do have Team Milky Way gonna maybe contest for this buy-in here, and it looks like I have a lot of poke damage. Sisela is going to come down, and Horrific is going to get caught out. A huge pull coming out from Sisela there. Yan going to try looking for something anything, maybe an extra kill. No, it's not going to be enough. As Honest Cake isn't going to connect at the very end. And Team Milky Way going to lose 2 members, but it is still day 2. So not going to be any permanent deaths just yet. Not going to minus on any credits, but I think it is going to be Team Gyeonggi and going to pick up a nice 2 kills.
No objective contest for Team Milky Way either, right? Look at the transitions on their side. It's not bad, but it's not great either. If you miss out on something at the beginning of day 3 with this, you will definitely be behind some other teams. Okay, Team Esperanza looking to brute force something. They do end up being the conquer stack over the year, but they all group up. They all group up against the Yu Hyejin. You cannot do that. Bomb's gonna be chasing down Lisana, and you can infinitely chase this all day as a Fiora. There's the slow. Fenty's gonna miss, but that is the end of Team Esperanza. That's exactly how they fell. We saw it earlier when we had a time skip forward a little bit and then went backwards. Really unfortunate for Team Esperanza. That was really brute force, and the 2 damage dealers for this team, NXA as well as Horrific, they both stacked upon top of each other. You can't do that.
The problem was NXA had a bookmark stack when ulting in, so the Suo was just able to get the Don Quixote knock up, and then they ended up stacking up for that Hyejin, and as I said, double fear, just so much AoE damage from the side of Team FN Sejong.
Really good fight taken from FN Sejong too. Tree of Life plus the additional 3 kills in their favor. 6.5 points for this team is starting to make their way up a little bit further on top of the scoreboard. They want to at least get that 2nd place spot, right? Look at the leaderboard right now. Uri's Gangwon still in the game, by the way. They're probably never going to be caught up by anybody else in this game, quite frankly.
Yeah.
So it's a fight for that
first
2nd
place
place.
Is locked. And Gyeonggi Innate though, they're in a pretty good spot. You can see their items as well. They already have about 5-6 gold, 10-11 gold items already to their name. So gotta be a little careful when fighting into the triple backline team, especially when they are so accelerated in the game.
Oh yeah, all they have to do is just not mess up anymore, right? When it comes to the track record of Gyeonggi Innate inside, well, I should say not even Gyeonggi Innate, sorry. I should say, well, yeah, it is Gyeonggi Innate, but I think this is the first time Gyeonggi Innate has run triple DPS. Well, either way, Gun's gonna get chased out. There is Rachan jumping in on the backside. The checkmate is gonna be utilized pretty well for this team. Perfect getting an angle, but is it an angle instead for the counter side? Oh my goodness, no. Nizika just rips Team Milky Way to shreds. I think that's going to do it. I don't think Taewon can get away from this. There's the lockdown with the Sanguine Javelin. It's too easy for X-Boy. A terminate onto Milky Way from Team Gwangju Slasher, who is also starting to move themselves up a little bit on the leaderboard as well. 10.5 points. This team is quite a ways ahead, I think, of both Team Freya. Yeah, and Team Gyeonggi Innate? No, I think it's right now Gyeonggi Innate and then Gwangju Slasher. Like, this team is still also fighting for that 2nd place spot as well.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, X-Boy back on the Bianca, just showing why he's so proficient on this character. Able to find these angles to, you know, split the enemy and also just, you know, completely just one-shot them. Especially in that team fight, he got a 2-man, you know, the Vampire Queen, and just did so much AoE damage in that fight.
And Gun, coming over from Team Modern in Season 8, is able to actually utilize the Adela for this composition, which is actually not something I believe we saw from Gun during the entire time he was in Team Modern. Which is why I'm actually surprised we're seeing it now, because Adela isn't the character that you just randomly decide to pick up and start putting it into team compositions that you're just not familiar with. Because remember, this is the first season he's actually playing for Gwangju Slasher. He just transferred into this team, what, like maybe a month ago, if I remember correctly, or something like that. It hasn't been that long, so yeah, Gwangju Slasher is just making this work. I don't know how they're doing it, but with the person who is just playing Adela for the fun of it at this point, and then we have X-Boy back on the Bianca, it's leaving to work out. Lum on the backside is going to get locked down a little bit, but the first damage onto Yona is just insane. Down goes the Alonzo as well. Jumo cannot hold a candle to the damage that FN Sejong brings to the table.
Yeah, just great patience there from FN Sejong, just sitting around that corner, and I mean, they just played this dive team comp just really well, right? Just able to get on top of, you know, the priority target, which was Yona, and just immediately burst them down there. EA just jumping on in, getting their Fear stack, and then it's just easy follow-up from that Fiora and that Suwa.
Yep, good call from the Haze to just immediately book it, right? Because if I was the Haze, I would have probably just stayed around to throw out a couple of those grenade launchers, but at that point, you probably just die from the chase potential.
Yeah, you gotta get on out of there. Haze is one of those characters that doesn't have any movement. Same thing with Alonzo as well. So if one of you guys if both of you guys get caught, like it's just over. Or if one of you guys gets got and then the enemy just decides, you know, we're just gonna just run at you until until you die, you can't really do anything about it.
It was a great call from Team Freya. They're making some really good plays at the moment. Tree of Life picked up 4. Team FN Sejong going to go straight over onto E8. That'll go into the Turbine, which is additional CDR for the Hyejin, making her even more annoying to deal with.
We do have the Wick line spotting in Fire Station very shortly here. We have a couple teams posturing up. It is going to be Team New Rise, Gangwon. We do have Slasher, and we also have Team Gyeonggi Innate. Actually, no, Gyeonggi is all on the bottom side, so it is. Oh no, it's just Team New Rise Gangwon. They're just a little split with Team Slasher on the top side, and maybe Team FN Sejong decides to contest as well. Going to go from the very top of Fire to avoid any cam and any vision, which I actually really like from this team.
Yeah. Okay, let's see how it goes. There's a few teams now starting to posture inside of Fire Station. Because of that, we actually might have a free wick line going towards Team New Rise Gangwon, right? Because these two are going to be so focused on each other that as soon as the wick line starts being taken, I don't think any of them really wants to go for a fight. Great Charm of the Nomad response from E8 though. The fight is going to begin, and now this sets up a bit of a problem for the Fiora. She doesn't have the parry, but she is still out of the fight for the time being. Nizuka, is he going to join back onto the fight? Yes, he is. But on the backside, this is a little bit weird. The Fiora is just stuck in the middle of nowhere. She doesn't have the parry. Nizuka will end up getting taken down thanks to the work of the clap, but I don't know if it's going to be too much in the grand scheme of things. Of course it's going to be, because that is a Suwa late game. You get the sustain, you get the crowd control. Beautiful stacking from Rosner to take away 2 members of Gwangju Slasher. A 1-for-2 exchange, but Gwangju Slasher's on the backside. It is going to be the res coming through, but man, oh man, what a rough time it is to be when you are a Team Gwangju Slasher's fan for that fight.
Yeah, I mean, a huge basket coming out from Rosner to start off that team fight onto the Bianca, but the Adela just instantly bursting down one of the members there with that checkmate just wasn't enough, because they were able to get the trade back onto that Kenneth. And when it comes down to, you know, a Bianca with no ultimate and a Adela with no ultimate, it's just really easy for the Suwa and the Hyejin to just finish off that team fight there.
The strangest thing about all of this is that despite how well FN Sejong is playing, they really don't have that many items to their name. Look at the team for New Rise Gangwon, look at the ones for Gyeonggi Innate, even for Team Freya as well. A couple of them are already sitting with blood samples on their item sets, but FN Sejong is sitting on none, and they're still missing items on both Bum as well as Rosner, which is not exactly confidence building.
Yeah, I mean, it looks like they're saving for that blood sample with that Fiora. It's really hard.
Is it Nova Shield?
Nova Shield or the Rose Steps probably for the Fiora for the extra burst damage on the ultimate here. We have to see what they do end up deciding on here. We do have Team Freya kind of zoning off Team Gyeonggi Innate. Oh, Blink invested. I think fat fingered by the heart there by accident. I'm pretty sure it was a fat finger because there was no one there, right? And it looks like they're gonna try full sending in. Jumo getting so much getting so much damage taken from this triple backline team, and they're just gonna full send it onto the side of Team Freya there. Jumo actually gonna go down.
Sharpshooter!
The auto attacks coming out from the Karia, and then that last Q as well, just connecting. I think Freya just they don't have like a Theodore to really pull the trigger to walk in. If the Alonso tries to walk up, it's just that triple backline team just gonna pelt bullets into you.
Yeah, just as the name states for the skill, sharpshooter straight into Jumo. What a great shot. Now the Lumi is starting to make its round back down towards where the Kadia is, but with the team sitting inside of Forest, is Freya even going to be able to res? No, absolutely not. We'll have to wait for another opportunity to do so, but Yona actually ended up eating a bit of timer because of that. This is rough for Team Freya.
Yeah, I'm really surprised Freya didn't pick that Mai for this last game here, because Alonso into the triple backline team, if you don't have that hard engage like that Theodore, like you just saw what happened, right? They the Alonso tried to walk up, it just took so much damage before even getting into range. And even if they get into the point range, all those characters can just get themselves on out, except for the Zacella, but the Zacella will never put themselves in the Alonso point range.
It is a late game Kadia as well, right? Like, Kadia is so disgustingly filthy. She has probably both the Eye Shield as well as the Blood Ripper. Bro, you just die as a tank. Armor penetration on the Blood Ripper is just gonna rip your armor to shreds. You don't have a health bar. You can't be putting up your shield all the time anyways. You don't have a hard crowd control. You can shoot rockets all you want, but it's not gonna confirm any kills.
Freya can...
It's rough.
maybe Freya can wait until Lumi wraps around into Pond. There's actually no one in Pond here, so they could get the res, but I think Team New Rise are gonna come down here very shortly.
Should, yeah.
But I think if they maybe make a ping to signal that, I think they're actually not making any pings to make
Great
sure
call.
they don't get noticed. I think it's kind of a coin flip. Either you make the ping to know to have like a foot down in Pond to you know, say like, oh, we're here, you know, don't come contest us, or you don't make any pings and you try to get the sneak res, which I think is what they're doing.
The timing is going to be so uncanny with this. Okay, Mojum, I mean, he sees the pings being made, but Loken on the Tsubame, oh my god, you got to be real careful as a Haze here. You got to be real careful as a Haze here. Great shotgun, just tags right at the edge, but US Conway is confident with this fight. Yeah, I think so too. The rocket launchers are going to start flying on through. There's the Ghost Light tagged over onto Mojum. The damage over onto the Haze is going to be absolutely massive. The rocket launcher should be up in just a couple of seconds, so maybe Team Freya has a little bit of chance to breathe. It seems they have it covered.
I mean, Team New Rise are definitely have the airborne advantage, but I think Team Freya are favored just because they have the Alonso into the Smai here. So the Mai is never going to be able to, you know, look for an engage onto the backside. And as long as Team Freya doesn't get sent on by Loken, like if Loken finds the angle, it's going to be really bad for Team Freya. But Team Freya can just sit in this front to back, and I think the Alonso should just outtrade this Mai in this front to back team here.
I think the biggest problem here for Team Freya is the fact that they have to push into a Justina who has Bikini.
Yeah, and the item difference is a little too big, so it looks like they're opting the VLS to the other zone.
Yeah, you might as well just take it.
Okay,
but now you have to really start looking at timer, because the Haze and the Haze was sitting at single digits, by the way. She's going to be even worse.
Oh, wait a second.
Now.
The other team is VLS again too, so we're going to have a four-team final zone.
Are you serious? All right, so we are just looking for kills now. New Rise Kangwon, they really want to cement their spot in the top. Well, I say top, but the first place spot.
Secured, so they're just gonna have fun here. I think.
Oh,
probably
Team Freya. 17 seconds for the Kadia. I mean, they're using all of the safety gadgets, but how is it New Rise Kangwon the one that has control? They came here last.
Timer. Team Freya has the lowest amount of timer, so they have to look for a fight here.
Oh, they can't. Their TTK is too low. I don't think the Kadia can kill anybody at this point. Unless...
Oh no, they're trying to look. Maybe they can get the Sicella here. Sicella did he
no, the Peacemaker.
Peacemaker to keep the most cells alive. They're not going to be able to get any kills, and it looks like the heart's going to go down as well. There's the engage coming out from the side of Team FSH. FSH is going to explode as well. Look at their timer. They don't have timer either. They're going to just try to force it in. The inmates, Team New Rise are going to be able to get themselves alive. Yogiene is able to live as well, and now it's going to go to our final 3v3, but the timer difference, they're going to be forced in.
Yep. I don't think they could do anything about this because Loken's timer, Riori's timer, it's all too good. You have a lot of good DPS on the side of Kyunggi, but with the face of Amai, you just have to run away. Loken's on the backside. It's too easy for him. That's going to do it. Zerojin's going to pop in a couple of seconds here as well. It doesn't matter if he gets the kill over onto Loken. That will be the Sicilla falling down. New Rise Kangwon takes yet another game away. 21.5 points to round out our morning. And that'll do it. Punching their tickets into the finals. We'll see them next Sunday for that one. What a great series. What a great decision-making setup from this team as well, causing absolute havoc in the school final zone. GG's.
Yeah, I think that definitely means New Rise Gangwon in first place. And I think Team Gyeonggi should have secured themselves their second place spot as well. So very nicely played from our final two teams at the very end.
Yeah, what a chaotic set of games to finish out our entire night. Man, oh man, oh man. Multiple games today, by the way. I know it's phase 1 and a lot of people are still experimenting with it, but it's not like the temporary zone system is new. Everyone just wants to fight in one final temp zone. We just don't want to go final zone at all.
It's kind of weird. Like, we've never had the situation before where you know, teams just enter into the temp zone, so we don't have like the final 3v3, but yeah. I think for New Rise Gangwon, I think they were already secured their first place. My guess is they just wanted to have fun and just and just go in, because usually you'd never chase a team that's leaving your zone, especially when you have your zone for free and you're in that position in the tournament, right? But I think just because, you know, they already they already secured themselves first place. You might as well just go and see what you could do in that temporary zone and kind of be the gatekeepers for a lot of these teams, right? They could basically decide the fate of where these teams stand.
Exactly. Pretty much, if I had to really say it, what they wanted to do, New Rise Kawan in school, basically came to fruition because for some reason, as the last team to go into the zone, they managed to get the safe zone for free. Everybody else is just fighting on their
Yeah,
own.
surprisingly.
It's so weird.
I think it's because of the way they VLS'd in, and it also the other team that VLS'd in didn't want to contest them because they still had their wick buff as well, and they were still just really, really strong, right? They have the most amount of items. They had the Alpha and Omega buff. It's just really hard to fight a team that has like that many, that much value in terms of their items and their stats.
Yeah. The other two teams inside of school as well were just up on the northern side, the gymnasium as well as the Hyperloop location. They're nowhere close to being able to contest for that. Freya in a little bit of shambles because of their timers as well. Was forced into some really unfortunate locations. This is exactly what ends up happening when you get 4 teams inside of a temporary zone just duking it out in the end. But with that, the final scoreboard of the day, New Rise Kawan in first place with 79 points on their end, punching their tickets into the finals without any contest whatsoever. 23 points ahead of second place, which is going to be Kyungin 8. We will see them on Saturday next week alongside FN Sejong, who will finish third place with the new roster they have on the team.
And we have Slasher in fourth, 45.5, Freya in fifth with 40.5. Esperanza in sixth in 30 with 34.5. Princess in seventh with 27, and Milky Way in eighth with 25. So we'll see our sixth, seventh, and eighth place teams back here on a Sunday.
Wow, okay. So we had a very, very close Group A. We had a little bit of a further apart Group B. From the ones that I saw so far, I genuinely think that the teams playing for Friday, at least, I think Group A definitely has a lead when it comes to some of the performances that I saw compared to ones from Group B, right? Esperanza definitely needs a little bit more time to kind of let them cook, right? NXA did really, really good. But Minor might need a little bit more practice on the Yan if he wants to start bringing that out once again for the composition. Other than that, Fiora and the Estelle, still a little bit iffy, right? You're still missing DPS regardless. It looks good if it can work. But against seasoned teams, I don't think the Estelle DPS is really going to cut it for you. So you need to find something else that pairs well with the Fiora and the Debbie and Marlene if you're going to be opting to run that.
Yeah, 100%. I think the Yan is probably best pick for their team, but I mean, Yan, one of those characters.
Yeah,
I think we've seen from so many different teams, and I think everyone is kind of expecting, and kind of knows how to play around the Yan now. But I mean, if you're still good on the Yan, you can still make a lot work.
KCW and Taking really set the bar high when it comes to Yan. Unfortunately, Minor definitely, I really hate to say this, but did disappoint a little bit, right? Way too many missed initiations in game number 3. So I don't know if I'm going to be confident enough if I was like NXA, for example, for Team Esperanza to say, hey, we should bring the Yan back for elimination games, by the way, in the knockout stages for Phase 1. I don't know if I'd be able to bring myself to say that unless I saw the effort put in from Minor the next couple of days until the knockout stages. I don't know if I'll be able to just kind of confidently say to play the Yan.
I mean, they have, I guess, an extra day, right, to maybe test in scrims tomorrow, because on Sunday is when we will have our first knockout stages for them. It's going to be knockout stage 1, and since you're in 7th place, we will be seeing them there.
The other thing that I also wanted to mention when it came to Group B is, I have to bring up the score sheet again, but it's not here. Of course it isn't, because the clean feed is broken. Let's be real, the teams that were in for Group A, the bottom teams in Group A, had a significantly better performance than the ones in the bottom side for Group B. So one of the reasons why for Group A, I was already pretty confident in how they were going to be able to perform, but I just don't feel like we saw enough of what the teams in Group B were able to do, just because they were just constantly shut down without actually pulling off their game plan.
Yeah, I'm a little worried for the bottom teams in Group B, because they didn't really look that's confident, right, on their
Yep.
teams. They didn't really look that good compared to the teams in Group A because of how close Group A was. But maybe it's just because of maybe the teams were a little harder, or maybe they're being counterpicked in this lobby. We'll have to see going into the knockout stages if they could sort of pull it back and maybe have the miracle run to make it to the finals.
Absolutely. But regardless, that was the end now of Group B, which means we are done with day number 1 of Phase 1 in ERM Season 9. Now we have to start preparing for day number 2. So let's go back to what the teams are looking like for our second day and start talking about what we could expect starting from tomorrow. Super
Looks like a group of death to me. They got Team Auto Arms here. Team Auto Arms having one circle now. They look so strong. And then you have Team Busan Vespa. So it's like the rivalry, right? One circle, one on Team Auto Arms, and then you have your old teammates, both G-Work and Rheumatic, playing together now on the side of Team Busan Vespa. Really excited to see those two go at it.
And during the fight of the whales, we are going to have the shrimp on the backside, just kind of looking for some kind of safe space. I say shrimp, but these guys are all still absolutely insane players. Jetson Phalanx coming back with the same roster as before, right? Cadmus, Dina, Dushiman, as well as Revolu. Modern with a revamped roster after the not entire team, because JCP ended up staying, but Soe as well as Gun ended up departing to some of our KL League rosters. Mego, Taehu, as well as Yoonhyung now will be joining JCP on Team Modern to finalize the roster, I should say, for Season 9. High TV with Fang, was like Kiro, Netizen, and Narmuk. Netizen coming back into that fray, yeah?
I haven't seen Netizen in forever. I think he was the Estelle player, right? From a long time ago.
Yep. Now he's a demo player, if I remember correctly.
Yeah. So we're going to have another demo player. Mer Gaming. I mean, we saw Mer Gaming. It looks like most of the roster is the same as well. This is a team that we usually see in ERM every now and then. Egoism is another team, too, that we have seen, I think, in one of the teams. And out of the blue, this is...
also another team that has a lot of very familiar faces, like even GSXG is a name that I've seen a couple of times in the ERM scene. Osu has definitely been here. Hikasi 100%, like that guy is an ER competitive veteran as well. Like this is like, I think
Osu was in EVA player too, right? So it's like another type of
true
team, I think.
Yeah, I think so as well. Yeah, Osu should be another EVA player. Hikasi, by the way, just as a little bit of lore, if I remember correctly, was like the original One Circle teammate back in duos, way back when competitive was doing that in pre-release. So this guy's also not too unfamiliar with the... Right, he is very familiar, I should say, with the competitive scene. Chongmin has also been a little bit of a rising star lately, right? We saw him a couple of times in Season 8, so that's not too big of a deal. So tomorrow for Group C, I think you're absolutely correct. Group of Death. It looks like hell.
I'm very excited. Yeah,
that's going to be fun.
I just want to see the showdown between One Circle and Rheumatic and G-Work.
Yeah.
I want to see Rheumatic, because Rheumatic and One Circle... They've been together for the dawn of time, right? They've been together since pre-release all the way back in season 6 or 7, right? So they teamed up with G-Work, and then One Circle and Rheumatic, I think, were playing duos together, or was it? I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, I think for a good amount of time. It was originally Hikasi, and there were times a long time ago. You can probably find it if you scroll through Eternal Return KR's YouTube channel VODs or something like that, or maybe the videos that they uploaded. Back when they used to have player cams for online events, that was when One Circle, Hikasi existed, G-Work, it was funny.
Yeah, I'm just excited to see the showdown, and then I'm really curious to see who they actually start on Team Auto Arms as well, because maybe we don't even see One Circle at all, right? Because we see Cinema, Taeyong, and Fable, which was Sad Hands, all play together, and that was the core team, the main roster for the side Team Auto Arms. So maybe One Circle doesn't even play it, but isn't that kind of crazy that One Circle could possibly be your bench player? Isn't that crazy?
I have a strange feeling it could be Sad Hands just because of the context, because he is focusing a little bit on his studies, right? would know about that. So yeah, we'll have to see for that tomorrow. But let's also talk about Group D, because that's also not going to be any easier for anybody too. We got Always Incheon, DS Guardians with Soe, by the way, joining right from Team Modern. Soe ended up going over to Team DS Guardians when they lost G-Work. Old Boy, Proline, Jinragus, Hwang, Balmosa coming back into the competitive scene as well. That's going to be a fun one. Shadow Golden Light with Youngman back once again as the Tia player. Yangju Whales, Invincible Circus. Like, this is... yeah, tomorrow's going to be fun.
I'm excited. A lot of good teams for tomorrow. So make sure you guys come back. It is going to be 2 hours earlier than when we started today. So we will start at 3 a.m. EST. It is 3 a.m. and not 4 because of daylight savings time. So keep that in mind.
Yep, absolutely. All right, so before we start ending the stream off for the night, I should also give you guys this as well. There you are. I know the drops have been a little bit finicky as of late, so make sure you guys grab this as well. The end of the day off-air coupon, 1107QJFKA. If you have any one of you guys want to type that in the chat, it's going to be for 5 common season fragment vouchers and the drop token. So for those of you guys in chat, by the way, these common season fragment vouchers actually work now because the way that they change the collections is incredible. So do pick these up. It's going to be free tokens for you. The Hisui skin, also the trailer for that release as of late. So if you are gunning for that, you will need these tokens. Make sure you guys go pick that up. But until then, I think that is going to be it from us. Super. Anything else from you to round out the night?
Not really. I think we saw some great Eternal Return today. Was able to see, what these teams are kind of picking, the sort of meta composition. So I'm satisfied.
Absolutely. Same thing here as well. Guys, I want to thank you all of you guys for joining us at the beginning of Season 9 Competitive. Thank you so much for being here with us. We'll be back tomorrow, 2 hours earlier, by the way. And because of daylight savings, if you are taking care of that, it is going to be at 3 a.m.
EST,
Eastern Time. And for me, it's going to be 2 a.m. Central Time. Or if you're in Pacific, there is no excuse now. Midnight for Pacific. Like, this is the easiest prime time for you to start watching ERM if you're in Pacific. So make sure you guys are here 2 hours earlier than it was today. So join us. But until then, we'll see you guys later. Have fun for the rest of your Friday. We'll see you guys tomorrow for ERM Phase 1, Season 9, Day number 2. Bye.
Take care.
Bye.
지정되었습니다.
드디어 제자리에 온 기분이 드네. 총을 값
잠시 후 최종 안전지대가 생존자가 사망했습니다.
ready to get in the game now. The last thing you want is to wait.